Well, hello there, my outlaws and outlawettes. This is Bandito Radio 112 FM. Bold, loud, and built for you rockin' rebels. For all you photographers, collectors, musicians, artists, and makers. This is where passion meets rebellion. And the volume lives at legendary levels. In this new block, we've got your outlaw favorites, fresh beats to light your fire, and some badass new podcasts to push your potential. And of course, my lovely, lovely, loyal listeners, you know that we've got another full clip of fully loaded rockin' rebel arousals for your motivation. I am Howlin Jim Jaxon, and you are locked into Bandito Radio 112 FM, your high-fidelity home and your sanctuary for the restless and the creative. So tune in and turn it up. Ow!
I'm not entirely happy with this.
officer.
And here is another amazing tune from the Stereo Flowers. Tuned in to 112 FM on your radio dial. This is Bandito Radio.
Slide about my carcass and fill a cup with lukewarm pride. Me still ain't that social. All the hearts I had just died. Been told there was some bootstraps. What? How supposed to pull? I've never been much one for farming, but even I know that shit's bull. I can't pay. I got tenant to bowl. I can't pay. I got tenant to bowl. But there's a hole in my bucket, so the soup just drowned my feet. Looking for some place to hide. My lunch, it's high blood pressure with a side of cold pink eye. Things are looking up now. The better winds done start to blow. My teeth green taste so funky. Oh shit, that's asbestos. Until the funk can't save me now. Hit the club floor with my gown. Get on down. Until the funk can't save me now. I hit the club floor with my gown. Get on down. That's right. Fuck you, cow. I can't pay. I got tenant elbow. I can't pay. I got tenant elbow. But there's a hole in my bucket, so the soup just drowned my feet. Every time I go to order, all the wall wanna do is beef. Lord, let us
cyanide.
No back of the bus, we lift the bus. Ridiculous, no need to fuss on what we did for us. No handouts, we hand out hands. We've been bout plans of 40 acres of land, they can't cage us. I'm so Luke Cage, amazing, gracious enough to spare the brute fade unless they really want it. And I ain't ducking from it, I'm static. We shock them till they get it, I guess they gotta have it. The roadblock of the block, small enough to be a dock. Moving smiles with the jazz, Captain Sam with the plan. I can, I guess I'm really good in the jam. The rest is up to Rick when he come through with the band. We got what it takes to be a hero. They see it everywhere, wherever we go. We here to say the day and all the people. Repeat, bro. We know we got what it takes to be a hero. They see it everywhere, wherever we go. We here to say the day and all the people. Repeat, bro. I'm melanin man, defy your felonious plans. I know you jealous, but damn, don't you didn't. So my intelligence Sam was never my uncle, just a super villain. Hopped in the phone booth, protect the women and children. Franklin, we the most level-headed. Peanuts to an elephant, don't let it regret it. We up, boy, you better know your hate is pathetic. I'm loose fox with the toys, so you know I'ma get it. Neighborhood was krypton, get green like it's John Stewart. Make me pull out my ring, homie, and it's on. The blue marvel I do, homie, if I'm on with the steel. They walk a blade, is here to convey that. We know we got what it takes to be a hero. They see it everywhere, wherever we go. We here to say the day and all the people. Repeat, bro. We know we got what it takes to be a hero. They see it everywhere, wherever we go. We here to say the day and all the people. Repeat, bro.
Look up in the sky. This looks like a job for
Repeat, bro.
Fate rarely calls upon us at a moment of our choosing. I'm ready.
How about that new one from Toys, Noise, and Action Figures?
That's it on your puppy dog to make sure it's okay. That's it on an animal, put it on me. That's it on your puppy dog to make sure it's okay. That's it on an animal, put it on me. Drop the rat and he will learn. Run the razor blasters and he burns. Worthless kid, grab a sword. Run the razor blasters and he burns. One of these fine. Conquer enemies. But his brain don't wake up. Swamps are back on him. Can't you hear them cry? Can't you see them die? Can't you hear them scream? Can't you hear me? Drop the rat and he will learn. Run on, make the blasters and he burns. Why do turkeys bark? Conquer enemies. But his brain is a point clock and his arms are bound to hate. Can't you hear them cry? Can't you hear them die? Can't you hear them scream? Can't you feel them bleed? Dickory, dickory, dock. The mouse ran off the clock. That's a new one and it made him cry. The mouse was really fun. 3 mice, see how they run. Put their eyes out just for fun. 3 mice, see how they run. Put their eyes out just for fun. So the rat and he will learn. Run down, make the blasters and he burns. Worthless kid, grab my burn. Run down, make the blasters and he burns. Why don't turkeys fly? Conquer enemies. But his brain is a wood cook and his eyes are blind to hate. Can't you hear them cry? Can't you hear them die? Can't you hear them scream? Can't you see them
That was the David Koresh Choir. Check out this banger from Ray Millie.
This is a beat pusher production.
body next to mine. I sing this just one more time. I love when you blow my mind. Top pink flag on them. Rep my city on the gang, make them gag on it. Oh, how I'm coming, how you talking, put a bag on it. It's the pop and take a picture with no tags on it. Man, woman, want to know how I'm creeping. Dear baby, what was we thinking? But when you left, I felt I was sinking. I've been drinking, stop me from dreaming. Your body next to mine. I sing this just one more time. Say, I love when you blow my mind.
Check out this jam by Arson Fist.
Obian committing ours. Yeah, verbal Jafar, my frequency will make the pen its host. Parasitic flow attach itself to beats that go. Across state lines, you Padawans get smacked on. Moff Gideon, Dark Saber, your tough talk. I bluff hawks and take flights among the satellites. Those lonely nights watching Vanna White when vowels light. I move like butter on ice, y'all two-stepping. A whole Danny Glover short from a lethal weapon. Margin felon right beyond the page you turn to read. I shall proceed at speeds faster than the flash breathes. Fuck with me, breaking change to make $1.50. As snowfall, I keep the block hot, I'm extra crispy. You orthopedic, rather non-comedic. Silly posturepedic, getting slept on is a natural demon. I carry seasons for your grill if you enjoy beefing. My only reason for aggression is you probably need it. Fight the coward with the power to expose the problem. Zero options that revolve around your lack of knowledge. Black college alum, enhanced melanin. Nanites develop these bars, nature's intelligence. Islands with Gilligan, stranded lyrical innocence. Composed by the hands of Osiris, Isis, and Imhotep. Yeah. God body, throwing nerd parties. I carry shoddy, single barrel with the drum you sloppy. Break the copy, 1-9, peep the reflex. With synthoceps, I'm throwing jabs to crack a titan's chest. Yes, top shelf, rather well made. A child of tech and sun rays, I come in many shades. You know the name, Arson Fist, the eternal flame. I show no shame, this is game born in outer space.
Check out this audio journey from Stratos.
Follow the example of millions, and at the first sign of a cold, take
Bandito Radio.
Marching forth with steel in hand, the Iron Grenadiers command the land. Under the Destro's gaze, the world will yield, an army forged in fire, a living shield.
Show no fear inside, with metal hearts and iron pride. Through the storms we carve our name, a reign of power, a burning flame.
With every step the ground will quake, the world will bow, the earth will shake. We are the shadow, the sword, the spark, the Iron Grenadiers leave their mark.
Hail the reign of Destro, the Iron King. Under his banner the war drums ring. Steel and fire, our battle cry. The Iron Grenadiers will never die. Hail the reign of Destro, his power supreme. A warrior's mind, a conqueror's dream. Through the fight our banners soar. The Iron Grenadiers forevermore. Gleams like the morning sun. Our conquest ends when there's no one to run. Destro leads with a mind of steel, a ruthless force, his will is real. Empires crumble, cities fall, no fortress stands, we conquer all. The Iron Grenadiers fear no defeat, our legacy lives in the enemy's retreat.
Was Iron Spires. Are you ready for a new era of storytelling? Advent Comics is here, delivering hard-hitting action, unforgettable characters, and worlds that'll blow your mind, baby. Dive into the gritty streets of Southside, where heroes walk a razor's edge between justice and vengeance. Or join Dalton Malone as he hunts in the darkness where no one else dares. From cosmic battles to street-level justice, Advent Comics has it all. The stories are bold, baby, and the action is relentless. The adventure never stops. Advent Comics. The future of comics starts now. Are you ready?
Go on, talk to the people who said we'd fall apart, who planted those seeds deep in your heart. Go on, hang with your friends, the ones who lied, jealous of love they couldn't find. Go on, girl, take their side, but don't come back with tears in your eyes. Don't miss me when you see the truth, when those phone stop calling you. When the nights get cold and you're all alone, don't miss me, darling, 'cause I'm already gone. Go on, talk to those other guys, the ones I feared, the ones you said were just friends, crystal clear. But soon enough you'll feel that sting, when their words don't mean a single thing. You look around and realize you threw away a love that could have survived. Don't miss me when you see the truth, when those guys in your phone stop calling you, when the nights get cold and you're all alone. Don't miss me, darling, 'cause I'm already gone. Go ahead, blame me, say it's my fault, but your choices led to this free fall. Don't text me, don't say my name. You lit the match, now you feel the flame. You look around and realize you threw away a love that could have survived. Don't miss me when you see the truth, when those guys in your phone stop calling you, when the nights get cold and you're all alone. Don't miss me, darling, 'cause I'm already gone. Don't text me again, don't call my name. You made your choice, now live with the pain. Don't miss me, 'cause I'm already gone.
That was Southern Scars.
Pas là maintenant. Et ouais, c'est pas mal.
Passer de temps en temps.
Moi j'habite dans le 2e arrondissement.
C'est pas long. Tu viens te chercher avec la BM direct.
Pourquoi t'as une BM?
T'aimerais avoir quoi comme voiture?
Bah je sais pas conduire.
Don't you mind? I nearly killed somebody. Don't you mind? Don't you mind? Now we're to play in the middle of the night. Don't you mind? I nearly killed somebody. Don't you mind? Don't you mind? Does he ever get the ground?
I really hate I had to leave you in the middle of the night, but we always knew it was a one-way flight. Heat around the corner and I'm never coming back. You could come with me, but you gotta tell me fast. Yeah, the plane is running, left the danger zone, now it's on to Spain or something. Yeah, we ain't get a chance to change to something new. Who knows what this world will take us to? But we gotta go right now, living in and out of hotels, but it's better than a grindhouse, safer than the streets and it's warmer than a cold cell. Leaving on a jet plane, they hopping on our coattails, fitting me a villain and I play the part so well. Had the crowd cheering so they fitted me with more shells. Hero gotta die in the end cause that's an old tale. Dying in the arms is the only way I have it. It's a love story but I said that it was tragic. Winter rose turning into summertime sadness. This is Jack and Rose when they rode the Titanic. Hit an iceberg in the crowd in the panic. Ripped off my chain and got us lost in the static. Pulled me to my feet, now I'm slipping through the back. Trying to keep it moving but I'm dripping through my vest. Told her baby stop, this as far as I'ma get. Wanna keep it going but I can't catch my breath. If I really can't never say nothing else, this the best way I ever could've killed myself.
Now we're to play in the middle of the night. Don't you mind? I nearly killed somebody. Don't you mind? Don't you mind? Now we're to play in the middle of the night. Don't you mind? I nearly killed somebody. Don't you mind? Don't you mind?
Yet another great jam by Noel.
Hey, what's up? This is Mark from Confero and the New Creatures, and you are listening to Bandito Radio.
Confero.
You're the one I want, girl, you know it. I can die the day I got choose. Baby,
I don't wanna be no burden, yeah, I know for certain. Judge my soul with a verdict, even you know not perfect. This is the land of the gods, ask me how I know. No, I heard it from somewhere divine. I'm willing to be that person if you're willing to follow the lead. Get them to come like me, I'm a disruptor. We are the glitch in the system, we do this together. It's for the better. We are the eye of the storm, the spot about weather. I'm into the winter, so I'm finna start a rebellion. What about the wicked? We gonna pour that boat like Noah's Ark. One way ticket to glory. Just know we not sheep. We will not suffer in silence. More this day is day in history when we try to kill them with kindness. Not a result of the violence, not my character. To act out of character, but this the rebellion. I'm feeling rebellious. I'm finna leave my people, the kingdom come. I will not rest until it's done. Sound of war gon' sound like a drum. It's the beginning of the end. I know I heard this song before. Sound like deja vu, I know how it goes. Got me feeling we win in the end. Put too much faith in God, not ourselves. That is the problem. We do not know our worth. I'm not a coward. I'm on the front lines facing the enemy. Cause if I don't, then that is the enemy. I'm the epitome of courage. I would do anything to make sure that my future flourish. Take a swift blow to my enemies, I'll watch them perish. Don't believe all the lies when they talk, all that blasphemy. This is just between you and me. Choose the right side when the time comes. It's gonna be a revelation when the revolution is here. Band together and read what you sow. Yeah, this for good measure. Land of milk and honey comes with a whole lot of pleasure. Yeah, you wanna what I wanna love. I like it here. Whole lot of bloodshed. I don't wanna be no burden, yeah, officer. Judge my soul with a verdict, even you know not perfect. This is the land of the gods, ask me how I know. No, I heard it from somewhere divine. I'm willing to be that person if you're willing to follow the lead. Get them out to come like me, I'm a disruptor. We are the glitch in the system, we do this together. It's for the better. We are the eye of the storm, inspired by weather. I'm into the winter, so I'm finna start a rebellion. I'm wipe out the wicked. We gotta pour that more like Noah's Ark. Long way, take it to glory.
That was I Am Mad. Stay tuned, my lively, lovely, loyal listeners. Action Figure Frequencies is right around the corner.
Hey, what's the word of the day? Hey, what's the word of the day? What is the word of the day?
C-M-G-N-I-T-E.
Today's
C-M-G-N-I-T-E. P-C-M-G-N-I-T-E.
You know what today's
P-C-M-G-N-I-T-E. 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 P-C-M-G-N-I-T-E.
Namaste. Lived in this peace and everybody like a
holiday.
Get in these streets with what I have to say like
remedy.
I got the ways to ease pain.
Identity.
All in my cave like Bruce Wayne.
Quantity.
Got a lot of reasons I'm doing it hard.
Astronomy.
Scorpio season, I'm really in charge.
Caffeine.
Stay awake, baby, yo, you'll miss this.
Gangrene.
So sick when I step in this business.
Always looking clean when I pop up.
Trouble.
Overcame the struggle, leave a moss struck.
Pray.
Some moments of quiet introspection.
Slay.
Every look from every look in my direction.
Rover.
A name you say twice for an invite.
Clover.
4-leaf, lucky for my insight.
Pants.
What I wear inside the club, avoiding taboos.
Rain.
Gotta say again, thanks for the statue. You know, it really is a nice statue. I know when we were seated it was copper, and over the years the weather's hit it, it's made it change colors, but it still looks great. And peeking out of the crown, they reopened it in 2015.
Handle.
Moments where I'm certain who I am.
Randall.
Moments where I'm cunning and a ham.
Suit.
That's an Andy Warhol muse.
Fruit.
Like an ego when it's getting bruised.
Massage.
Deep tissue till the knot's out.
Dressage.
Horses dance and clap until they drop out.
Rumble.
That's how I scuttle through this nightlife.
Bumble.
Wanna catch a buzz, you better swipe right. Continent.
Yeah, they play my music in 7 of them.
Condiment.
Sauce for all my dogs, I'm spending on them.
Captivate.
How I do it every single time.
Extrapolate.
They confused trying to find why.
Efficiency.
Never waste a pass, I word perfect.
Calligraphy.
And his fancy ass, I curse and cursive.
Circulate.
Get mine another time round this track.
Terminate.
Thumbs up, baby, I'll be back.
What's the word? What's the word? Yo, that's my word. What's the word? What's the word?
Yo, you have my word.
What's the word? What's the word? You can take my word. What's the word? What's the word?
I never break my word.
What's the word? What's the word?
Yo, that's my word.
What's the word? What's the word? Yo, you have my word. What's the word? What's the word?
You can take my word.
What's the word? What's the word? I never break my word.
And yet another unique tune from Party City Machine Guns. Here's another banger by the David Koresh Choir.
Just get up, yeah, you can go outside. You've been on
mindless drone.
And a lazy boy you call your own. You can change your mind, but you change the channel, then it'd be just fine, and it wouldn't matter. Change your mind, change the channel, be just fine, and it wouldn't matter. Now I find it into life, like a tear in your eye. Now I find it into fucking life. Now I find it into life, like a tear in your eye. Now I find it people way to die.
All right, come on, hit it. Let's make time. Get the radio on. Just warming up.
Bandito Radio.
I want them. All I see is blue days. Right here, Jimmy Choo. I'm a boy with a point to prove. Yeah, boys turn my savage loose. Get it, get it, get it, get it. I'm back at the mall. Fit it, fit it, fit it, fit it. Versace my drawers. Rent it, rent it, rent it, rent it. Spoil my car. Did it, did it, did it, did it. Own it all. Who said they put me on? I've been in it and out the bank before I made a song. Cut it. Ay, wake up well at 8 in the morning. Wipe his nose like I'm shaman. Can't fuck that hoe cause she boring. Yo sick but I'm lit, I'm annoying. Never cared for the boy, he was corny. Shows up but I was lonely. Get what I want, get who I want to. If I'm wrong then bitch just show me. I want it all. Humped up and hopping up, I can't fall. Riches here till I be, I want draws. If it's a crime then bitch fuck the law. I want bam. All I see is blue days. Right here, Jimmy Choo. I'm a boy with a point to prove. Yeah, boys turn my savage loose. Get it, get it, get it, get it. I'm back at the mall. Fit it, fit it, fit it, fit it. Versace my drawers. Rent it, rent it, rent it, rent it. Spoil my car. Did it, did it, did it, did it. Own it all.
Man, I'm tight as fuck. Young and turned for real. Standing on business, sticking to the code.
Here's some relationships, cause a bitch like me, the relationship. Girls talk relationships. I've been taking trips on ships and dips. This shit so vicious. He pulled up tricking with big extension. He on my body and hair, know that shit too expensive. One-on-one, you can't clone, cause I'm one in a million. He bought that pink mink coat, that one shipped out Atlanta.
That's the way
I want bam. All I see is blue days. Right here, Jimmy Choo. I'm a boy with a point to prove. Yeah, boys turn my savage loose. Get it, get it, get it, get it. I'm back at the mall. Fit it, fit it, fit it, fit it. Versace my drawers. Rent it, rent it, rent it, rent it. Spoil my car. Did it, did it, did it, did it. Own it all.
Ray Millie. And here is another amazing tune from the Stereo Flowers.
Sometimes it's all over, but that time ain't tonight. The world's full of empire.
this jam by Arson Fist.
Yeah, check. Yeah. I'm the editor-in-chief, I take pictures too. I edit frames to let my black eyes capture the proof. Toy photography, a hobby, now a part of me. Digital darkroom, Photoshop, psychology. Epic toy sound, my action figures move with rhythm. Practical effects for the snobs and they feelings. Imagination is just that, imagination. The tools that I create with shouldn't define what I'm making. This art shit is sacred, it's the egos that are basic. Gatekeepers always think they're Neo in the Matrix. Feeling that feeling, my feeling is so revealing. I just discovered another way I could kill them. Combine both loves, these bars with plastic therapy. Y'all hearing me? It's live symmetry. Cypher with a Groupon for free toy deliveries. Maximize my effort, I be working while you still asleep. Counting them Z's while I'm conquering these beats. Another masterpiece released once the frame has reached its peak. I know my angles between the margin organicus. A gritty novelist with gladiator common sense. I'm the editor-in-chief, I take pictures too. I edit frames to let my black eyes capture the proof. Toy photography, a hobby, now a part of me. Digital darkroom, Photoshop, psychology. I'm the editor-in-chief, I take pictures too. I edit frames to let my black eyes capture the proof. Toy photography, a hobby, now a part of me. Digital darkroom, Photoshop, psychology. Freedom or death to the last of my breath. I guarantee what I create in between will stay fresh. I do more with less, this talent is authentic. Homegrown, represented by glitches within edits. From shotcut to Pixar Pro, clinging to AI. May I? Don't mind if I do, it's a chill vibe. I switch styles, I keep many in pocket. Y'all some one-trick ponies in closets, I got options. The plot thickens when you listening to wisdom. So I suggest you chill before the tea starts spilling. Label me a villain if your hero picking sides. Community is where I stand, fuck a divide.
Only in the Comic Weekly can you enjoy the good, clean fun of
Bandito Radio. Iron Spires. Here's one from our friend Chris Turner.
I'm not entirely happy with this.
Welcome back, collectors and customizers. You are dialed in to Bandito Radio 112 FM. I am your host, Howlin Jim Jaxon, and I am revved up and ready to launch another fired up, full throttle episode of Action Figure Frequencies. Now listen up, outlaws and outlawettes. You know Howlin Jim brings the sultry sound waves, but these next two, they bring the sizzling style, the swagger, and a little sexiness to spare. So without further ado, let me pass the mic to the dynamic duo of display-worthy delights, Chet Maddox and Alexander Stone. They are here to break down the latest in toy talk, figure finds, and collectible chatter. You are locked in, you are tuned up, and now you're riding the frequency. Action Figure Frequencies. Ow!
Bandito Radio presents Action Figure Frequencies with your hosts, Chet Maddox and Alexander Storm.
Oh, hey, did you know we were hosts of this show?
I know now.
Oh, yeah, I just found that out. Hey, welcome everyone to the sexiest radio talk show on radio. I am your lovely, gorgeous superstar host, Chet Maddox, along with the thunderous from down under us, the sexiest man on radio with his silky smooth voice, Mr. Alexander Storm. How are you doing today, fine fellow?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Looking forward to all the topics and everything. This is going to be a pretty good action figure frequency we've got planned for everyone.
It is, because exclusives have been causing the chaos. Prices are heading up, and the little guys taking the big shelf, so strap in. It's going to be a wild ride on this week's Action Figure Frequency.
112 FM, Bandito Radio.
I have one question for you, Mr. Storm.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what episode this is?
Absolutely. It is from nation to nation, coast to coast, from our toy rooms to your living rooms. This is Action Figure Frequencies, episode number 1515. That is right, 15 straight weeks you've been getting Action Figure Frequency. You're probably going to get it for another 15 weeks and another 15 after that.
That's right, bicentennial 15s. Hey man, this is good. I think we got to get right into this, because if we don't, we tend to talk over, and they charge us for that. You know, they do. So, hey, this week, our exclusive a mess, and this is Hot Point.
Hot points, hot points, hot points, hot points, hot points,
hot points. So, Mr. Alexander Storm, there was an announcement today that was done by Hasbro.
Yeah,
specifically the Legends team. Not bad. However, let's talk about it. What did you think? And then more importantly, because I was a little upset about some things.
Yeah.
The exclusives. Why do you think toy companies should stay clear of big retailer exclusives?
Well, I think that's an easy question. It's because big retailers can't get it right. And you're putting your business hand in hand with someone who can't perform their business. So naturally, people think, like, you know, let's take, for example, the Walmart Collectors Con mess of Crystal Ball. Still, character hasn't arrived. Said it was supposed to be showing up 2 weeks after that. That was before we got on the road and went to Toy Atlanta. I have not gotten an update. I have no situation. I know that you were able to grab a Crystal Ball when they re-put up, saying there was more stock in Klein. So you were able to grab that, but I haven't gotten one single email about when it's coming, if it's coming, how it's coming. They just got, their payment from Walmart, because Walmart normally doesn't, pay when it ships. You pay exactly when you order it, which is always a mess for that. Target, at least, it pays, they take the money out after it ships. So, I understand these big companies, they want these exclusives. They think that these are the things they're rolling in. I think they're hurting how people look at the Hasbro's and the Mattels and all. I think the exclusive thing is because they don't have their structure together. you're aligning yourself with someone who can't get it out. So naturally, people are upset at Hasbro and not the Walmart. Now we looked at something for the Walmart Revenge of the Sith releases that they did, right? And we saw the way they were stacking those on the shelf. And in fact, Scott Solo was at a Walmart in the high desert, and he saw that they had put in those I guess the alarm trippers onto the packaging, so it allows you not to walk out the store. But they had put that on the blister packs.
Yeah, they clipped it right into that thing.
We're also looking at the issues of when they ship things out. Certain exclusives they put it in. They don't care how they ship out. They put them in not boxes. Sometimes they're just soft mailers, and these are items that probably should be shipped in the box. So it's just a mess. And I understand Hasbro and whoever's getting their money out of it, but it's the customers, which is us, the collectors, that are losing out on it. So I think they have to, if it's Hasbro Pulse has done a good job of knowing how to ship it, knowing what the actual fans, the expectation needs. It's the Walmart and the Targets of the world. GameStop, rarely have I had a problem with something shipping from GameStop, and because they deal with a lot of times electronic goods and everything, they ship them a little bit better than Walmart and Target, but I think there should be some worry about it. And then there's the part of, it's never ordered right. If you're ordering something, how many in stock things do you know that they have at Walmart? So you're really kind of rushing, and it's an anticipation of waiting on their website. So, from Hasbro Pulse, they have their problems with their website, but normally you and I both know, Walmart and Target have terrible problems with when a bunch of people are trying to order, so I don't think it's working out, maybe financially for these companies, but we, the consumer and the fans, are losing out on it, man.
Yeah, I mean I think that's kind of like the whole thing with these exclusives is exactly that. I'm a firm believer in being able to control your to control the you have to control basically what am I trying to think of? You want to control, for lack of better terms, the narrative, right? And when you are relying on something like the Walmart debacles or even Target's just as bad. I think Amazon tends to do it pretty well.
Yes.
But Target and Walmart, there's never been a smooth run of retail exclusives from both of those, right? It's and so I think that the bummer part is that I understand it. I understand why they do that, right? Because if it's an exclusive, it probably means that they put some money into getting the figures produced. But at the same time, come on, it's Crystal Ball is a prime example of why I think it's stupid. And I think if anything, I think because I was thinking about this before we got on, I think that one of the things I'd like to see enforced is okay, so you're gonna do an exclusive with Walmart, right? Mm-hmm. I think it should be mandatory that they say any of the pre-orders that you do for our stuff, you can't take the money out until it ships.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I think that's true.
Because at least then they can control that, right? Because Walmart takes the money out, but Target doesn't. Sometimes Target does. Walmart always does, right? Then GameStop, they actually don't take it out till it ships.
Yeah.
So I just think you got to be able to control the user experience and expectations, and I think that when you can't control that, that's when you start to lose value in the brand.
Yeah, and I also think there needs to be any other situation. If you went with a secondary exclusive or something, you would Hasbro or Mattel would in the process control that. It's like if Apple drops something in Target, there's a set of rules and criteria and things. They just can't just put the crap on the product. There's street dates to follow. There's certain rules and regulations because Apple enforces how their image looks. Hasbro has been allowing them to destroy their image, and the same thing with this NECA Holothon. that thing rolls out at Target, and it's probably one of the worst out of all the hauls because it's sometimes it's not for street date. There's people weeks ahead of the actual haulathon getting items that's on the shelf, or they can't find it in the consistency of the stores that they're in, or they actually are on the shelf, they purchase it, and then they go to the front. People, oh no, that's not supposed to be out for like 2 or 3 weeks. So there's an issue with the consumer when you're walking into these retailers for the retail exclusive. It's not an easy transition on online and in person. So, and
Yeah.
we just saw that whole mess up with this the Star Wars retro series 6-pack. It's all kind of debacles with Target when it came to just dropping this out. And I'm like, this is another thing that it ruins the experience. You want to have your image taken care of in the best possible way. Hasbro can't afford to have negativity rolling out there when their products out there. But unfortunately, they haven't enforced that with Target and Walmart. Hasbro had numerous complaints with the initial G.I. Joe classified Cobra Island thing. And has it slowly gotten better? Yes. Has it dramatically improved? No.
Yeah.
Walmart, every collector's con they do, there is a screw up somehow. And God mentions if something's like on a card back and how they ship it, like there's absolutely no care and everything. So, these companies have to start thinking about, like, we're tied in directly because it's very rare people will put the blame on Walmart. The blame normally goes back to the first company of Hasbro, Mattel, NECA, Super 7, whoever it is, McFarlane. It's right on there. So, like one thing I'll give McFarlane credit on is his GameStop exclusives. While, I think he needs to have better vision on some of the items that he puts out. There's rarely any complaints that people can't get the item, that is shipped damaged, or there's a problem when it comes to purchasing. And GameStop is extremely good. If there's a complaint and problem, reaching someone customer service and getting that fixed, GameStop is probably one of the better retailers that does that. So,
Well, now McFarlane, like, that is a retailer. So,
well, for Canada, I don't know about the US because I know that, it's his partner purchased the Canadian version. So I don't know what's going on with US GameStop. You and I are both getting certain information that they may be shutting down. We go to several, they're closed in the town. So I don't know what's going on with GameStop USA. I know GameStop Canada, though, is got an injection of some investment. I will tell you that. But it's just I would love to see the financials behind the scenes of what Walmart and Target are paying Hasbro, because that's the only benefit I could see from that, because they really are tarnishing their names.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, and then, it's kind of like, I don't know how much on the pulse Hasbro has on their partners, but today they announced like a few, right? So like the one that I'm confident about was Wolverine and Silver Samurai. That's Amazon. That's an Amazon one. That one you'll probably be able to grab. But then you have the Thanos double pack.
I saw that.
And that one's Target. That's on June 6th. Probably won't get that. And then I forget which one they said was like the Walmart. Walmart was
Captain America, wasn't it?
No, Walmart was War Machine and Omega Red.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that's a bad Walmart one just on total character wise.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's the Captain America and the Blue Venom, and that one is just mainline retailers. That's cool. So that one's good. And I'm not gonna lie, but that Captain America looks really good.
Yeah.
So that was that. But I think let's see, was there any other ones that were like, I don't know if there's any other ones. Oh yeah, okay. So then the other fan channel, that one was what's his name? Gargantos.
Mm-hmm.
Gargantos was
I
Amazon.
saw that. Well, too. Look, I think the Marvel Legends team did a pretty good job. The thing that worries me is they're dipping in really heavy in this Gamersverse. And I don't know if they just worries me. Are they running out of like mainline characters because they burnt that up? And what are they doing? Because there's still so many great iterations of these characters they could go to and they could use. The Gamerverse is, you've got to be a person who played Marvel Capcom or played any of their other games to really kind of get into it. I think that's not a mainline release for most collectors. A lot of collectors are into the comic book or animated versions of those. So, but they're diving in all this year. They've dived heavy into the Gamerverse versions. And as well as I do, if they're doing the Gamerverse versions and those bodies are around, they're going to use those molds and they're going to come out as another version of that character down the line.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. It's like we saw the release of the Maximum Hulk, and then this Gamerverse, the Amazon only Juggernaut. It's like looks 10 times better than the Hulk and has the same articulation. And I'm like, all right, but yeah, I mean, we're kind of getting off topic a little bit here. I think what I would love to see Hasbro do is utilize indie toy stores, right? For exclusives, right? Like, because that would just encourage the toy hunt, right? Like if they said, this is like an indie toy store exclusive, here's the list of all the stores that'll have it, and then you had to find like a store in your state and you could go and like grab them. Like that would be kind of rad, because then you would encourage like the hunt. And I guarantee you that if an indie store had an exclusive, they wouldn't screw it up.
Well, we hope they would.
There might be some that would, but I think majority of them would not want to screw that opportunity
I
up.
think they would need to have rules, regulations, and situations put down on, and enforcement of Hasbro would have to say, this is what we need to do. Kind of like the same way the Four Horsemen does with certain retailers. I think they would have to do that. We'll see, man. I think it's a very interesting aspect of the business model that changed. When we were kids, the exclusives were sold directly either by the corporation or like, remember the Wonder Bread He-Man? It was a little different on that. And then we didn't run into these issues where, there wasn't scalping and things like that was happening. So you just sent your money in, wrote into a postcard, put in a self-addressed envelope, and you send it in with whatever your points or processes or cash or whatever you need to do. And you got the item back. Now it just seems like, it's like you're sitting there, you're constantly hitting refresh on your key and you're beating like people worldwide that are trying to do this. So it's like, I know they're stocked because usually in this, it's like, it's like the crystal ball mess right now. Like it went out, it like got up that morning within like 30, 40 seconds of it going live. Clicked in, had enough time to go through that, and then it was gone. And then about a half an hour later, after that time, they put it, Hasbro sent on email that was supposed to come a half an hour before, saying it's on HasbroPulse.com. You go to HasbroPulse.com, that's instantaneously sold out. And then now we've gotten to the point where it's like 3 months later now, they put it back up for, there's more crystal balls, and you were able to order that. That whole experience frustrated a certain part of the buying potential that was out there. And this was a huge mess by Walmart. But Hasbro's going to be blamed for it.
I guess my final question on this topic to you is, outside of Amazon, do you think that the exclusives, do you think that they should be, like if they're retailer exclusives, do you feel like they need to be in-store only?
I don't know about that either, because I think that the retailers don't care. And there's a mess of an aisle because, as I do, one guy will come in there, purchase like, a pallet full of it, and they'll let him walk out. It's rarely ever they say, no, they hold up. No, there's only 2 per customer. Then he'll send like 5 guys in or
12 of his kids. Yeah. The only time I've seen the thing work like you're talking about is like Pokemon cards. They do not let you get, but it's like Yeah, action figures, like, number one, they don't even put them out. Number two, if they do, they don't care. So
I don't know how you regulate it. That's the problem of it. It's like, same thing. You ever seen the Stanley mugs when they do them at like Target or something? It's fucking pandemonium, bro. It's like, there's people fighting like it's like one of those Black Friday sales. I've seen like mad arguments and fights break out. It's got to be held at the point, and I'm sure that while Stanley loves that 5 minutes of publicity, it starts going off a little longer. They're like, oh no, this is not looking good for us. Well,
yeah,
same thing is like, because how many times have we been in a Target or a Walmart and we've seen some guy come in there and he's like literally took everything off the shelf and walked out. And the people in the front are just ringing it up like no problem.
Yep. Well, I just saw that too. I followed this dude that's in like the sneaker world, and I just watched him. He's like, check me out on my haul, and he recorded himself when the Nike store opened, and he grabbed like, I think something like 40 pairs of shoes, and it was just like only 3 different types of shoes, but he grabbed like all 40 of them, and I'm just like. Like, okay, man, I don't know if there's any way to regulate it. I think you can regulate it from a system perspective. Like you could say this SKU could only be sold twice per transaction. You could probably do a lot of stopping there. But that doesn't mean that someone couldn't just buy, you grab all of them, and then you just grab one item and ring it up like 4 times and just take everything. So I don't know, man. But I will tell you this though. When you're hunting for exclusives, you ever get really hungry?
Absolutely. And the question they always ask, are you hungry for something truly super? Do you crave a meal that packs the punch of a superhero origin story? Then suit up, because it's time to head to Super Subs, where every bite of the legendary battle between flavor and hunger.
That's right, Storm. Super Subs has the mightiest sandwiches in the multiverse. You want to feel invincible? Sink your teeth into the Man of Steel roast beef, cheddar, and horseradish punch, so strong to send hunger to the Phantom Zone.
Or maybe you're feeling a little dark and brooding, then try the Dark Knight blackened chicken, provolone, and smoky chipotle aioli, so bold that even Gotham's toughest vigilante would approve.
But heroes aren't the only ones getting in on the action. If you're feeling diabolical, why not indulge in the Dr. Doom melt? Spicy pastrami, Swiss cheese, and whole grain mustard. So sinister, it just might take over the world.
And let's not forget the legendary creators. Honoring the masters of comics with the Stanley and New York pastrami classic with enough said flavor.
Plus, don't miss our Infinity Rings, our Crisis fries, not flies, fries, and our refreshing Lazarus Pit lemonade, guaranteed to revive your taste buds.
Super Subs, heroic flavors, legendary bites, now open in the city. Swing by and get a free Baxter Building brew with your first order.
But hurry, because these multiverse-worthy flavors won't last forever. Super Subs. Heroic flavors, legendary bites.
112 FM, Bandito Radio.
And after you're all full, you can afford to stomach price hikes. Welcome to Toy News.
And now, toy news.
That's right. You guys all heard me. Price hikes are incoming. What's a collector to do? What do you think? What are your thoughts around this whole process?
You know what? Again, we've been saying it for the longest. You've heard all the other episodes. You can go back and catch them through Bandito Radio 112 FM. Yeah,
or on our Patreon.
Yeah, actually you pop over there too. It's just one of those things where I think you've got to get used to it. One of my main strategies that I do is I normally play the long game. Certain items, you're taking a risk, by not ordering at the moment, seeing if you can get it for a different price. Like you save $3, $4, $5, $10, sometimes maybe even $15 off something. It's worth it. I just started seeing some of the card back Spider-Man wave, like Tombstone and a couple of those characters popping up at Ross for $5.99. These characters were like, $24.99 when they came out, less than 4 months ago, possibly. So, long game works. So waiting for the discount store drops is always cool. Two is, I think, check the prices between Amazon, eBay, every now and then, maybe some fan groups might have some people in there that if it's like, just check with your reliable source to make sure it's somebody that you can actually do business with, because a lot of times there are some bad contributors out there. So there are ways that you can do it. And then also, picking and choosing, bro. Do you really need to get, stop being a completist on everything? Because I think that's what gives you the anxiety, is when you're feeling like you've got to collect all of this line. If you don't have it, then it's not worth it. And at times that just brings up another sense of anxiety and stress to you that you just don't need, man.
Yeah. Look, we've said it before. We said it here first, but like, to be honest, man, price hikes, it is what it is. You can't control it. It's gonna happen. I guess you could bitch about it, complain about it, put up in arms about it. But I'll tell you what a collector is supposed to do, and it's what we're doing here. It's what we're doing over on Sarlacc. Odd Frog is we're recycling and using that money to buy the stuff that actually makes sense now at this point. I know you have Darth Moocher's kind of retiring his classified collection minus a few things, and he's using that to buy Hot Toys. And we traded. I wanted some Cobra figures, and he wanted some Hot Toys, and we did a trade. And I think what I love about the price hike, and this is I don't think this is controversial, but it might be. What I love about the price hike is it is now inviting the opportunity more so for people to trade through their collections. And I think that that's cool, because I think that gives a sense of community back, right? To a certain point. I mean, I guess you could, there's some may say probably not, but I think it's cool. I'm excited about it.
Yeah. I think one is just, like I've said this before too, thinning out what you're collecting. Start picking and choosing. What is the thing? Because sometimes we get involved into certain things, nostalgia factors or things, we really don't enjoy it as much. We're not like really we just purchased it because it was a hot item to purchase, and then you sit around and have a little bit of remorse on it. And look, I think for me it was one. It's like eliminating some of the McFarlane line toys, especially, and it made it easier. Thank God Mattel actually got that license over. Because at this point, it made it easier. It's like, am I going to follow over and just start a new line, everything over Mattel? I'm not going to do that. So Mattel's not going to see my money on that issue. So it helped easier, but I slowly started retiring a bunch of the McFarlane DC characters and everything. Because usually, if you're collecting as long as some of us, certain characters they had in the Kenner line. And then McFarlane, and then you had the DC Direct. And then you had, so there's certain lines, there's certain characters, especially the animated, because I love a lot of animated characters. I've got like 3 iterations of the animated characters, and like, did I really need it? It's like there's certain things. I've got all of the Kenner Batmobiles, and it was kind of hard to not purchase a lot of McFarlane stuff, because it's like, well, I do have the Batman Forever Kenner version. Do I really need McFarlane's? I've got the Kenner Tumbler from them. Do I really need? It was picking and choosing. Now, the only one that I thought was done superior on that was the Batman Beyond, because he leveled his stuff up from what Kenner had did. So I was like, okay, but there's a picking and choosing way to do something. You don't need everything.
Yeah, I think that's important. I mean, I could tell you, like, ever since the NECA debacle, and me, like, I would walk in and see a NECA figure and be like, I got to buy this. And there's some that they've come out with, but I look at it and I'm just like, like I'm good on NECA figure. Like I still have a weakness for the Archie Comics Turtles. There's a high probability I'd probably grab one if I saw it, if it was the right one. But again, they're doing the same shit they do all the time. Like they released one, and then like now a few months later they release a different colorway. It's like, well, I don't need two of the same figure. Like, I don't give a shit about that. So I've essentially stopped buying NECA figures, at least from a retailer perspective. Now, if it's like a used figure and someone has a toy show, which I think is more important, which I think now you'll start seeing people kind of go into like toy shows and conventions to try to find toys, right? So I've cut out, NECA. McFarlane, I was collecting a lot of the Batman animated series, and then after buying them all and then none of them standing, I was kind of like, well, these are great. Like, I do like the figures. I think they look cool, but not that cool anymore. So then I cut those out. And it's even gotten me, like, I have a few like really highly coveted like 4-packs of NECA that I'm just like, yeah, I could let these go because I'd rather have something else, So I will say, just on topic, right? You say choose. And we talked about this Wednesday on Toy Box Chronicles. I did see the Fantastic Four figures that they announced.
Yeah.
And it bothers me that I'm going to be buying all of them because they look good. And this is one of those things where it's like, I know I'm going to buy them all. And then I know I'm going to be like, I probably didn't need to buy them all. But also, like, I do think they look pretty good.
All right. Well, yeah, they just came out today. We're taping the show on Thursday. So I don't know. I wasn't impressed. I just don't like the movie versions of things, and I think that's more and more. I like the classic comic book versions of them. I don't. I'm not a big fan of Pedro Pascal, and I did think he looked good as Mr. Fantastic. The figures looked a little bit better. They had better articulation and joints. They did a very nice job on it. I just wasn't interested in any of these versions of it. Now, again, they do some comic accurate different versions that come out. Yeah, I could probably get myself into that, but hey, it is, again, you do you. One of the main
we talked about it. I told you this. It's a weakness because I like Fantastic Four. So I
that's why I said, for me, I don't know. I think what worries me about the Marvel movies, I've got to see the Marvel movies. I wasn't that interested in like some of the Thunderbolt characters until I heard the movie was actually pretty good. And then I saw the film. I was like, they are pretty good.
So so I will.
Kind of tough on that for me.
I'm doing something different with this though.
Okay.
I am gonna pre-order all of them because they go on the 30th of May. They go live for pre-order on Hasbro Pulse at 1 p.m. Eastern. So what I'm doing is I am going to be pre-ordering them all, and then if the movie sucks, I will release all of them except minus Silver Surfer because I like that one. Like it's a female version of it. It does have space in the comics. But yeah. So, and there's a high probability that I also would probably keep Thing, but I don't think Johnny Storm or Human Torch. I don't think I'd keep those. Yeah. So if the movie's good, all of them. If it's not good, I'll probably get Thing, and for sure I'm getting Silver Surfer. But I'm in pre-order all of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with you, man. And then hopefully, when they ship, there's nothing crazy going on with the weather because we all know what happens with the weather. Typically, you've had toys, right? Be delayed because of bad weather, right?
Oh yeah.
So I think it's our due diligence, Mr. Storm, for you to introduce what the weather is going to look like for shipping.
And now your weather forecast with Alexander Storm.
That is right. Well, if we're trying to do some shipping, and this is the prime months of it, because just taking a look at that map over the U.S., there's not going to be a lot of problems. Now, you're going to have to make sure there's some water out there for your postal workers and your FedEx and your UPS guys because it's hot. And it's hot. So, think about those guys, especially when you're getting those huge grails, those steaks that are weighing an immense amount of pounds. Well, we're going to start it off like we always do. We're going to go from east to west. In New York, it is 73 degrees, nice and shiny, too. Same thing, go down to Washington, D.C., 74 in Washington, D.C., 80 degrees, but there is a little bit of showers going through to Charlotte. So that's a double point. 80 and showers. Ooh, that kind of sucks. Drop down to Atlanta at 71. A little bit of the warning of some rain and some thunderstorms down there. Hit down to Jacksonville. You ain't got to worry about that. Jacksonville is a whopping 91 degrees. Go down to Tampa, even better. Sunny day, 94. Hit to Miami, where everybody likes going down to Miami Beach and everything. So that 88. So, but make sure you put the sunscreen on, even if it is still 88. New Orleans, if you're in the the South and a little bit of the Midwest, it's not looking that great for your shipping. New Orleans got some winds. They've got some lightning as well and a little bit of rain at 82 degrees. We go up to Memphis, Tennessee, raining at 80. St. Louis is at 72. And Chicago, blowing hard in that wind, is going to be at 70. Oklahoma City, 71. Drop down to Dallas, Texas, 80, and sun's beaming out. But guess what? If you look over at Lubbock, Texas, which not a lot of people live in Lubbock, Texas, so that's the best part, 82 with some thunder and some clouds and everything. El Paso, nice and sunny, and it's 97. So, wow, that's burned up. We drove through El Paso.
Hey, I'm going to be honest with you real quick. A quick break in the weather report. I don't even think people knew Lubbock, Texas was a thing. If you don't live in Texas, you probably never heard of it. I didn't hear of it until we drove by it. So
yeah. No, I knew. I had a friend that lived in Lubbock, and he told me it's a high school football town, but that's about it. It's 98 degrees in Phoenix, Arizona. And Las Vegas is starting to hit the point where it's like they used to have that term, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Let's pray to the Lord that the heat stays in Las Vegas at 100 degrees. Wow. Los Angeles, we're bright and sunny at 77. Oh, great. So if you're by that beach and everything, it's nice to go there. San Francisco, left my heart in San Francisco, but you better bring your sunscreen as well because that's bright, sunny 72 there. We go all the way up to Seattle, and guess what? Well, you can bet this in Vegas. It's 66 and raining in Seattle, and next week it will probably be the same damn rain goes there. But you know what, my friend? That is the weather. So, hey, be kind in those hot areas. Leave some water out for those guys that are actually bringing in your toys and everything. You know the guy that you're bringing all that heavy stuff and everything in the hot sun. Have some water for those guys. Those guys are working hard, but that's the weather.
112 FM, Bandito Radio.
All of that weather, and so far, I mean, we're knee deep into this episode, my friend, and I need a pick me up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wonder if they're which really, honestly, is kind of why we love this sponsor the most, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to introduce all of you toy fanatics to Figure Fuel Energy. Let's talk about that energy. Whether you're hunting grails, posing figures, building dioramas, or deep in a custom paint job, you need fuel to keep going. And no, I'm not talking about lukewarm gas station coffee. I'm talking about Figure Fuel Energy, the ultimate energy drink for toy enthusiasts. With our Electro Surge Caffeine, Steady Hand Precision Blend, and Shelf Warrior Stamina Boost, this bad boy keeps you sharp, steady, and sculpted like a premium import figure.
That's right, Chet. Whether you're a loose collector, a mock protector, or a custom creator, Figure Fuel Energy has your back, and it comes in 3 collector-grade flavors. First one's Prototype Punch, because every great collection starts with a concept. Blister Pack Berry, so fresh it could have a peg hook. Glow in the Dark Grape, because real collectors don't sleep, they recharge.
That's right. And for those long nights painting customs, designing displays, or just scrolling eBay for a deal that doesn't require selling a kidney, no crash, no jitters, just pure collecting power. So hit up figurefuelenergy.com. That's figurefuelenergy.com and use code TOYPOWER, TOYPOWER, for 10% off and fuel your passion like a legend. Figure Fuel Energy, because shelf space ain't gonna fuel itself.
112 FM, Bandito Radio.
And hey, if you're listening to this and you're like, how do I get a hold of Figure Fuel? Well, we got some news for you. Figure Fuel, they have decided that they are actually releasing a coffee, which is fantastic. And that's going to be available on holygrailtoys.com. And we would like to remind all of you, while you're sipping on your Figure Fuel coffee and checking out holygrailtoys.com, we want to remind you that if you're listening to this, you probably need to subscribe to Bandito Radio 112 FM on YouTube. You can find everything that you love there, 24/7, nonstop streaming. You can find us on the Shadow Nose Network on YouTube. Yeah. Like, subscribe, follow for more. And everything else is fantastic. Isn't that right?
Absolutely, man. It definitely. If you're looking for, up 24 hours, and guess what? That's the exciting thing. Went live last week, 24/7. So it doesn't matter what hour of the night that you're in, there is something playing for you. For a lot of great artists and tracks, man, I have enjoyed all points. I like the variety, Chet. That's the thing about it. It's not just the same kind of genre. It's mixed in and everything. And then, after us, full Frontal Purple. So if you're looking for like a podcast that takes it to the extreme, it's there too, man. So I've enjoyed that. And let's not forget Mira's Morgue of Midnight Madness. In the middle of the night, you want to hear something dark and spooky? Yeah, got it. It's got everything on Bandito Radio, man.
Yeah. Hey, as far as toy news goes, do you think the 3 1/4 figures are the future again?
You know what? We had over on the Shadows Network a couple of weeks ago, Chris Scott from Grindhouse Toys, who's got his World War Hell line that will be kickstarted on June 13th. So check your Kickstarter and make sure you're taking that from Grindhouse Toys. And he's doing some innovative stuff that I was kind of shocked. I thought the 3 3/4 level had passed. It's like that was 80s. We've gotten into the 6-inch lines. But the stuff that I'm seeing, especially from a lot of the independents, from Delta 17 to Operation Recall to LaCroix Toys, it's really kind of revitalized my sense in 3 3/4, man, because they complement any of my vintage G.I. Joes or any other characters I've had at that size. So, yeah, I do think there's a it seems like to go to the future, we've got to go to the past,
Yeah, I mean, what's great about the 3 3/4, I've told you this is like probably my favorite size. I have a few. I for sure am like Grindhouse all the way. Yeah. I do like Delta 17. Yeah. I think where I'm at on this is like, look, one of the arguments that you can make is that not only are they shelf friendly, and I've told you that I really love the Marvel Universe series, you know, but you can also do like any vehicle to be honest, like that you like a vehicle isn't out of the realm in a 3 3/4 size, and I think that's cool. I think that a lot of the collecting factor is like, look, for like 2 shelves that I have 6-inch figures and stuff on, right? I could take an entire collection of 3 3/4 figures and put them on one shelf with space, and then you could put a lot of the 3 3/4 vehicles on the other shelf. So you could basically put your entire collection on like a giant shelf from IKEA. So I think it's good. Will Hasbro or Mattel circle back on this scale? I'm not sure. I don't know what you think on that.
I don't think they are. I think they're Hasbro and Mattel. Hasbro, I don't believe so, because they did run that HasLab, and then they gave that the O-Ring Joes to Super 7. But Mattel, there's a couple of shocking things. We were in a Target recently, and I saw that Mattel did a size comparison, maybe a little bigger, maybe a little smaller than 3 3/4. But their new Jurassic Park line that he came out with had like action figures and vehicles and things like that were a little bit more playability, as before, which they hadn't done it. They had just done basically some dinosaurs, or they had it at they had the Hammond collection. Those are way smaller than 3 3/4. So it was interesting to see that they are adapting different sizes and different lines. I remember when they had that the Jurassic Park gate fiasco from Marvel or Mattel Creations that didn't go through, and those characters were smaller than 3 3/4. So, I think Mattel's basically Mattel's throwing things at the wall to see what sticks. You know, I think they've got the Barbie kind of models done. They've got the He-Man, and they're trying to see, well, what other thing will sell with people. So they're trying different multitudes of characters, lines, and situations like that. I will say, Mattel, the dinosaurs that they've been coming up with look really damn great. The stuff that they got for Jurassic World Rebirth, some
Yeah.
of the new dinosaurs look extremely well, but you've got it. They've got to do
Yeah.
figures. But when I'm looking at, like, when we're going to independent toy shows and I'm seeing, like, Adamat that's out there doing great versions of his own version of 3 3/4 figures. Customizers are doing damn great jobs too, man. I'm starting to see that this is like, you can put them inside of old classic Joe vehicles. There's even some of these guys out here designing their own new vehicles. So yeah, I think they are making a resurgence. Hopefully it makes a resurgence for the playability line. If 3 3/4 are like returning, like, younger fans to play with them and get more excited, that's all great. If it's still just driving into collectors points, then I don't know about that, because I would much rather have a new fandom come in and be excited with new vehicles, new adventures, new things to work their imagination on.
Yeah, I don't buy them, but I'm a huge fan of that new Jurassic Park line.
Yeah.
Their figures are like 3 3/4 to like 3.8, so they're
Yeah.
a little bit over. Some are under,
Mhm.
but they look. I mean, scale wise, like Doc, if
Yeah.
you were a kid, that's such an imagination you can have. I mean, like they have giant T-Rexes, and whatever the new one is it's
Yeah.
44 inches, dude.
Yeah.
Like, that's massive, and that is 44 inches. Let me remind you, it is only $40.
Yeah, now see, that was the best point of that. When playability comes in, and, like, look, obviously, since you'll be watching a Jurassic Park movie, it'll be like some dinosaur chomping on an action figure. But that's what you want. You want playability to return. Now if
Mhm.
they did that which I think it'd be great at a 6-inch line, that's all great, but that's for collectors. Like,
Mhm.
this line is specifically brought down for younger individuals, so they can actually, re-immerse themselves in their imagination. I like it. I think it's smart. I was complaining that what is Jurassic Park and the Mattel doing, because they're not using that line to its full potential. This seems like they've really kind of done it. We'll see. I think the movie's going to do extremely well, and that's going to only help push that line a little harder.
Yeah, I'm excited. What you did say something which I think is really awesome. They actually, the big giant T-Rex thing, I don't remember what that's called, but that one is that it's actually, you can eat the other dinosaurs with it, and then they come out. So
Yeah,
you can
they
actually like go through and eat it. So they thought about that, right? Like, which
They
is
did
awesome.
that with the original Jurassic Park line too.
They
They
did,
had
yeah.
that one where you could actually bite and do like chunks off the dinosaurs.
Just
But
reusing that crash test dummy license.
but
Yeah.
it was playability. That's what younger fans want to do. And so that adds into them, because you can't have, like, dinosaurs shaking hands. It doesn't work. You got to have them
Yeah.
take a chunk out of somebody.
Yeah, I love there, we don't really talk a lot about Mattel stuff.
Yeah.
But I will tell you this, man. Regardless of what's happening to Mattel, like, they're one of the forefronts on trying to bring playability back to toys. I mean, honestly, not only that, you can tell because they are interactive. They could be built better, but also they have a lot of articulation.
Yeah.
And like, as a parent, I'm like, dude, I could buy that big ass T-Rex for like $40 and my
Yeah.
kid's happy. Okay,
Yeah.
whatever. And then the price point follows as it goes down, right?
Yeah, this is the thing. Hasbro's not doing that. Super 7's not doing that. NECA's not doing that. You know, so it is refreshing that they're marketing in their mind, and they do have collector series. One thing we've been talking about, and we'll announce this a little later on, about a new cast that we're doing, is diecast dreams. We kind of like heavily fell into the whole diecast cars thing. If you're a parent, they are, you can walk into any discount store, any regular retailer, grocery stores have seen it. Pick up an actual die-cast card. They're still trying to bring. Mattel is in the process of constantly bringing playability back to younger fans. I do admire that. I think it's extremely smart. Some of this new Jurassic Park stuff looks great. I know I've got nieces and nephews. They're all into dinosaurs. They love that kind of thing. And look, I know how mischievable they are. Is that to have them chewing on some characters? That's what they want to do. And so I will say that's the one aspect I will give Mattel. If we're going to do a grade of things, playability, they are at an A+ when it comes to their lines. So, give credit where credit's due. I think Hasbro, they're trying that with some of the Star Wars stuff, and it's not working as well. But Mattel's the forefront of that right now, man. And I'll also say maybe Playmates too, because Playmates does a pretty good job of some of their stuff being extremely playability for the younger fans. And Mutant Mayhem stuff, I know a lot of people had their pluses and minuses about that movie, but I see that line in more younger fans' hands than the NECA, those versions of the Teenage Mutant Turtles that were like 30, 40 years ago,
Yeah. Yeah, I will tell you that there is one that I'm trying to find, and I think I saw it at Target earlier, but there's a Jurassic Park. It's the electronic real feel Tyrannosaurus Rex, and that's the one that you can eat
it or something.
Well, you scan it and it's interactive, and then it eats the smaller dinosaurs, and they kind of come out of his stomach. And so I want to see how that is. But I'll give you an example that has all the electronics, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's super big, and that one is $46.99, right?
Yeah.
And then the regular Tyrannosaurus Rex for this, right? It is $34.49, and it's highly articulated. I mean, it's everything you could think of that it would need to be articulated. And then the giant one, like the colossal Allosaurus dinosaur, is 38 inches. Mm-hmm. And it also swallows smaller figures. This is the thing, that, just going in the grass and just having this, this is what I'm talking about. This is wild, and to not to mention, you can bring in other things from 3 3/4 and it lines up with it. And I think that's it's scary. The reason why I haven't bought them is because I'm afraid if I buy them, I will like them. And then if I buy them and I like them and I'm playing with them outside and they get ruined, I have no insurance on
them. Yeah, absolutely. That's one thing you definitely want to make sure that you have that done. But you know who can help you with that, right?
No, who's that?
Collectors, we've all been there. You've opened the box, and it's not what you ordered. A crushed card, swapped to figures, a limited edition, or with unlimited problems. That's where Timmy Mint, a toy advocate attorney from the law offices of Mint, with over 2 decades of courtroom victories and toy settlements from the biggest names in the industry, Timmy Mint is the legal muscle behind your plastic justice. From pre-order purgatory to QC nightmares, he's the one you call when the toy world does you dirty. He just doesn't fight for his collectors. He collects victories, and every case he takes comes mint graded. So don't get shelf shamed. Dial 1-800-555-MINT today. That's 1-800-555-MINTE mint. Because your collectibles doesn't need to get disrespected. If you call Timmy Mint, you can get those recollected. And his motto is, if it ain't mint, then it ain't right.
112 FM, Bandito Radio.
Well, I know there's a lot of people out there that are trying to figure out, what's going on in our world and how can they find us?
Well, there's a couple of things. If you're already here on Bandito Radio, if you solve some of that problem right here, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Let us know what you think about the show. And then from there, if you want to watch this, well, you can catch myself and Mr. Maddox over on Toy Box Chronicles over on the SKN Shadow Nose Network. And that is Got great shows over there on Wednesdays. Toy Box Chronicles. All the week's recaps of everything that goes crazy and run around in the toy world. You can catch from myself and Mr. Maddox over there, 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the SKN. And on Friday nights, there's Pixel Plastic and Ink. That's right. It's myself, Mr. Maddox, Rad, and Dr. Brentley. And we're talking about all things toys, all things comics, all things in the world of film and entertainment. It's a catch-all show. That is also on Friday nights at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Times over there. We've added, there's a channel membership over there if you want to do it, but we've now added a Patreon. So you get some exclusive stuff like this show right here. You can see the visuals over on Patreon. Can they not, Mr. Maddox?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you go over to Patreon and you got visuals. We're going to be doing a big announcement on Friday night at 7 p.m. And we've heard people say they want a little bit more like community driven. So, head over to Patreon. All the money that's spent on Patreon goes exactly right back into everything that we do. It's going to help fund some of the giveaways we want to do. And then also we have I think we worked with the team to kind of like build out everything. So it's pretty reasonable, pretty fair. We're also going to be, once a month giving away like a membership to already members. Will cover your costs for the month. So we got a lot of stuff planned, man. It's I'm really excited about it, and that's in conjunction with the YouTube memberships. Yeah. But if you want YouTube, also is like there's like a 99-cent option just to kind of get you some behind the scenes. But a lot of our backstage content, a lot of our setup videos and things like that for conventions. Like we have some crazy partnerships probably coming up soon. You'll see behind the scenes on all that. So it's gonna be kind of cool.
Yeah, and if you want to catch us live, well, guess what? June 8th is your opportunity to do that. We will be at the Robo Toy Fest in Burbank, California, at the Burbank Convention Center, which is the Marriott over there. But it's the best part about that is that if you fly in, you can go right from the airport, across the street, get to the show. At the end of the show, get right back on the plane and go home. You don't even have to stay in town if you want to. But that's June 8th, and not only will we be there, our partners over at Odd Frog Entertainment will be there as well, premiering the Bandito. And, you want to see the Bandito, especially the 112 Chop Shop diorama, because, man, every time I see it, there's something added in. It had chain link fence. Those guys at the 112 Chop Shop are working on cars. I'll tell you that, man. Fenders and all kind of stuff that they're working on. So you get to see a couple of versions of the Bandito. If you haven't pre-ordered that, you should do so. You should absolutely do so. And then the reason why I'm telling you that you should do so is because it will be on one of our new affiliates, and that is Holy Grail Toys. And when we say Holy Grail, it's not Holy Hell Batman, it's Holy Grail Batman. Holy Grail Toys. If you're looking for something, everybody has a grail that you're looking for. That's the place that you can find it on. Great products, great situations. Got we put our merchandise on there. So if you're looking for something for, action figure frequency t-shirt that you want, you can go to Holy Grails to get that. But if you want to order the Bandito, you can do it over there as well. HolyGrailToys.com. It is something that is amazing. Mr. Chet, you've been working with them a lot more.
Yeah. It's I bet it's a cool website, man. The guys over there are pretty awesome. So I'm excited about it. And they have some stuff up there to get right now. So head over there, check them out, holygrailtoys.com.
Absolutely. And, from there, man, we're planning a couple other things over here. Again, we've got some summer surprises coming up. We'll be announcing that pretty soon. Got some little things we're going to do differently on Bandito Radio over the summer to try to, give you guys your summer fix that you need and everything. If you're sitting at home and you're customizing during the day because, you're off, we got something for you, man. And, it always comes in these situations, is that whenever we start getting to the end of these shows, there seems a little anxiety that happens, Chad, for some strange reason.
Yeah, I mean, if you're someone that's consistently refreshing your feed for the Target exclusive.
Did you just trade your cat for that rare NECA accessory pack?
Do you hear phantom dings and think it's a pre-order notification?
Friends, you may be suffering from FOMO.
But there's hope. At the FOMO Toy Treatment Center, they help collectors like you break the cycle of stress, regret, and double dipping.
Their certified toy therapists will walk you through every missed drop, misaligned shelf, and minor paint flaw.
With group sessions like letting go of the variant chase and mindful mint on card breathing, you'll find peace in your plastic.
It's not about having it all. It's about loving what you've got.
Call now and get a free stress squeezy shaped like a loose accessory bin.
Side effects may exclude extreme calm, shelf satisfaction, and the sudden urge to open everything.
Don't let your fear of missing out keep you from collecting joy.
112 FM, Bandito Radio.
And just like that, another fantastic, amazing, crazy episode of Action Figure Frequencies has landed into your ears and onto the radio waves of the internet. So we want to remind you not to let those price hikes kill your passion. Remember, you got to adapt, survive, and keep that toy shelf strong, because if you don't, you're going to probably have some problems and FOMO is going to get a lot of business. So, Mr. Storm, any final thoughts as we wrap out?
Yeah, make sure you're listening to some fine music after us, and don't forget that, later on in the day, full Frontal Purple from our buddies, the Purple Gang is going to actually show up. So, and then you'll get some recasting of our stuff and replays later on the night. So if you missed this, don't worry, you got another shot at it. Don't worry, but full Frontal Purple, you want to look out. If you drive time on the way home, full Frontal Purple is going to get you there.
They will keep you excited. And we want to remind you here at Action Figure Frequencies to keep chasing that plastic dragon, but don't tell your significant other, because it results in, separation. So until next time, everyone, we are Action Figure Frequencies. I am Chet Maddox, Superstar, your lovely, gorgeous, sexy host, accompanied as always by the thunderous, the lightning striking Alexander Storm. Thank you, and we will see you all next week.
Thank you for listening to Action Figure Frequencies with Chet Maddox and Alexander Storm.
Well, hello, listener. You are tuned in to 112 on your FM dial. Bandito Radio. Ow!
Now I'm out in the rain, trying to say anything, just to try to get her back. Neighbors heard everything. If she ever open up, I'ma give her everything, cause I gotta try to show her she was worth everything. Sports watch, gold chains, I'ma throw 'em in the flames. She was always parachuting, I'm the one who cut the strings. And I say anything, I'ma try to end the pain. Made a promise, I'ma change. Perfect time never came. I'ma say anything, she can always do the same. Through the mixtape out the window, I can see through the pain. When she look in my eyes, she can see everything, cause she know when I lost her, I lost everything. I was just a fool once, I'ma be a fool again. I was just fool's gold, she could see through me then. I was just a broken record, she the one who let it spin. Now I got no words, she could say anything. rain, tryna say anything just to try to get it back. Neighbors heard everything. If she ever open up, I'ma give her everything. Cause I gotta try to show her she was worth everything. Sports watch, gold chains, I'ma throw 'em in the flames. She was always parachuting, I'm the one who cut the strings. And I say anything just to try to end the pain. Made a promise, I'ma change. Perfect time never came. Now I'm trying to say anything. She can always do the same. Through the mixtape out the window, I can see through the pain. When she look in my eyes, she can see everything. Cause she know when I lost her, I lost everything. I was just a fool once, I'ma be a fool again. I was just fool's gold, she can see through me then. I was just a broken record, she the one who let it spin. Now I got no words, she can say anything, anything.
Yet another great jam by Noel.
Goddamn, I'm buzzed. Been a little minute since I popped this drug. Coming from a guy who ain't got no love, no soul inside that I can trust. I'm buzzed. I don't know what's on my mind. I'm buzzed. I'm always out of my mind. I'm wearing Gucci fur, but it's not for her. Got stuck so bad, you don't know how bad this hurt. I'm hurt in so many ways. Look at the look on my face. You told me that you needed space. I asked you like what was the case. You told me that you parted ways. Now I'm sad in the flight. You gotta make me jealous when you hang with him. Why you gotta make me paranoid when you're not with me and you're with him? I'm buzzed. I know that's on my mind. I'm buzzed. I'm always out of my mind. Goddamn, I'm buzzed. Been a little minute since I popped this drug. Coming from a guy who ain't got no love, no soul inside that I can trust. I'm buzzed. I don't know what's on my mind. I'm buzzed. I'm always out of my mind. I'm wearing Gucci fur, but it's not for her. Got stung so bad, you don't know how bad this hurt. I pop me a bean, the nigga done hop on the scene. You cheated inside of my dreams, and now I'm walk up my feet. I'm steadily smoking this green and rapping this sipping on lean. Out of my mind, I know I'm buzzed. Like what's the fuss? Stop acting sus, like what the fuck? I'm buzzed.
That was I Am Mad. Groovy tune was brought to you by Stratos. Check out this one from Southern Scars.
You wouldn't know it by looking at me, but I've been through storms no one else could see. Smiling wide, saying I'm just fine, hiding the hurt like a well-rehearsed line. The weight I carry, it don't make a sound, but late at night, it comes back around. Some scars can't be seen, but they're always there, like a whisper in the dark, like a ghost in the air. They don't fade, they don't heal, they just lie real low. But when the world gets quiet, they start to show. People move on like nothing went wrong, but shadows stay when the lights are gone. You can cover them up, hide them real deep, but some wounds ain't meant to ever leave. Every smile's just another disguise, holding back the truth behind these eyes. Oh, some scars can't be seen, but they're always there, like a whisper in the dark, like a ghost in the air. They don't fade, they don't heal, they just lie real low. But when the world gets quiet, they start to show. If you've ever felt like you're all alone, like no one sees the weight you've known, just hold on tight, don't fade away. The night don't last, there's a brand new day. Some scars can't be seen, but they're always there, like a whisper in the dark, like a ghost in the air. They don't fade, they don't heal, they just lie real low. But when the world gets quiet, they start to show. Some scars can't be seen, but they're always there.
Check out this banger from Ray Millie.
He's always tempting me. I got the recipe. I wanna see your world. See that you won't hurt me. I know that look in your eyes. My type of guy in disguise. What will it take to be mine? Ooh, I wanna see your world. Ooh, I wanna be your girl. Ooh, tell me we gon' be alright tonight. I'm thinking crazy. You tease when you say maybe. You drive me insane, baby. You got my heart, I swear. That laugh in your brown hair. No one like you compare. What it takes to be your girl. And people say I'm stupid. You're so irresistible. But I can't help this feeling. I'm acting delusion. Oh, he said that I'm the realest. I'm trying to share the same goals. Maybe I am the reason he keep on asking for more. See your world. Ooh, I wanna be your girl. Ooh, tell me we gon' be alright tonight. Ooh, I wanna see your world. Ooh, I wanna be your girl. Ooh, tell me we gon' be alright tonight. What a man can't do. Losing my focus on what a man can't prove. Holding my guard up cause I'm afraid to lose. We could choke side. Drink to her more time. Can't be committed because I'm not in sharing mine. Just my opinion, I'm damn if I ever told a lie. Not to say my type is me with the wrong guy. It's something about you that got me putting my pride aside. Ooh, I wanna see your world. Ooh, I wanna be your girl. Ooh, tell me we gon' be alright tonight. I wanna see your world. Ooh, I wanna be your girl. Ooh, tell me we gon' be alright tonight. He's always tempting me. I got the recipe. I wanna see your world. See that you won't hurt me. I know that look in your eyes. My type of guy in disguise. What will it take to be mine?
Well, hello there. You are tuned in to 112 on your FM dial. Bandito Radio. Ow!
From the smoking fire, I march alone. I see your heart beats beneath the stone. With every step, I hear the cries. But an iron soldier never dies. The ground shakes under boots of war. Brothers fall and blood's the score. I carry the voices, I bear the pain. ground. Through the fire, hear the sound. A heart of steel, a will unbroken. In the fight, no words are spoken. Iron soldier, rise again. For the fallen, until the end. When the dust has settled and silence remains, I'll carry their names through the pain. An iron soldier, forged in fire, driven by hope, by love, my desire. Iron soldier, I march on still. A warrior's heart, an unyielding will.
That was Iron Spires. Check out this audio journey from Stratos. Are you enjoying 112 FM Bandito Radio? Like the tunes that you're hearing? Are you an independent artist that wants to join our culture for the restless and creative and have your tracks played out there? Well, email us, baby. 112banditoradio@gmail.com. Drop us a line, baby. Let's get your music out there.
I need more anointment. This pain goes deeper than flesh. Yeah, I'm wishing crazy, lazy and busy. I'm working all just to rest. I need money, it's all that I see. How deeply in love really be. She says, money, it's all that I need. And love from somebody else. Now that you know how deeply in love really be. Yeah, now that you know how deep can you bury me. Let's see. Cross on my chain and protect my neck. Cross on my chain and protect my neck. Cross on my chain and protect my neck. Let's see. Cross on my chain and protect my neck. Cross on my chain and protect my neck. Cross on my chain and protect my neck. Let's see. I see the whispers across the room. The hallway leads to you down the stairs. Yeah, sex and candy throughout the air. I see you in his ear. Look to see if I care. I don't care, 'cause my mind is tripping, I'm tripping right. I don't care how you get home tonight. She said I hope that you fucking die. Still I don't care how you get home tonight. 'Cause my mind is tripping, I'm tripping right. I don't care how you get home tonight. Keep playing the victim, you play it nice. Still I don't care how you get home tonight. Now that you know how deep can your love really be. Yeah, now that you know how deep can you bury me. Let's see. Cross on my chain and protect my neck. Cross on my chain and protect my neck. Cross on my chain and protect my neck. Let's see. Cross on my chain and protect my neck. Cross on my chain and protect my neck. Cross on my chain and protect my neck. Let's see.
Frontal Purple.
Help! It's full frontal purple. What is full frontal purple? I don't know, but I think I'm gonna need an adult. I reckon I'll probably listen to the first 1 hour and decide if I want to keep listening.
It's full frontal purple.
And you are listening to Full Frontal Purple with the Purple Gang Gang on Bandito Radio 112 FM.
Yes. Hey, we're back for a 4th episode of Full Frontal Purple.
Hey, I'm going to go ahead and raise you one. We're back for a 5th episode of Full Frontal Purple.
Is this the 5th one?
This is the 5th one. And we are with our main man, Kent Poole Collects. Kent Poole, thanks for joining us tonight. What's going on?
Yeah.
Hey, happy to be part of the 5th show, Full Frontal Purple, coming at you. And been hearing some good things, so happy to lend my radio face to this week's episode.
Ooh, I like how you put that there. And tell us the radio station that pays.
Which one?
The one that pays?
Yes, that radio station.
Which one?
The one that pays. The one that like sent you the check.
For how how well my face is for radio.
Yes, that radio station.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Did Edgevaria radio? G, are you there?
Can this man get a lifeline? Coming to you live from Bandito Radio. We've got
Bandito Radio.
Yes.
Bum, 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 bum. But Edgeway is also an acceptable answer. So hot dog, you won.
That's usually how I start Purple Gang. So I had to get that in there.
It's funny because it's true.
It is true. And he's referring to the Purple Gang live stream every Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern on the official Purple Gang YouTube channel. Back to you, Jordan.
Yeah, that's from both of us.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a good segue there. But also shout out to Shadow Nose Network, the OG, Action Figure Frequencies, Shadow Nose Network, the OG podcast on Bandito Radio. Chet and Alex, absolutely amazing and sexy dudes all around, killing it with the great content here and there and every which way. So, but it's not about us tonight. It's not about them tonight. It's not about the tariffs that everybody else is talking about. Tonight is about Kentpool and what Kentpool collects.
Are you more of an above ground, in ground, saltwater, chlorine? Like, tell me about your pool collection.
Well, there are so many pool choices. You want to make sure, especially with Memorial Day coming up, great time to open up those pools for 2025. So you want to make sure you got all your supplies. You want to make sure you got that favorite poolside chair, and got to have the chemicals, because pools are not easy. Takes a lot of work, but get out there, review those pools, have a great summertime, enjoy yourself, kick back. People take pools for granted, so just want to bring back the pool fun for everyone.
And we hope to see you by the pool.
See you by the pool.
So when you review a pool, where do we find your pool content, Kentpool?
Well, it's supposed to be on my YouTube channel, but right now it is dominated by toy action figure hunts and going to Ollie's here in the East Coast, going to them Ross stores, those Targets, those Walmarts. So maybe someday I'll get brave enough to actually put a pool review out there. Maybe at Legion's Con 2025 we'll get the official pool review video. But your guy, he enjoys the Kent Pool and the Kent Pool jokes and the fun, and just mostly toy hunting, and that's what an awesome community, and just love being part of the community.
Absolutely amazing community. And what got you started doing toy hunts, Kent?
The biggest thing used to be like a gamer. I started to realize that I was spending more time on YouTube watching gaming than playing gaming. And I started seeing these dudes like running around and finding stuff at stores. And I'm like, okay, this is kind of cool. Like, I'm a big Marvel guy. I used to love the comic books as a kid and everything. And I start remembering like Toy Biz and some of the older like stuff that's retro now that I used to collect, Ninja Turtles and stuff. So yeah, I just started seeing Marvel Legends, and I'm like, you know what? I'm in the Charlotte area. Let me go check out a couple stores, and kind of interested to see what I can find.
Yeah, that checks out. What year did you start doing these toy hunts after kind of pivoting away from the gaming scene?
So I would say roughly 2016, and then the channel kind of really got going in 2017. I used to be part of a channel, Jetta Patrol, bunch of 1/6 figures, Funko Pops back in the day. And, I would tell all these like toy hunt stories and everything. And it got to the point where everybody's like, well, you're already going to all these stores and everything. Why aren't you recording? So just kind of started hitting the record. You know, you can only fantasize about something for so long. Then you got to hit the button and kind of do your thing, right?
Yeah, that's valid. You eventually got to fuck on film. I get that. Yeah.
Gotta record. And I tell you what, the YouTube has become as much of the hobby for me. I just enjoy kind of going out, sharing what's in the area. Always love the comments. YouTube loves the comments, and it's just a great way to interact with people that I just wouldn't have an opportunity otherwise to interact with. So it's a lot of fun, and it's just amazing what I have here in this market and what people see, you know, almost across the world now with some of the comments.
Yeah, comments are everything. So we've heard. What's your favorite?
I mean, I love them.
that you can
YouTube loves
remember?
them.
Can you tell me about the first time you met YouTube? Like, how did that go down?
Well, I was actually kind of goes back to the gaming. I think I was playing one of the Batman Arkham games, and I was like, how do I solve this puzzle? And again, it was more watching YouTube and watching these gamers. And I'm like, I don't even need to play these games. Like, everybody posts all this stuff. Like, I'll just watch these videos, save myself like $50 at the time. But I was actually in a little bit of a car accident. Was kind of laying around watching YouTube, and the toy hunting was kind of one of those things that helped me get up. And you know, as much as I could sit there and watch it, I really wanted to get out there and kind of do it.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I had a bad car accident too, and put me in a similar place.
Were you watching YouTube when you had your bad car accident as well?
No, I was like binge watching Black Mirror and American Horror Story, and just really getting in a really fucked up place mentally at the time. But enough about me. This is about Kentpool.
Where do you keep your phone at while you're driving and watching YouTube? Like, do you hold it directly in front of your face, or?
I would say when I am driving and not recording, I probably do more listening. Like, that's a good time. If it's not too early or too late, I can pull up like Euro Legion's podcast on YouTube.
Yeah.
Or, you know, my guy Art by Ackerman, I can kind of listen to him. And I would say when I'm driving, not recording, because I record way too much in my car while driving. I'm listening to, mostly listening to shows, not watching the videos.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I get a lot. That's pretty much all I listen to these days in the car is podcasts. It's very rarely music anymore, which is really, really odd considering how much I love music. And I know you love music, and everyone loves music, right? But it's just like you have all this content you need to stay current on.
Sure,
so what better time? You're stuck in the car. It's either listen to it or not listen to it. So let's listen to it and have a good time. You kind of zone out, get to your destination. Boom, there we are.
I've been doing that and binge watching Star Trek Discovery. Thank you, Star Player.
Not while you're driving, though.
No, actually, while I'm driving, like I've actually got the iPad set up
in
right
front of
in
your
front
front
of the steering wheel.
Can't see anything other
Yeah.
than
Warp
Star
speed.
Trek.
I just let D13 Jesus take the wheel, and I watch my shows, man.
Can I get a hallelujah? Amen.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, speaking of D13 Jesus taking the wheel, Dirk's Designs and Customs actually has a great fundraiser going on right now.
Yeah.
It's a PGG Purple Gang Dirk's Designs and Customs fundraiser for D13 toys. There is a Chris Gorich head sculpt. Gorich
There
head
you go.
sculpt available right now on dirksdesignsandcustoms.com. $15 for the head sculpt. Every single dollar made is going straight to Chris to help him with his Kickstarter unexpected tariff expenses. So if you want to support a good cause, that's a great cause.
awesome
supporting
cause.
that cause.
We'll support those small toy companies. Keep those creative ideas and just diverse, amazing action figures coming our way. You know,
because not only is he doing like the religious line right now, but
he's doing the Lord's work.
He's doing the Lord's work, but he's also has big plans out there to like bring back maybe some presidential action figures using the same ball. So we get his tariff expenses knocked out, and maybe we'll start seeing some of those JFK head sculpts we were talking about with him. You know, maybe a Tricky Dick, maybe maybe a George Washington. Yeah. You know, those bucks are very versatile.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of people after you posted the D13 Black Jesus song on the Purple Gang Gang YouTube channel, they did not realize that wasn't AI. That was the actual action figure. That's how well it moves. Like it just he dropped it onto the diorama and it just started fighting motherfuckers. Yeah.
And you know, what is today's date? Today's date is May the 7th. But the D13 Biblical Adventures toy line actually just hit Big Bad Toy Store today, and Black Jesus sold out first thing this morning, like within moments of it going live. So you know, not only is he a powerful fighter and a powerful religious spiritual leader, but he's a crowd favorite too.
He's also scout bait. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah,
yeah.
Go into the old D13 eBay account.
I know that's right.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry about that segue there, but it was just a good time to mention it.
Would you say that like you caught the spirit and it just took over and you had to share? You had to testify? You had to testify about the D13 biblical
testify.
Yes.
Witness me, shining in chrome. Yeah.
That's how we do.
Metallic Silver Surfer Jesus is next.
Well, we did that actually would make sense because he did the Hanukkah angels.
Right.
And yeah, that already had a Silver Surfer vibe going for it. So that would be cool.
That's super cool.
What would it be? A Mortem Joe? Was it Mortem Joe? Is that what we called him? A Mortem Joe Jesus?
Immortan Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need to get that shit tattooed on my forearm so I can remember it. I'm gonna be like fucking Memento with Guy Pearce over here.
What a great film.
It was a great
all the figures on your arm.
There you go. Absolutely.
So Kent, something we like to ask everybody that we talk to, how do you know us?
Ooh, that is an excellent question. I want to say first show was Inside Pitch Raleigh. I think I briefly saw Van. I know you were working the table, so we got to chat quite a bit. But we are Carolina strong and kind of starting off from all these Carolina shows. We've just kind of sprouted out, going all over the East Coast now, and always a good time when get to meet up with you guys. It's wild, like Raleigh and Charlotte don't look that far, but it can be a little bit of a ride. So probably we do more of the tube thing than we probably would like, but definitely the convention scene, toy shows. We've had the opportunity to run into each other quite a bit, and now kind of starting to become a normal thing. So a lot of fun. Slinging figures, having fun.
Wearing each other like coats.
I know that's right.
Yeah.
Wearing coats.
One day. But the correct answer we were looking for is we are employed studio people of Kemple Collects.
Yeah. There you
go.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that's all we were trying to get to.
Yeah.
But
well, that's not my decision. Last year at Heroes Con, George actually assumed ownership of Kent Pool Collects. So I imagine George put you all in that position. I just like being the low guy on the totem pole and running around doing my thing.
We'll take it. No, I remember that. That was wonderful. Was that your footage or was that my footage of me recording you? Either way, I know it was just like
it was probably you recording me, but yeah, George took over. It was a hostile takeover, and I'm just happy to still have a job at Kent Pool Collects.
the Sausage King of New Jersey is a benevolent leader.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, he
Yeah, I
is.
mean, you can't be a sovereign and not make power moves like that, right? Am I right?
I know that's
Yeah,
right.
he took all those ownership responsibilities off of me, and now I just get to run around and have fun.
That's his supreme right. I mean, I would imagine that, as the sovereign of all sausages in New Jersey, that's within his purview to go ahead and manifest destiny onto your brand, and it's now his.
Yeah. And speaking of the CEO and president of Kentpool Collects, George Gaspar, the Sausage King of New Jersey, not only is the D13 Chris fundraiser head available for purchase, you can also purchase a George Gaspar head in two forms.
Oh, yeah.
With a sausage crown showing his true royalty as being the Sausage King of New Jersey, as well as one with a hat.
That's a throwback to Heroes Con too, wasn't it?
With the balloon, when you commissioned the sausage balloon crown.
Yeah, that was great.
He wore it with pride. Yeah, and then it became like I used that photo for so many funny little videos on Purple Gang Gang live stream.
He's still trying to, which maybe we need to on the live, this Saturday coming up with the folks from the Fall of Gray Skull 2.
And this will actually be about 2 weeks ago for everybody listening.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I forget, time is but a construct, right?
Yeah. I'm usually horrible with it, but I'm like, all right, when will this probably go up and what are we talking about? Yes. So yeah, we had a great time at IshCon a couple nights ago. It was a really, really good show.
All those exclusives.
Great time.
Yeah.
But once again,
be a North Carolina record.
This is May 7th and IshCon hasn't happened yet, just to bring everybody back.
To all you who aren't time wizards like ourselves.
Back to reality.
Yeah. Big Calendar's winning this episode.
Mm-hmm.
Travels smart coming your way. Julimber.
Yes. Absolutely. Octobuary?
There it is. I don't trust Octobuary.
No, that one's way too. I can't spell May. How am I supposed to spell Octobuary?
First Halloween. What about second Halloween?
Oh, I'm back. Actually, now I'm back on board with Octobuary. You got me.
There it is.
32 days.
There it is.
Absolutely.
Got him.
Yeah, but as far as your collecting goes, do you just like collect footage of hunts, or is there like a particular line that's like near and dear to your heart?
So when I started recording, it was all about them Marvel Legends. Again, I was a huge Marvel fan, kind of growing up, all the comic books and whatnot, and Toy Biz Marvel back in the day with all those crazy figures. And man, Toy Biz was wild, and I can remember like ordering away for figures and having to wait like months, and now people are like, I haven't even got my shipping notice. Like it's amazing how far we've come with toys and getting them delivered to the door and everything. But yeah, always been a big Marvel fan. So for me, it was hunting down Marvel Legends and trying to find them. And when I started the channel, it was like, well, I can go to Walgreens, I can go to Target, I can go to Walmart, I can go to Barnes and Noble, I can go like basically everywhere had Marvel Legends. Toys R Us, like most of these places aren't even around anymore. It's crazy. So just to kind of see the market and how things have kind of changed over the years. But yeah, for me, it was just trying to hunt down those Marvel Legends. I was going to be an inbox collector and just be like, oh, look at this thing that I've enjoyed and used to have, the old Toy Biz. I saw that Juggernaut Build-A-Figure put together, and I was like, yeah, there's no way I can keep that in the box. Like, I got to open these up. I got to put that guy together. So it's been Marvel Legends. Back then, I felt like Hasbro was more quarterly. So kind of as I was waiting for that next Marvel Legends wave, I'd pick up like Funko Pops and everything. And next thing I know, I had like 5,000 Funko Pops and doing like all these Funko shows and live streams and everything. And, one day I woke up covered in Funkos and I'm like, nah, these got to go. They got to go. So eventually, the Funkos went out, but I'm also a huge fan of using your collection to build your collection. So, like, selling Funkos and everything. Like, I had Funkos that I sold that I bought Hot Toys. I had, like, Storm collectibles that turned into G.I. Joe Classified. G.I. Joe Classified Valverse that eventually turned into Mythic Legions. Yeah, so been having a lot of fun with Mythic Legions, and as much as I've always enjoyed the toy community and kind of running around and hunting and stuff, kind of where my YouTube channel really was at one point. The Mythic Legions community has just been super welcoming, and being part of the cabal and kind of getting in and meeting people all over and the customizing and just some of the beautiful art and pictures, and it's been really cool. So going from a guy that was just gonna have toys in a box and be like, hey, look at this thing, to YouTube and painting and putting together these wild things. And obviously I look back and it's like, as much fun as all the plastic's been, I can't believe how many people I've kind of collected over the years.
Yes, your basement is loud.
I was going to say, is that where you store them? Yes. So are you still staying on top of the Marvel Legends, or is that kind of...
No, Marvel Legends has died down. I would say when it started turning into almost every other month of like waves and drops and stuff, it just got to be too much. There was a point where it was like, all right, if it's Marvel Legends, I'm going to pick it up no matter what. And just, it got to the point where I'm like, I already have this. I'm happy with what I have on the shelf. I don't need to buy my 900th Spider-Man. I got plenty of the Spider-Man. So
you got to see toy Spider-Man, but is he pinless?
Right. Yeah. So started to get to where it was picking and choosing. I have to say I've been more excited about the releases this year. I felt like 2024 was a lot of things I already had in the collection, a lot of bringing things back, which is great for new collectors to have the opportunity and not have to spend like $100 to get a $25, a $20, $10 Marvel Legends. So, but I am pretty excited. Like they're doing the Dark Avengers, which I love that little comic book run and everything. So I've been picking up some of those figures, and they're coming out with some things that I'm kind of excited for and on the hunt for this 2025 year.
I'm digging the retro cards for the most part. Like I don't pick up that many Marvel Legends. I actually grabbed ROM
from the mini comic book wave on the retro
right
cards.
Those are cool. And even before that, like when they I see Nightcrawler over there, I see little Spider Boy and stuff like that. It just, I don't know, something about those are the ones that will actually get me to grab it and pull it off the peg for some reason.
ROM is dope because he kind of transcends, we talked about this, he transcends shelves. Like he can fit into pretty much any line that you collect, right? Like throw him on your G.I. Joe Classified shelf. He's a robot bad guy, put him in space, put him in the woods. You got a lonely little robot in the woods. But with Marvel Legends, I'm very, very, very selective. I was
Very
hardcore, just like you were, right? Like I was buying everything that came out, and it just ended up being piles and piles of them. I couldn't open them faster than they were coming out. But the things that I'm excited about that they're putting out this year are more Age of Apocalypse figures, because those
There you
first
go.
two waves they did, I loved them. I'm like, I need Gambit. You know, we got Gambit this year. I need them all. Musk and Husk and Marrow, and there's all of them. So
yeah.
Hype on all that stuff. Gen X, the Gen X figures, and the Age of Apocalypse figures. Like those are two right there, close to the heart, childhood nostalgia overload, like lines within X-Men that I absolutely just loved.
So have you been going nuts over like what's the big Spider-Man everybody's going crazy over?
With the Maximum Spider-Man? Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the Maximum line with the Spider-Man and the Hulk reveals, where Spider-Man's out?
So our good friend D Amazing let me play with the Maximum Spider-Man. It's a great figure, but again, for me, it was like I already have all these Spider-Man that are just kind of chilling on the display right now. So it's awesome. Like if you had no Spider-Man, I would say go ahead and scoop this thing up. The big thing for me, I just don't really care for the Peter Parker head sculpt that they did with it, and why they only did the one Peter Parker head sculpt. But besides that, like again, if I didn't have like 100 Spider-Man, I probably would have picked it up. Now, what sold me, that Hulk. I'm pretty excited for the Hulk. I did go ahead and get that pre-ordered, which that's another thing that pre-orders, like I've cut that out of my life as much as I can. It's just I got to a point with pre-orders where I felt like that was my collection, and all I was doing was looking at my pre-orders. So I made a kind of deal with myself that if I can find things out at retail, it's worth picking it up versus canceling pre-orders, trying to remember I had pre-orders. Like it's just more fun finding it out. And I've convinced myself if I can't find it, or can't find it at a show, or can't support a local shop, like, is it really for me?
That's dope.
Yeah,
I like that.
I haven't really pre-ordered anything outside of like Mythic Legions in a while. But Hulk is still available on Amazon, and I got all those Amazon points. And I'm a big Hulk fan. Like he's one where I can have the same one of, I have like all the dope Hulks already, but I feel like I still need him. So I might go ahead and pull the trigger and pre-order him. And I know he's not getting a lot of love in the diehard Marvel Legends community, with his little rubber casing over his Hulk boobies and whatnot. But that doesn't bother me. I think that's neat. Is it gimmicky or is it like practical and functional? I don't know. I need to play with.
That's where you get the articulation, right?
He wants to clap them Hulk cheeks, is what it is.
Exactly.
I know that's right.
No doubt. I actually did pre-order that one. You talked me into it when we were having the Hulk conversation. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it.
You were like, hey man, it's up. You should pre-order it. Like trying to get me to pre-order it, so you wouldn't be the only one that pre-ordered it.
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to boom a neighbor, but yeah. I went that way. When the Mezco drops theirs, I'll get that one too. I like it a Hulk, but
yeah, I'll definitely get the Mezco when that drops. Mezco's putting out fire.
What's that one? I'm trying to remember. I think it was Diamond Select did it.
Oh yeah, the Immortal Hulk. That's by far my favorite Hulk that I have.
Yeah.
Especially picking him up for retail and seeing he's going for over 100 right now, I think.
Damn,
big boy.
I got a sealed one like downstairs in that.
No, he's awesome. Comes with a little diorama piece and all the extra heads, and Immortal Hulk. Our local buddy Pafu, Tristan. We were talking comics. I don't know, sometime in the past 30 years. But he's like, if you like this, you really need to like read Immortal Hulk. I'm like, okay. So I had the little Marvel comic book app or whatever it's called, Marvel Unlimited.
Right.
And I binge read that series. And let me tell you, he was right. I was so glad I read it. It was not your typical superhero comic book. It was horror based. And it was kind of like the Split movie with Unbreakable and Glass and all the different personalities in his head. And they were all fighting for supremacy. No spoilers here, but it's badass. And if you like to read comics and you like dope shit that you're not used to, read the Immortal Hulk line.
Check it out.
So good.
Did he spray his face with chrome?
No.
There was chrome, just no spray.
Oh, was that the cybernetic head?
Yeah, but I don't even really remember any cyborg Hulks in the comic.
Wasn't that?
I know that was part of the figure for sure.
Okay,
yeah, the figure
I
had
wanted
it.
to make sure I was thinking the same one. Yeah,
absolutely. The only
It's a
chrome in
badass
the
Hulk.
comic is when he sucked it off the bumper.
Yeah. We're
What?
talking about Immortum Hulk, right?
Morton.
Oh, it's a Morton.
Yeah.
I forgot to look at the forearm tattoo.
There it is.
There it is. Got it.
You're
now.
pervert.
Morton.
Perfect.
So Spider-Man is your favorite character? I always assumed it was Deadpool.
You'd be surprised with the old Kenpool. To be completely honest, as much as I love Spider-Man, I got to go with our neighbor from the north, Wolverine.
Squirrel Girl.
Being from the great state of Michigan, I just thought Wolverine was part of the Wolverines, and then I got reading the comics and everything, and we share similar height and maybe attitude and everything. So I've always been a big Wolverine fan, and then probably Spider-Man. Deadpool, he's kind of blown up a little bit. The story about Kentpool. So again, I was doing live streams with my guy Jetta Patrol and a lot of 1/6 Funko stuff. So we were scheduled to do a live stream, and I was running a little bit late getting in. So I'm like, man, I can't just come into this live stream. Like, I gotta surprise folks. I gotta come in strong. And sure enough, Funko did a pop with a like Deadpool hat hoodie, and I was like, oh man, I'm gonna totally come in wearing the hoodie mask thing. It's all Funko people, like they're gonna be surprised, they're gonna love it. So that's kind of where the old Kent Pool came from, because as soon as I put on that mask, everybody knew I was Kent Pool.
Yeah,
that's dope. And you rode with it.
And I rode with it. Yep. A lot of people recognized it and kind of came over from that channel to watch the toy hunts and everything. So it was a lot of fun, and been a lot of fun ever since.
Well, your toy hunts have blown up way past Jetta Patrol. I mean, you're doing the Lord's work out there. Showing people ollies. There's a lot of places in our country and even the world that don't have ollies. Like, can you explain to Van what an ollies is?
Yeah.
So Ollie's is this great place that takes advantage of our retail that doesn't sell or get on the shelves as well as it should, and you get it at ridiculous good stuff cheap is what the old Ollie's likes to say. So you never know, maybe you missed out on that Marvel Legends, that Star Wars Black Series. Maybe you never thought you would see Howard the Duck in a retail space, and sure enough, Ollie's, they just like go and buy these storage areas where people are not selling the figures, whether it be your Walmarts, your Targets, your Amazon, and they give you it for the crazy good stuff cheap prices. Most of the Ollie's pickups are probably around $9 or cheaper, but that big X-Men 3-pack for $20 was a pretty good deal and everything.
The one with the strife and that was Or
Oh,
was
that
a
was Ross. Yeah, the 5-pack from Amazon. Like, who thought that would be at retail?
Oh, like the Forge, Jubilee, all of
Yes.
those, like that
Yeah,
suits.
I do remember seeing that one.
That 3-pack.
I wanted to pick that up because I'm a big Forge fan. I think I have like the original Marvel Legends Forge, but like seeing them all into like the yellow, like,
Yeah, I think that's the only one I have too.
Just like bursting out of the comic.
Yeah. Ollie's Con, that should be rolling around here pretty soon. We got Ross Con, we got Ollie's Con.
Well, I think Kent just announced that one of the cons just started again.
Is Ross Con back up?
Ollie's Con has been going pretty good on the videos. So been checking out some of the different Ollies and starting to find some stuff. Real Ghostbusters, the little fright features for $7. Again, the X-Men 3-pack. I think when they did the first 3-pack, it was like 25. I don't know why they listed this one for 20. So that's been kind of crazy to see that. They brought back like the Indiana Jones figures. So people are like trying to build the artifacts and everything.
Yeah. They had the Templar one that hit. I think I saw that in one of your Instagram posts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that I meant to buy at full price, but never saw them in person. And I tried to like restrict myself as well.
That guy.
Yeah, that was the first time I saw it at retail. I didn't see it at other stores. So crazy to see like a 6-pack of them at Ollie's.
Where's the place that the Ghostbuster wands were at? Was that
was
Ross?
Ollie's?
Or was that Ollie's?
Yeah, Ollie's.
The HasLab wands
insane,
or the
how
Hasbro Pulse wands.
How pissed would you be if you were one of the people that bought that? Because that was a Pulse exclusive, wasn't it? Or am I thinking of
Little
the wand?
not pro. Yeah, the wand.
Yeah, and here it is showing up in Ollie's.
Yeah, it was a Hasbro Pulse exclusive wand to go with the HasLab Power Proton Pack.
There it is.
Proton Pack, yeah.
Yeah, which is nuts. Nuts. Could you imagine seeing Sentinels in an Ollie's or Galactus?
Right.
Well, didn't they have like
Cookie Monster?
The sail barge?
The sail barge would be so dope.
The year before when they had the lightsabers at Ross, like was it like Dog's Ventress or somebody? I don't know, but yeah, somebody's lightsaber was showing off. I was like, damn, I don't even collect that, but I would. Yeah, I mean,
at all these prices, why not?
It'd be hard to say no to that. Now, the last time I was in an Ollie's up in good old Lumberton, North Carolina, I actually thought of you because they had got them a couple of pallets of pool chemicals.
Yeah.
Would you buy pool chemicals from Ollie's?
I mean, just make sure you take a good look, but good stuff, cheap. You know, you can get coffee, you can get pool chemicals, you can get graphic novels. You know, if you're not, I mean, the comic. Next time I go to Ollie's, I'm gonna see if I can find Immortal Hulk.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's a smart thing to do. But also, I would suggest getting that Marvel Unlimited app for the free trial and just like clear your schedule and just go through it because graphic novels and you got to hunt for the next one. By the time you find the next one, you're like, what the fuck was happening? Or you get them out of order. You got to binge that. So use that free trial up.
I'm a big fan. Like, as I say that, I got like a stack probably like this high downstairs in my bedroom. When the graphic novel puts the entire
omnibus,
in there, those are the ones I buy and then don't read. Like I buy them and then just put them on that stool, like where I can see it from my bed and know that I probably should be reading that instead of watching like the 13th episode of Star Trek Discovery in a row while I'm playing the DC game on my phone and not really paying attention to a fucking thing. But yeah.
But
reading's fundamental, people.
Yeah, reading's good.
Yeah.
I'm more of a snack guy when it comes to Ollie's, like road trips, right? Like that's where I go load up and get some quick, cheap snacks. They got those gummies for like $3.
Yeah, see, no, something like that, yeah. But like our boy Ryan Zarek with
the fudge brownies,
the fudge brownie mix
that make your assholes explode.
Yeah. All these foods kind of skeeve me out. Something like gummies and stuff, I'd be okay with. I'm sure everybody's like grandma had those spice drops as a kid. You know what I'm talking about? Like the gum drops. Like they had the cinnamon flavored spice drops, and I fucking I think I was in Benson or Dunn, wherever that Ollie's is, and I went through there and I like texted my wife. She's like, "Holy shit, get a bunch of those!" And so I bought like 4 or 5 of these big ass bins, and those things last like 70 years. Like whenever you went to your grandmother's and you were eating those spice drops out of that jar, you need to understand that those were actually gifted to her from her grandmother, and her grandmother gifted them down. I mean, it's
like candy corn, right? Like they only ever made it one time in the history of mankind, and
but
it's
not the cinnamon ones. Those go.
Yeah, I guess
those
so.
are good.
One shot.
Those will make you pregnant.
Yeah, all the way.
Dun, dun, dun.
So, what's your fascination with the great state of Ohio?
Well,
glad you asked.
Being born and raised for 25 great years in the state of Michigan, you know, you just you learn stuff about Ohio and Ohio people and Ohio states, if you will, and it's just the worst state ever. It's like the whole world versus Ohio, and you'll never find a flatter place on earth. You'll never find more tickets on the earth. Like, you know, Ohio, they see that you don't have an Ohio license plate. They're on you because they know you're not in the same hell that they're in. You're just passing through. So,
and it's not even like they have PowerCon anymore.
Yeah,
they don't even have PowerCon. You know, you gotta keep those cons when you get them. You gotta keep them.
I will say
that was probably best thing that ever happened to Ohio was PowerCon.
That 1 year,
and they couldn't
that 1 year.
That, you know. I will counter your flattest land ever comment and invite you to go out to Texas sometime. But the rolling hill, like Amish country, man, they got a lot going on out that way. Have you ventured into the Amish country in Ohio?
I mean, I've been to Shipshewana. You know, they had some flea markets and stuff, and a lot of great furniture and everything. They're Amish strong, but I don't know that I really include the Amish with Ohio. They might be the best part about Ohio is the Amish because they're not doing anything really Ohio because they're Amish.
That's
so
valid.
It's more Pennsylvania. Like they moved from Pennsylvania just a couple miles away, and
you know, I got love for them. You know, they're great people. But man, I'll tell you what, Ohio, you know, there's a reason why we gave Ohio Toledo and we took the Upper Peninsula because they're just idiots. So
dummies.
I tell you what, though, those Amish pies, man, their cheeses. Yeah, I can't say enough good things about Amish country.
But we can still get that from Pennsylvania. We don't even need to go into the Ohio Amish territory.
Yeah, I feel towards Pennsylvania the way that Kent kind of feels towards Ohio, if I'm being honest. I haven't had a lot of great experiences.
You've had a lot of great experiences like ZoloCon 2025, ZoloCon 2024. How about RetroCon 2024?
Yeah.
You know, there's some good
it's
stuff.
Getting better.
Like Kent talked about, like getting pulled over without those NC plates. I know you both know this, but like the only 2 times I've ever been to Ohio, I got pulled over and I knew it was a shit show, right? So like my cruise control was set at the speed limit the entire way. Both times. Got pulled over both times. Never got a ticket, mind you. But it's just like, you know, hey man, I know my rights.
Yeah.
Why'd you pull me over there, Chief?
Just imagine if you had Michigan plates. It's probably what happened. They were so dumb they thought that you had Michigan plates. By the time they realized that you didn't have Michigan plates, they were like, "All right, sir, on your way. These aren't the droids we're looking for."
We are not the droids you are looking for, Officer Johnson.
But you know, they saw some of that Carolina blue and got excited and got their blues mixed up. You know, that happens to people in Ohio.
So are you a Trojans fan? Or Spartans? Are they Spartans or
Spartans
Trojans?
in Michigan. Trojans are
Oh man,
California.
Yeah.
I mean, Nate's my little Nate's my little brother. You know, Sparty. It's like Michigan State. They're like, you know, it's you ever have that one person in your family that's like just kind of small and runtsy, and they're like, "Ah, look at me, I'm the big person."
That
Like,
was
yeah,
me. I
hey
thought that was a
everybody,
Notre
look at
Dame
me.
thing. Yeah.
Rudy,
I don't
right?
like Notre Dame.
You don't like Rudy?
No. He came to my college. I want to say it was my junior year, and I almost got kicked out of his thing because I kept yelling that he was offsides on that play.
I believe that.
Oh, that's great.
I believe that.
Oh man!
But you didn't like the film? Like, what if like Rudy played for Michigan? Like, it'd be a different story, obviously.
Obviously, it'd be a much greater movie too, man. Like, it'd be like #1 in the box office.
We would still need Lawrence Fishburne. No, Forrest Whitaker.
Forrest Gump.
No. Don Rickles.
Don Cornelius?
Yes.
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 We all concur.
Because you know, Darth Vader, he does like voiceovers at Michigan games and everything.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
Or
Does he really?
Or is it like AI Darth Vader?
Oh, that's true. Is it the Tupac?
What's his name? Now it's escaping me.
James Earl Jones?
Yes, he does voiceovers for us.
He did voiceovers. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Also, the voice of Mufasa from The Lion King. Simba, one day all of this will be yours. Be prepared. What about those shadow areas? That's Ohio, son. We don't go to Ohio.
No, we don't. Don't buy gas there. Don't eat there.
Certainly not if we're looking for a power con.
Do they not have Boosies in Ohio?
Like the only thing Michigan people go to Ohio for is fireworks.
Don't give away your secrets now.
That makes sense. That's kind of like North Carolinians and South Carolina. If you want the good stuff, you go to South Carolina. Absolutely. Yeah, if you want the fireworks that don't just like we got the sparklers and the snakes.
Right.
And yeah. If you want that really cool shit, that Joe Dirt stuff, you got to go to South Carolina.
What about the whiz bangs and the doodaloos and the doodle don'ts?
That's
you know, if they're down below you, blowing up and everything, testing it and stuff, you know you're good to go.
That's what I'm saying.
We have the safe stuff, the good stuff for your economy, the legal stuff. Gotta do it right.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we have like a whole theme park right across the border.
Oh wow, south of the border. Yeah, that you know, I don't understand how that place still exists. I'm proud of them. You know, not trying to take it away from them, but like I've seen stuff get taken down because it was deemed to be insensitive. That was far less insensitive than the south of the border ads, and so like I don't understand. Like I don't understand, but you know,
they got some dirt, Joe Dirt.
That's
I've stayed there probably 3 times. I've told you this before. My ex-wife loved the place. So
I didn't know you stayed there.
Oh yeah, we stayed there. We did every single attraction. We ate at
Skadies.
We ate at the steakhouse that was there,
Oh,
which
the Peddler,
was
yeah.
the Peddler
Yeah,
Steakhouse
Peddler's
that
a
was
good
there
steakhouse.
every
Yeah, it's still there,
time.
yeah.
There's a reptile exhibit.
I've taken Jessica there. That's
There's
a great
also
place.
a huge like space tower that drops and stuff. There's a couple of arcades there, probably like 6 Myrtle Beach-esque gift shops with a whole bunch of like south of the border brand and stuff. But no, I mean, it was a good time. It was affordable. It wasn't like skeezy. It was right off 95. Like all the hotel rooms were kind of like fashioned after the 1950s, not just in like how they like it wasn't run down shit, but like the whole motif and theme when you go in, it was like.
How long ago was this? Because you're saying it's not skeezy and like
it's like 5 years ago.
They still had Marvel Legends you could buy there.
Yeah. Toy Biz. No, they were
Yeah.
Toy Biz ones from 2014.
Yeah.
Right.
No, they didn't have any cool action figures. I had to bring my own. But I didn't like the reptile stuff, so I'd wander around. I mean, it really wasn't that bad. You know, our perceptions are usually completely different from the reality a lot of the times.
I would actually recommend the Reptile Lagoon. I've gone there a couple of times, and it's worth the drive. Like, I need to take Logan there. Actually, he would enjoy the shit out of that.
And they have this cool like snake launcher gun where they take the snakes and they load them into them and they shoot them at random like old ladies that walk through the front door. It's hilarious.
Snake
that never
gun.
happened to me, but I'd be down with that.
Yeah.
Did they use the venomous ones or? Yeah, because we went in there and they were feeding the gators, man, like frozen chickens and shit. And, you know, well, I'm sure that guy doesn't work there anymore. He got one of the little baby gators and actually picked it up and brought it over there to us and let us pet it because, like, nobody else was in there. And, you know, I got to pet a baby gator, y'all.
Show
Gator
off.
time.
Yeah.
Save some gator petting for the rest of us.
I ain't
man.
saving no gator petting for nobody but me. I even pushed my daughter out of the way. She didn't get to pet the gator. I got to pet the gator twice.
Get out the way, gator time.
Yeah,
Give me your gator petting ticket. It's mine.
Did you pay to get in here? No, I paid for all y'all to get in here, so I get all your gator pets. You didn't even
Take
get
this
the
Marvel Legend. I'm painting the gator.
That's right. Absolutely. That's what it's all about, is petting gators. No, but man, sorry. I'm fixated on this Reptile Lagoon now. We're gonna have to do a road trip. But yeah, other than that, I do completely disagree with Jordan though. Like south of the border skeeves me out. I've used the restrooms there. Restrooms scared me.
You're skeeved out because it's a motel as well. Like where you stay, it's like
I
a drive-in.
I didn't even go there.
You drove by it.
I drove by it. I went to the. They do have that one terrarium looking. I know the one in the 50s when you're talking about, where it's like a dome and shit.
No, it's like a drive-in It's like a drive-in motel.
Oh, okay. The dome one's definitely set up 50 style, is what I was thinking of that one. But no, we were taking a trip down to South Carolina, and I stopped, and it's like, picture like back in high school when you would go to the concession stand. That was this fucking restaurant, right? And I had the brilliant idea that I wanted to order Mexican food from the south of the border.
That was still there. That's still there.
Yeah, and I didn't make it 30 minutes before I had to go visit a convenience store and evacuate.
It's like they planned.
Exactly. Well, actually, no. They probably would have rather me returned it to their pipes. That way, you know, I would have needed to go in the store and rehydrate and all that stuff. But no, they lost the sale. They missed an opportunity. They didn't factor in my iron gullet.
You're not their van.
Not their van at all.
You're like a Pelivan.
Yeah, Pelivan. That works. Why not?
Pelivan.
Pelican.
Pelivan.
Yeah.
A Mira van.
I'd ride that.
USA.
I'd ride it like a wave.
We should ride the wave sometime.
Sometimes you have to ride the wave.
Yeah.
Can't all be Popeye diets.
Shout out to Coors Light. The official light beer of the Riding the Wave.
Yes.
Got some Steve Weisers.
There's a lot of waves in those Rockies. And we're riding them all.
Them Rockies.
Yeah.
Them mountains blue, boy.
Hey, don't drink it till the mountains are blue. That's how you know it's cold.
That's the only way. See, that's the cool thing about a Bud Light, though. The can's always blue, so you can just drink it whenever.
Damn.
Yeah. That's a little science for you.
Right.
I also use the power of touch.
Cool thing about bourbon is you don't really have to refrigerate it.
Ice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we keep a bottle down there, like.
Yeah, but I also bring like
around.
2 glasses of ice up with me.
Two.
Glasses. Yeah, I don't drink the straight bourbon on the show anymore. That's just never a good recipe.
Until the next episode, stay tuned.
Yes.
Until this Saturday.
Well, yeah, no, I think Jordan and I had a schedule worked out to where like the Popeye episodes were like every 3 episodes.
Yeah, but that was like 3 months into the show.
Yeah. Early on, like we were like, we got to get a whole handle on this.
I haven't recalculated like the Popeye percentages. I'm sure it's gone down.
I feel like it has gone down.
We say that, but
probably hasn't.
It probably hasn't.
Mm-mm.
No, it really hasn't. It's probably
gotten worse. Yeah.
It's probably like 1 out of every 2.5 shows.
Listen to every episode and let us know.
Yeah,
it's truly a flip of the coin because a lot of people are like, "Is Van going to be drunk tonight? What's going to happen?" Like, I don't know. You got to watch and find out. Like, so that's like the biggest draw of our show is like, is Van going to be coherent?
Vegas, tune in.
Yeah. No, it's kind of like it's like Hulk, trying to manage his anger. For me, it's like managing the need to constantly rehydrate, and I don't keep enough non-alcoholic beverages within grasp sometimes, and I will keep drinking. I mean, if it's there, I'm going to keep drinking. As you've seen it at cons. And it's not that I'm trying to get belligerent, but that liver can only process so much. And then the demons come out, boy.
Here come the demons.
Yeah, here they come.
You go, doggy. Now I'll tell you what. Speaking of cons,
Tommy,
you're gonna be coming to some cons up in the next month and a half. Is that right?
We got some shows, some cons, some toy shows. I'm pretty excited because as much fun as it is to hit these retail stores and everything, get to see the community and hang out and chat it up and see what everybody's hunting for and run into a lot of familiar faces. So again, as awesome as it is to see some of the amazing things that are at the shows, definitely look forward to the people, the community, and always come over and say hi. I know I look so busy recording, but I think that was one of the nice things about not recording at Toylanta. I feel like people just kind of came up and talked and everything, so that was a blast. But yeah, IshCon would already happened, but looking forward to that. And get to hang out, see a bunch of people, and I really want to get to that little biscuit place that's like right down the street from the show. Like
Rise Biscuits. We're gonna do that last year.
Yeah. I've been trying to find a biscuit like that place since last year's show, so I'm gonna be excited. I'm definitely if you want to see your guy Kent Poole on Sunday morning at Rise, I'll be there.
What about Jamaican food trucks? What's your thought on that?
Oh man, there's only one guy that can bring the Jamaican food truck, and that was quite the experience. Except they didn't have any wings, so I was devastated. So I went jerk turkey chicken.
Yeah, jerk chicken. Yeah.
They left the wings right near the beach,
boy.
There were wings. I just had to eat the other half of the chicken with it.
Yeah,
that's leprechaun magic for sure.
Yeah, sorry about that. That was great. I hope we're able to conjure up that food truck this year.
Top the morning to you. Yeah. I think we can make it happen. We can make it a reality.
I mean, yeah, if we drink enough and then somebody walks through with some delicious smelling Triscuit crackers or Jamaican food.
I wish somebody would walk through with Triscuit crackers without me knowing.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
sons of bitches.
That made me want to fight, folks. Well, Kent, we've reached that time where you've met your contractual obligations, and we've got another hour in the books. This was not episode 4; it was episode 5. Tune in next week. We'll probably have episode 6 or 7. I don't know. That number's really. You got to tune in to find out. You got to listen to the first hour.
Yeah.
Is that how that works?
I think so. But yeah, see you at IshCon last weekend, or maybe in Joe Fest next month.
Hopefully somebody there.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see you at the pool.
See you at the pool.
We hope to see you by the pool.
See you by the pool.
You just listened to Full Frontal Purple with the Purple Gang Gang. You can check out these two crazy purple cats live every Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern on YouTube at Official Purple Gang Gang. It's so purple you can't live without it, or at least I wouldn't try. And back to the music, folks. And this one goes out to everyone's favorite YouTube pool reviewer, Ken Pool Collects.
Hello there, Kent Pool. It's Kent Pool. It's the return of Kent Pool. It's time to go live in heaven. Hey! Knock, 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 knock. Someone at your door. Drop the beat until your booty hits the floor. Give it to me more. Goody, goody, goody till you go to sleep and snore. It's the return of the Kent Pool. Goody, goody, goo. It's time to start your tickle crew. Do, 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 do. It's Kent Pool. The toy hunter great. Don't eat the broccoli, Jesus, and doom your fate. Zombie Ken, zombie Ken, zombie Ken, zombie Kent. Purple gang gang, it's the zombie Kent. Ah, fuck yeah, dude.
Love's a teacher, it'll show you the way, but it don't promise easy, come what may. Like a child reaching out to touch a flame, even when they're warm, they play the same game. Oh, I'll be there holding her tight through the darkest hours, through the coldest night. But I gotta know she's strong enough to ride out the storm when the waters get rough. Life don't ask if you're ready or not. It'll test your will, it'll take your shot. But I'll stand beside her through thick and thin, with a steady hand and a heart to win. Oh, I'll be there holding her tight through the darkest hours, through the coldest night. But I gotta know she's strong enough to ride out the storm when the waters get rough. Love's a wild river, it'll cut you deep, through the highs and lows, through the pain we keep. But we hold on tight, we don't let go, 'cause the strongest love is the one we grow. I'll be there holding her tight through the darkest hours, through the coldest night. But I gotta know she's strong enough to ride out the storm when the waters get rough. So here's to the lessons, the ones that burn. Every scar's a page, every tear we earn. In a world full of heartache and skies that turn gray, love still shines at the end of the day.
That was Southern Scars.
fucking things. Stop. You don't want to disappoint your boss, so we found an answer in this pill. Oh, this pill. Our team's expert scientists, some America's brightest men, say the hell with God and nature, we've got Western medicine.
I'm not entirely happy with this.
into the static, whispers in the night. Mira's morgue awakens, where shadows take flight.
Welcome, little listeners of the long dark, to Myra's Morgue of Midnight Madness, where stories rot slowly and ghosts play dress-up in forgotten names. Tonight, we open the lid on a story that's been crawling inside of its own coffin. Escape. Episodes 32 through 42. The end of the line if you believe in endings, which I don't. Now, if you remember where we left off, Agent Mercado hurled himself into the riff maw. A heroic act, maybe, if the riff wasn't done with us. The rules cracked, the walls bled, and the toys, oh my sweet dismembered things, they started to remember. These next episodes, this is where Escape stops pretending to be a story and becomes a living thing. So grab your toys, hold on tight, and prepare for La La Land as we enter Escape.
Worried about income tax? Wonder if spring will ever come? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape.
You were alone in your book-lined study, listening to the idiot gibberings of a parrot, and beside you, caressing you, is an invisible thing, a loathsome thing from which you must escape.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully contrived to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to the West End of London, to a little house just off Hyde Park, where lived a man who didn't like people. Tonight we escape in the remarkable tale of Robert Hitchens, how love came to Professor Gildia.
It has been said that no night ever passes over London town that sees not some strange and curious event, some occurrence too incredible to bear repeating in the light of day. How horribly true are those words. It's been over a year now since the night I first met the amazing Professor Gildia. I had delivered a sermon at the rectory of St. Swithin in the East End and was passing through the foyer in departure when I was accosted brusquely by an odd little man, remarkably sharp-featured, his face adorned by a pointed black goatee.
Pardon me a moment, please. I believe you're Father Murchison?
Yes, that's right. But I don't think I've had the pleasure
Perhaps you've heard of me. My name's Gildia, Professor Gildia.
Gildia, why, yes, you're the famous psychologist.
Yes, psychologist, biologist, anthropologist, philosopher, and that takes care of that. Sir, I never attend religious services.
It appears you've done so tonight.
I came for one reason, to hear you. Find out why an otherwise normal colleague of mine thinks you're the most convincing speaker he's ever listened to.
And did you find out?
No. Your talk was intelligent, logical. Therefore, it could never convince anybody of anything.
Thank you. You're a direct man, Professor Gildia.
No time to be anything else. I'd like to have you dine with me, Father Murchison. Say a week from tonight, 7 o'clock. I live at 100 Hyde Park in the West End.
Can't we make it 2 weeks? I'm preaching at St. Saviour's that night, just round the corner from the park. And I'm afraid it'll have to be nearer 8:30 than 7. The service isn't over so early.
We can't even agree on a time for dinner. Very well, 8:30, 2 weeks. Good night, sir.
Perhaps if I had known then what but no matter. I kept the appointment, of course. And after an excellent dinner, we climbed the stairs to Gildia's study, a large book-lined room running the width of the house with windows at the end overlooking the park. In front of those windows stood the one incongruous thing in the room, a cage holding a large gray parrot. In fact, as I recall, it was the parrot that was responsible for my first becoming aware of what exact opposites Gildia and I really were. The same parrot that was responsible for so many other things that happened later.
Quiet, Napoleon, quiet. One day that infernal squawking of yours will drive me to wring your neck.
Somehow it surprises me, Gildia. I mean, you're keeping a pet.
I possess a parrot, Father Murchison, that's all. Made a study of the imitative faculties of animals some months ago. Bought the bird then, never got rid of it.
I see.
Started the bad habit of scratching the fool thing's head. Loves it, you see. Well, in 5 minutes he'll be screaming for more of it. Why would it surprise you so much if I kept a pet?
Well, because I believe you're the most self-sufficient man I ever met.
More than that, actually. I detest affection, any display of sentimentality.
But you do feel the need of close human sympathy in your life.
None whatsoever. A reasonable amount of companionship, naturally, but that's all. Father Murchison, I'm one person who does not love his fellow men.
Nonetheless, some of your discoveries have been of great benefit to mankind.
Oh, entirely accidental.
I thought you'd be liking your coffee now, sir.
Oh, yes, Pitting. Put it there on the table, please.
Thank you, sir. Will there be anything else, sir?
No, that's all, Pitting.
Yes, sir.
An excellent servant there. I know nothing of Pitting's thoughts or feelings, nor he of mine. Perfect relationship.
And if a crisis occurred, if you needed to call on him as a friend?
It would take a considerable crisis.
What about the parrot? Surely you must regard it with some affection, otherwise you'd get rid of it.
Napoleon? Merely a specimen. The bird's as devoid of sentimentality as I am. Can only imitate whatever he sees and hears.
Gildia, have you ever been in love?
Neither with anyone in particular, nor with love itself. Being in love, as you put it, or having someone in love with me, would be the most monstrous and horrible situation I can possibly imagine.
All of a sudden, I feel a very great sense of pity.
For whom?
For you. Yet, as different as we were, my life dedicated to all humanity, Gildia's life stripped of its own humanity, I called again at the house at Hyde Park many times, and we became friends. We talked away many evening hours in the months that followed, sitting by the book-covered table in the long study, the gray parrot chattering away in the background, with the lamplight barely reaching the farther corners. It was on such a night not long ago that the thing began. Gildia had seemed uncommonly nervous since dinner, and had spent much of the time pacing in front of the windows that faced the park.
Confound it, Murchison, I can't seem to relax tonight. I ever feel a completely unaccountable presentiment, a sense that something remarkable was about to happen.
Oh, yes. And usually it never did. Turned out to be the effect of too much coffee.
No, it's not that. Coffee doesn't bother me, nothing does.
Well, then suppose you stop pacing the floor and sit down. You're wearing me out.
Wearing me out. Wearing me out.
Have you noticed how well Napoleon's learned to imitate your voice?
Yes, and it's almost insulting at times.
The worst thing is feeling such a strong compulsion to do something which I know to be ridiculous.
Exactly what is it you're talking about, Gildia?
Foolish even to mention it, but I wonder if you'd pardon me for a few minutes.
Why, of course.
Help yourself to more coffee. I'll be right back.
Bye. Goodbye.
I walked over and stood stroking the feathers of the parrot through the bars of his cage. I'd grown rather fond of the ugly bird, but it always startled me to hear him mimic some phrase of mine or Gildia's. Napoleon, you're a true creature of the devil.
Creature devil, creature devil.
I happened to glance out the window toward the park across the street. The arc lamp at the corner threw a dim gleam across a bench set just inside the paling. And I was surprised to see Professor Gildia moving about the bench, peering under it, behind it, staring into the shadows nearby. He kept this up for some minutes, then crossed the street and came back toward the house. In a moment I heard him ascending the stairs.
Father Murchison, has anyone entered this room since I went out?
Why, no. You mean Pitting, of course, but he hasn't been in.
Oh, strange. Very strange.
I saw you across the street in the park. What were you doing?
I thought I saw something. Wondered what it was, that's all.
Did you find out?
No. What's wrong with that parrot? Never made a sound like that before.
What do you mean? He seems all right.
Napoleon, stop that!
What was it you thought you saw?
Nothing. As you said, it most likely it was the coffee, only I'm very much afraid that... No. In this day and age, it's impossible.
It was nearly a week later that I received a phone call in my quarters at the rectory. Father Murchison here.
This is Pitting, sir. Professor Gildy's man.
Oh, yes, Pitting. How are you?
Very well, thank you, sir. The master would greatly appreciate your calling at the house this evening, if it's convenient, sir.
Oh, anything wrong?
I couldn't say, sir.
But why didn't he phone himself? He isn't ill.
I think not. He suggested 8 o'clock, sir. May I tell him you'll come?
Yes. Yes, by all means. Tell him I'll be there at 8.
No use beating about the bush, Father Murchison. I am nervous. Of course I am. Plenty of reason for it.
You're working too hard.
Now I'm working too hard. The other night it was coffee. As a matter of fact, it's neither one. Be quiet, Napoleon.
Maybe you'd better tell me what is the matter, Gildia.
Do you feel the presence in this room of anyone beside the two of us?
Well, there's Napoleon, of course.
No, I don't mean the parrot. He senses it too, though.
Senses what?
When you were here last week, I left the house for a few minutes, you remember?
Yes.
I'd been watching someone sitting on that bench across in the park, a shadowy sort of figure. I had to find out what it was.
But you found nothing. You told me when you came back.
That's right. But I'd left the front door open. And when I came back in, I felt suddenly that someone or something had entered ahead of me.
Oh, now really, Gildia.
I knew also that they'd found their way to this room.
But I was here all the time. No one came in.
Father Murchison, whoever or whatever came into the house that night came into this room, is still here right now.
You, Gildia. A scientist.
Yes. Ridiculous, isn't it? But it's true. I'm only able to feel its presence. Napoleon can see it. Look at him now. Wouldn't you say he was watching something over there in that far corner of the room?
No, I'd say he was just being as foolish as a parrot usually is.
You, a skeptic?
About this, yes. You've been working too hard. You need a vacation.
I haven't told you the worst part of it. Would you say that I'm an attractive man?
Frankly, no. Oh, I suppose to a certain type of society woman?
No. That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, then what are you talking about?
I don't know whether this intruder is a woman, man, child, animal, but whatever it is, it holds a vast affection for me.
What?
Can you imagine anything so utterly monstrous, horrible? Murchison, the thing is in love with me.
Love me! Love me! Ah!
I would not accept Gildy's belief. And yet the alternative was even more frightful. For I could only decide that the long hours of study and lecturing had affected his mind, and brought him, in fact, to the verge of insanity. I persuaded him finally to get away for a while, to leave the house and forget his professional problems, take a short trip. I accompanied him to Victoria Station, saw him off on the boat train, and then, caught up in my duties, I had little time to consider the strange affair for nearly 10 days. Father Murchison here.
I hope I haven't disturbed you.
Professor Gildia, then you're back in London.
Oh, yes, I've been back for 3 days.
You should have called me. How was the trip?
Quite pleasant. I took passage on a Channel coaster. Sea air was wonderful.
You weren't troubled on the trip?
Oh, no, not at all. It waited here for me.
What?
Could you come over here tonight?
You mean now?
Yes, if you could. You see, I can prove it to you now.
Very well. I'll come right over. I stood there by the phone and shivered. The thing had become so real to him now that he felt he could go away and leave it, then come back and find it waiting for him.
That's why I didn't call you when I first came back. I wanted to be sure. So I've waited 3 days, and every day has been worse than the one before.
In what way? What do you mean?
I mean the thing was waiting for me here. Glad I was back, fawned all over me. Came more insistently obnoxious all the time.
Do you mean you've seen this thing, heard it?
No, I haven't seen it, haven't heard it, but I know it's here. I can feel it, sense it. Try to put it in words, and it becomes absurd.
If you'd like some unsolicited advice, call in a doctor. Have him look you over.
And what doctor in London knows any more about the human mind than I do?
I know, but when it's your own mind...
No, you're thinking of hysteria, hallucination. I know all the symptoms. It's not that simple. Anyway, I told you I'd prove it to you. Now, you'll notice I've thrown a cover over Napoleon's cage.
Yes, I've been wondering about it.
It's part of my proof. He's been here, all the time I was gone, here in this room.
Yes, but I
want you to get behind those curtains with me. Then I'll reach out and pull the cloth off his cage. I don't want him to see us.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, but... All right, come on.
Ready? I'll uncover him.
We crouched there behind the curtains watching the parrot. He protested a while at being so rudely disturbed by some unseen agency, then climbed about the cage with claws and beak, pecked at crumbs, and appeared entirely normal. After a time, he began to fix his attention on a spot across the room. There was nothing there.
Watch him. Look at him now.
In the parrot's mind, at least, someone or something was approaching the cage, and yet the room was empty. Whatever it was apparently had reached the cage now, and Napoleon welcomed it with friendly chortling. The hairs rose on the back of my neck. The bird was cooing and gurgling as it did when I or Gildia scratched the feathers on his head. I could almost fancy that I saw long, white, ghostly fingers reaching through the bars of the cage.
Watch him, and listen to him. He's talking to the thing, imitating it. See what you think.
The bird was moving about in the cage now, nodding his head in a very peculiar manner, uttering the most extraordinary sounds. I began to realize he was imitating the thing he saw standing by his cage. And then the full horror of it came over me. I tried to hide the thought from Gildia, but he'd already seen it in my eyes.
So you see it too. That's all I wanted to know, that I wasn't imagining it. No point in hiding there any longer. That was my proof.
But perhaps someone was here while you were gone.
I have questioned Pitting and the cook. No one has been here.
But it can't be. Such a thing can't be.
Father Murchison, it is.
But where? Where is it now? Can you tell me where it is?
Not exactly. Somewhere here in the room, not too far away. I can feel that. Napoleon, of course, can see it.
There is some rational explanation. There has to be.
You're whistling in the dark, Father. You recognize the same thing I did.
I know what you mean, of course.
Well, I can't stand much more of it. If it were only something I could fight, strike out at. I'm not a coward. But I can't see it, hear it. I can only feel it trying to touch me somehow, trying to get close to me, drooling with desire and affection, fondness for me. And I can't keep it away. It gets closer all the time.
Gildia, you've got to get hold of yourself.
Get hold of myself? You saw the way that parrot imitated this thing, those mannerisms, that gibberish. You know what it means as well as I do.
I saw it, but it can't possibly...
Can't you feel how hideous it is for me? I can't stop it. The thing makes love to me, caresses me. And whatever it is, it has no mind. You saw that. That thing is a slobbering idiot.
I walked home at a late hour, trying desperately to think of some reasonable answer to the whole strange affair. I could not accept Gildia's explanation of the actions of the parrot, though the bird had produced an extraordinary illusion of an invisible presence in that room. In a day gone by, perhaps I might have been called in to deal with an evil spirit. I thought of retribution. Gildia had always borne an unnatural distaste for human love. Was he now being forced to endure the unnatural love of a monstrous being as punishment? I cast such thoughts away from me. Yet I could not quite accept the only other reasonable solution, that my friend was insane. It was very late when I fell asleep. The following evening, I preached at Warwick Chapel and returned to my quarters about 9. I found that Pitting had called a short time before and left a rather puzzling message. Implored that you come to Hyde Park at once. Otherwise, I cannot answer for the consequences. But what is it you're trying to say, Pitting? He's not himself. In what way is he not himself?
I can only suggest, sir, that you talk to him. Here we are.
Yes, come in.
I'll leave you now, sir.
Oh, Murchison, come in.
Gilliard, what in the name of heaven is wrong? Pitting said that you'd been upset, but
Pitting, an inhuman machine.
What happened? What did he do?
Nothing. That's just it. Nothing.
But I don't know.
Oh, you warned me about it once, said I'd meet a crisis, need him as a friend, and he wouldn't be there. Well, it happened.
Look here. I am going to call a doctor. I've never seen you in a state like this before.
No, I don't need a doctor. I'm all right now. For a little while anyway. At least I think I am.
Then what was it? What happened?
That thing touched me. Really touched me. I mean, for the first time, it's only been trying to before. The only way I can put it, it rubbed itself against my soul. Oh, it was horrible.
Now, Gilliard, you've got...
Don't tell me to get hold of myself. I know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. But if you'd felt it for yourself, you'd know what I mean. It was disgusting, filthy. If it had lasted one more minute, I know I should have gone screaming mad.
But you don't feel it now?
No, not now. I lost my head, I guess. I struck out with my fists, I tore at myself, screamed for help. Pitting came and thought I was drunk. But I could feel it touching me, sickening, soft and tender, inside of me.
But it left you then? You forced it away?
Yes, but it's still in this room, somewhere. But it hasn't tried to touch me again.
Well, that settles it. Gilliard, you're leaving here tonight. It didn't follow you when you took that trip before. It stayed here. That's one way you can be free of it.
Then, you believe in the thing, too. Believe it's real.
It's real for you, and that's enough. Now, if I remember it, you're giving a lecture at Oxford the last of the week. You're going on up there now. I'll help you pack.
Well, I could do that. I could stay at the Grosvenor tonight and take a train in the morning. It's right near the station.
And it's all agreed.
Wait. Look at Napoleon. It's standing there by his cage. He's talking to it, imitating it. Can you imagine what that thing must look like?
Never mind. Let me help you start packing.
But I didn't tell you what it really did this evening. What came the closest to driving me insane.
It doesn't matter.
The thing kissed me, Murchison. But not from the outside. I could feel it, warm and wet, kissing my lips from the inside.
Gilliard stayed at the hotel that night. Caught the train out to Oxford the next morning. 4 days later, I received a wire from him. Am still feeling a bit shaky, but everything else is all right. No sign of any visitor. Why don't you try to come up for the lecture Friday night, and please get rid of Napoleon for me. Signed, Gilliard. On sudden impulse, I decided to accept his invitation. My train was late, and I arrived at Oxford with only time enough to go directly to the seminar. I slid into my seat just as Gilliard was introduced and began his talk. He was pale and perhaps a bit drawn, but seemed otherwise composed and in control of himself. As I sat there, my mind wandered away from his talk, seeking some solution for the horrible problem which I regarded as being as much my own as Gilliard's. I decided I would try to persuade him to sell the house in Hyde Park Place, since his strange fixation seemed to be bound up with it, and try to find lodgings elsewhere. Some 10 minutes passed when suddenly I noticed Gilliard was becoming very nervous. He faltered in his talk. He seemed to be confused. He stood there on the platform, deathly pale, his hands out as though pushing something away from him. I knew what was wrong. Pardon me. Pardon me, please. Could I get through? Pardon me. Let me get to him, please. I'm his friend. Gildia. Gildia, can you hear me?
Father Murchison?
Yes. Everything's all right.
It came here, found me out. It rubbed up against me on the platform. It's no use. Take me back to London.
We arrived back in London late the next afternoon. Gildia was a broken old man. He shivered continually, trembled as though shaken by a chill. He claimed to sense the awful presence of that thing always nearby us, accompanying us, and he was constantly terror-stricken lest it might try to touch him again. I stayed with him in the house in Hyde Park, and as night drew on, we sat in the long, book-filled study on the second floor. Pitting brought coffee to us, and then withdrew. We found little to talk about, and the silence of the room seemed doubly oppressive without the familiar chatter of the parrot in the background.
What did you do with him, Murchison? Napoleon, I mean.
I boarded him with a pet shop in Shaftesbury Avenue. I thought you might want him back again after you'd reconsidered.
No, I won't want him back. You still can feel its presence, can't you?
No, Gildia, I'm afraid I can't.
I wish to heaven I couldn't. It's been here with us now, you know.
Now, please.
It doesn't matter. It's no use. I can't fight it any longer. There's no way to fight it.
Perhaps that may be the answer. To stop fighting it. You said yourself that you felt it was fond of you, meant you no harm. Then why not stop fighting? Try to return its fondness, its love, if you will.
You don't know what you're asking. Even the thought of it sickens me. Fondness, love for that thing.
Perhaps it may be the only way out.
Then there's no way out. I tell you, Murchison, I've only one feeling for that creature, and that's hatred. Hatred. Disgust and hatred.
Please, try to be calm.
Wait.
What is it?
Perhaps that's it. Listen! Whatever you are, beast or devil, I hate you, do you hear? I hate you! Murchison, that's doing it. It's recoiling, withdrawing, I can feel it.
Gildia, please.
I hate you! I hate you! Murchison, it wants to leave. It's beginning to hate me, too, but it wants to leave now. Open the door. Go downstairs and open the front door. Open the front door and let it out.
All right, Gildia, if you'll feel better about it.
It wants to take me along, but I know how to fight it now. Go, Murchison, hurry! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you!
I ran down the stairs and threw open the front door. I stood there, breathing in the night air. It was clear and cold, and the stars hung overhead. I looked across to the park and saw the glow from the street lamp falling on the empty bench directly opposite. And at that moment came a sound that froze my blood with horror. I stood there, paralyzed, unable to move. Seconds passed, perhaps minutes, I don't know. I don't know how long I stood there. I glanced across at the empty bench, and for one moment thought I saw a shadow sitting on it. A vague shadow as Gildia saw it one night weeks before. And then the bench was empty, and I heard Pitting running down the stairs.
Come quickly. Professor Gildia, it was his heart, I think.
Yes. Yes, I believe it was his heart.
But Father Murchison, he's lying up there, sir. He's dead.
Dead? Dead, Pitting? I hope so. I sincerely hope so.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you How Love Came to Professor Gildia by Robert Hitchens, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with Louis Van Rooten as Professor Gildia, Parley Bear as Father Murchison, Harry Bartell as Pitting, and Paul Frees as the Parrot. Music is conceived and conducted by Cy Fuhrer. Next week...
When you're tired out from doing nothing all weekend, when Blue Monday stares you in the face. Next week at this time, when your problems just seem too much for you, we offer you Escape.
Next week, we bring you another exciting story of high adventure. Good night, then, until the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wonder if prices will ever come down? Fed up with the post-war world? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape. You are standing at the edge of an enchanted grove, lured by a soft, caressing voice inviting you to destruction. You have nearly sold your soul to an ancient goddess from whom you must escape.
Escape, produced by William N. Robeson and designed to free you from the four walls of today. For a half hour of high adventure.
Today we escape to the African veldt and an enchanted shrine of great antiquity, as John Buchan told it in his weird story, The Grove of Ashtaroth. Stumbled onto the place, Lawson and I, during the second day after we left Taki. We'd travel on horseback some 40 miles or so through typical African veldt, lush and green, with plenty of game and good hunting. It was late afternoon when we topped a rise and saw before us a small plateau of such beauty that we both reined in and sat staring at it, not speaking for some moments. A tiny, sparkling stream wandered through the verdant meadow grasses, and at the edge of the plateau tumbled in a crystal waterfall down to the plain below. Graceful clumps of strange trees grew here and there, and bushes blazed in a riot of bloom. I'd seen nothing remotely like it in all the miles we'd come. It stood alone, proud and lovely, an alien island in a sea of tropic jungle.
Great heavens, John, in your whole life, have you ever seen anything like it? If some artist had designed that plateau, placed every tree and bush by hand, it couldn't be any more perfect. It's almost weird, isn't it?
Yes. It shouldn't be here. It doesn't belong. But there isn't a plant growing over there that's like any we've seen in the rest of the jungle.
Probably a difference in minerals in the soil, something of that kind.
It's more than that. They're not even the same varieties.
It's true. That one grove standing alone there near the edge, I've never seen trees that slender and fragile.
And the bark, it looks like silver velvet.
Silver velvet, huh? That's quite an idea, John.
Yes, I guess it is at that. Anyway, those doves seem to like it. They never stop circling over that one particular grove.
They're probably nesting there. A flock of white doves circling over a silver grove. But, there's something vaguely familiar about that.
Yes, there is.
John, can you make out some kind of a dark shape there through the trees over toward the center of the grove?
Yes. Yes. Come on, let's ride over and take a look,
No. Not now.
Huh? Why?
I mean, you'll have plenty of chance to see it later.
What are you trying to say?
John, I'm going to build a home here.
A home? Out here in the middle of the jungle, miles from...
I'll build a road in from Taki. I've got money enough and no one but me to spend it. I've always wanted to live in Africa.
Always, Lawson? Or for the last 5 minutes?
It doesn't matter. Somehow, even though I'd never seen it, I've dreamed of this spot all my life. I've got to live here. Want to live here, I mean.
But so quickly, at least think it over first.
No, I don't have to think it over. I know what has to be done. John, it's here that I build my tabernacle.
I couldn't understand Lawson giving in to this sudden, foolish impulse. It wasn't like him. But there was nothing I could do. I left him at Torquay the next day and returned to the matter-of-fact world of business in London. And it was 3 years before I saw him again. 3 years before I returned to Africa to find that he'd built a manor house in the jungle and equipped it with all the conveniences of the English countryside, of which not the least was Travers, his butler.
May I be so bold as to say it, Mr. Buchan? It's very good to see you again, sir. You bring a breath of old London out of this heathen foreign country.
Well, thank you, Travers. It's good to see you again. This is some different from the old granite front on Grosvenor Square, isn't it?
Indeed it is, sir. A great many things are different.
Yes. Mr. Lawson's turned this jungle clearing into a paradise on earth.
If you'll pardon me, sir, I think paradise is not quite the word.
Oh, well...
perhaps I'd better tell the master you've arrived, Mr. Buchan. He's been lying down.
Oh, not ill, I hope.
I'll tell him you're here, sir.
Travers left the room and I waited alone, wondering at the strangeness of his manner. I had finally decided it must be induced by homesickness. I looked about me, as impressed by the austere magnificence of the library as I'd been by the grounds outside. There was an imposing mantelpiece of ebony at one end, and on it was placed an object elegantly fashioned of alabaster in the form of a half-moon. It was curiously carved with signs of the zodiac. There was something compelling, almost unearthly about it. Fascinated, I reached out my hand.
I should not touch that if I were you.
Huh? Oh, Lawson! I didn't hear you come in.
How are you, John?
Oh, fine, Lawson. Couldn't be better. You?
Shall we sit down?
Why, yes. Thank you. It's wonderful seeing you again, old man. Been wanting to get down here for the last 3 years, but you know how it is in London. Time gets away from you, and the first thing you know...
Yes, of course. Cigar?
No, thank you. Not now. When I finally did get the chance, I couldn't even wait for an answer from you. I sent a wire and then followed it right on down.
Yes, it surprised me a bit. Haven't had a visitor here for the last 2 years.
Oh? Well, then that explains why Travers talked the way he did. I thought it must be...
What do you mean Travers talked the way he did? What did he say?
Lawson, what's wrong with you? He didn't say anything.
Well, he'd better not.
I'm afraid I...
Forget it. I'm sorry, John. I haven't felt very well the last few days.
Well, that explains it. I say, at least you seem to be eating all right. You're actually getting a bit plump.
Actually, I'm fat. Gross, flabby, and obscenely fat. Isn't that what you really mean?
Well, no. I was only joking.
Never mind. What do you think of the place, John?
The place? Why, it's amazing. It's beautiful. No one could ever believe it without seeing it. I doubt if there's another place like it anywhere in the world.
You're right about that. There isn't another place like it anywhere in the world.
Oh, that reminds me. I noticed you left the grove as it was without bothering it. Tell me, did you ever find out what it was we saw that afternoon?
Yes. Yes, John, I found what it was.
Well?
John, I have an overseer here named McJobson, quite a competent man. I want you to leave with him in the morning, take a 3 or 4 day hunting trip. He knows the country. He'll find you plenty of game.
Oh, but I came here to see you.
I'm fighting about a fever. Happens every so often. I'll be all right by the time you get back.
Oh, now, wait a minute. If you're sick, I'm certainly not going to run.
You'll do what I tell you.
Lawson.
I'm sorry to talk this way, but I know what has to be done.
All right, Lawson. Whatever you say.
Good. Settled it. Believe me, John, I know what's best for me.
Yes. I'm sure you do.
Another thing, John. That carving that sits on the mantel, I must ask you not to touch it. It's quite old, rare. I should not like anything to happen to it.
That night when I retired, I found it impossible to sleep. I tossed fitfully, trying to think of some reason for the great change that came over my friend in these past 3 years. Drugs, drink, actual sickness, either physical or mental? No, none of them gave any complete answer. My windows looked out across to the turf, and I saw the grove of strange trees. It was bathed now in the moonlight by a soft, silvery haze. Even now, in the middle of the night, the flock of doves circled in the air above it, gleaming white from wing and breast as they wheeled in the shafts of moonlight. I dozed off finally, to wake up suddenly in that brief hour before the first light of dawn. I happened to glance from the window, and in the fading moonglow saw a figure approaching the house. It drew nearer, and I saw it was Lawson, barefooted, wearing a white dressing gown. Shortly, I heard his weary steps pass my door, and afterward the house was silent. I lay there wide awake. Lawson had been coming from the direction of the grove.
Good morning, Mr. Bucket.
Oh, morning, McJobson. Oh, sit down.
Thank you, sir. Now, in regards to that hunting trip we talked about, I can offer you a choice of 2 or 3...
No, never mind. I'm not going on any hunting trip.
But last night we decided
That was last night, McJobson. Tell me, how long has Mr. Lawson been sick?
Oh, it comes and goes. Happens about once a month like this. He's not the man that he was when I first came here.
Do you have any ideas about what might be the matter?
Aye.
Well, what are they?
If I told you what was in my head, you'd think me daft. Why don't you wait until tomorrow? You won't need to ask. It's the full moon, the next.
Full moon? What does that have to do with it?
You'll find it in the Bible. Read the 11th chapter of the 2nd book of Kings. Good day, sir.
I found a Bible in the library and thumbed it open to the passage he'd mentioned. I read through it once without understanding. And then one sentence seemed to leap out from the page. For Solomon went after Ashtaroth, the goddess of the Sidonians. Ashtaroth. Ashtaroth, of course, Ashtaroth. Goddess of the ancient East, whose strange rituals held a dark fascination for the children of Israel, over and over luring them away from their fierce prophets to worship at her shrines. The white doves of Ashtaroth circling the shrine of her silver grove. Why, then the grove at the end of the turf must hide a lost shrine dedicated to her worship. But what of Lawson? Did his blood carry one fraction from old Israel with the same ancient weakness to hear and answer the call of the goddess? Did he become an acolyte of Ashtaroth? What weird rites did he perform in the grove at night? And then I remembered tonight. The worship of Ashtaroth had always reached its climax on the night of the full moon. Lawson did not appear all day. And that evening, after dinner, McJobson and I took up our watch on the dark veranda, looking into the windows of the library. We'd been there at least an hour.
Look. It's Mr. Lawson. Just came into the library.
I see him. Wait, what's he after?
I suppose he wants the little figure on the mantel.
We watched him take the carved half-moon of alabaster and slip it into the pocket of the robe he was wearing. Then he turned and left the room. In a moment, he came out the front door and walked off across the turf in the moonlight.
You'd best give him a bit of a start and then follow him.
No, he'd see us for sure in that moonlight.
I do not think so. He'd not look back now, sir, if there were 10 of us following.
McJobson, what is it all about?
You've read the book?
Yes. Yes, it's the ancient goddess Ashtaroth, but what is the ceremony? What does he do, and what is it that made him the way he is?
The ceremony you'll be seeing, Mr. Buchan. As to what has made him like he is, he does an evil thing, and all the while he knows it to be evil. He cannot help himself, and he knows that, too.
Yes. I think I see what you mean.
We'd best be going now. He's gone into the grove.
We crossed the turf quickly and passed into the black and silver shadows of the moonlit grove, working our way carefully toward the center. The only sound at first was the piping of the doves circling high over the lacy branches above our heads. I saw as we approached that the center of the grove had been cleared to form a small circular arena. It was covered with smooth turf. And standing in the middle of it was a cone of rock 30 feet high, a smooth, sharp tower of stone that pointed up toward the tops of the trees. And then I saw Lawson. He stood by the base of the conical tower, his arms uplifted, the symbol of the half-moon bound to his forehead, and chanting words with meanings I could not even guess. Now Lawson threw off his white robe and began a curious kind of dance, moving around the foot of the cone on a worn path beaten in the turf. The same path he must have followed many other nights before. He moved faster and faster, uttering now and again a wild cry. We stared entranced at the circle of moonlight. And as he danced, a strange new sound slipped into my consciousness, an earthly melody that seemed to come from the tower, from the trees, or may perhaps have been born within my own mind, tricked by the magic fantasy of moonlight, shadows, and perhaps madness. It brought to me one vivid thought of the warm, soft lips of an unseen goddess, of lips incarnadine, whispering gently and sensuously across the reeds of a panpipe. I stirred uneasily, felt the quickening of my pulse.
You must try to resist it, Mr. Buchan. 'Tis only a thing of evil cloaked in a false beauty.
McJobson heard or felt it too. Then it was more than a trick of my own senses. Something in me thrilled to the call of the weird melody. I wanted to rush out and throw myself at the base of the stone tower to dance as Lawson was doing, to spend all eternity in adoration and worship of the beauty of Ashtaroth.
No, Mr. Buchan. Think what it's done to him. Fight it, lad, fight it.
I lost all knowledge of time. The dance had grown swifter and fiercer. The moonlit figure in the clearing moved faster and faster, postulating and gyrating in tempo to the crazy rhythm. My blood was pounding in my throat, my ears ringing. The music surged through my brain in ever-mounting waves of incandescent sound. Now I was beyond reason, possessed by an overpowering frenzy when the cock crew. Then the grove was deathly still, and at the foot of the tower, Lawson lay unconscious.
How is he, Mr. Buchan?
He's lost a lot of blood, but I think he'll be all right.
Good. It was a near thing.
Trevor's got a couple of sleeping tablets into him. He'll not be waking up before tonight, at least. McJobson, I suppose you know what we have to do.
I'm well aware of what should be done, sir, but I've no idea how to do it.
I think I do. I shall take full responsibility, but I'll need men, all we can get.
The natives will no go near the place, but there's some 30 white men on the tobacco farm a few miles back on the bush. But they're what a high wage.
I'll pay it, just get them.
Would you mind telling me what you're proposing to do, sir?
Yes. Something that may sound as mad as Lawson himself. I'm going to deal with that grove the same way King Josiah did.
Hey, it comes back to me vaguely.
Yeah. Here it is. And the high places that were before Jerusalem, which Solomon, the king of Israel, had builded for Ashtaroth, the abomination of the Sidonians, did the king defile. And he brake in pieces the images and cut down the groves. Both the altar and the high place he brake down, and burned the high place, and stamped it small to powder, and burned the grove.
Aye, 'tis the word of God. We'll need dynamite, but I have plenty of it down at the workshop. I'll go after the men first. We should be ready to start by 9 o'clock this morning.
It was just past 9 when we entered the grove, carrying axes and a couple of shotguns, and driving several teams of oxen. A light breeze had sprung up, and it whispered and rustled in the branches of the silver trees. We took care of the doves first, shot them one by one until we'd killed them all, 27, then piled their white bodies at the foot of the pointed rock. Then the men set to work with the axes, chopping through the slender trunks of the trees.
Don't miss a single tree. Get every bush. Drag them in the fire.
Right, to our left. All right, come on.
I stood by the stone tower, the high place of King Solomon, and watched while the work went on. Gradually born perhaps in the sighing wind, a strange fancy crept into my mind.
Oh, no. Please don't. Please, no.
I fancied I could hear a voice coming from the tower, from the trees. This voice was soft, warm, and pleading.
Listen with your heart. Can the spirit within you not hear and feel?
The heart of all sorrow was in that voice, and the soul of all loveliness. Distant, tenuous, with all the bodiless grace of a goddess older than time and desire.
Please, listen. Can you not know that I am beautiful, and once gone, and gone forever?
I could not believe that I was imagining this soft and lovely voice. I felt a sudden and overpowering adoration for this exquisite creature who whispered in the breath of the wind. I wanted to call out to the men, order them to stop desecration of her home and sanctuary. Then I thought of Lawson, of what he'd become, and I fought back the impulse.
How can you judge who knows so little? One who is part of the whole divinity of nature.
No, I won't. I can't listen to.
Look at me but once with the eyes of your heart, and you'll belong to me forever.
No. Please, no.
You have killed my doves, covered their white breasts with blood. Are you not yet satisfied?
It's got to be done. It's got to be done.
No, please. You could stop now and leave the high place. New trees would grow, and other doves would come and nest in them.
But I can't.
What do you say, Mr. Buchan? I couldn't quite hear you.
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Well, I'm ready to put the dynamite around the tower here, if you'll move back a little way.
McJobson, perhaps we could leave the tower. Maybe it's enough to clear the grove.
'Tis not enough. The book says, and their children remember the altars and the groves by the green trees upon the high hills.
No.
That's no good, Mr. Buchan. Pay no heed to the voices of the wind. Every last stone must be destroyed.
Listen to the heart that stirs within you.
No.
He is a stern man, and a cruel man, and his words are vile with hate.
No.
Leave me only this one last altar.
No. All right, McJobson. Go ahead with it.
Place the boxes of dynamite close together, lads. Easy now.
No. Even now, it's not too late.
I walked away slowly. The piles of tree trunks were burning now. The smoke swirled in the wind. I would leave this place tonight. Yes, I would leave this place forever. Then write a note for Lawson, telling him of what I'd done. And I was very tired.
Oh, please, listen, while there's yet time. The thing once done can never be undone. And once gone, I can never return.
I knew that my act, my reason told me all these things. I knew that this act that I'd committed had saved Lawson, had saved his life and perhaps his reason. And yet I wondered if perhaps in so doing I was not driving from its very last refuge on earth. Something that was so rare and lovely. If perhaps I was not destroying a very beautiful thing. A very beautiful thing forever.
Stop now. Please, oh, please.
All right. Our goal.
No. Oh, no. No. No.
Silence. Nothing but silence. And I heard the sweet voice no more. And my face was wet with tears.
Escape. Produced by William N. Robeson, directed by Norman MacDonald, today brought you The Grove of Ashtaroth by John Buchan. Adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with Paul Frees as Buchan, Bill Conrad as Lawson, Kay Brinker as Ashtaroth, Raymond Lawrence as McJobson, and Eric Snowden as Travers. Music was conceived by Cy Fewer, with Eddie Dunstetter at the console. Next week.
When you're tired from working all week, when the weekend offers little diversion, next week at this time, when your problems seem just too much for you, we offer you Escape.
Next week, we bring you another exciting story of high adventure. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Having trouble with your roommates? A gossipy coworker, a friend who just won't shut up. Introducing the Echo Jar, Voice Swap Edition.
A perfect little gift where silence is golden and vengeance is cuter with button eyes. Just uncap your echo jar near your target, say their full name backwards, and poof! Their voice is trapped inside your toy of choice forever, maybe longer. Now, your once mouthly mortal will spend eternity speaking "I'm sorry" from inside a cursed Furby or grunting in a Morse code through a demonic speaking spell. It's reusable, portable, and 100% irreversible. Of course, there are a few minor disclaimers. Yes, they will lose the ability to speak in the real world. Yes, their soul is technically no longer theirs. And yes, you may experience light haunting, doll aggression, or guilt-induced nosebleeds. But hey, they should have kept their opinions to themselves. The Echo Jar, Voice Swap Edition. Not petty, just permanent.
I said I'm sorry.
You were alone on a desert island with a tribe of hungry cannibals who think you are a god. A tribe of natives who would eat you rather than let you escape. Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson and designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight we escape to the South Seas and a cannibal kingdom in H.G. Wells' famous story, Jimmy Goggles, the God. I doubt you'll remember anything of the Ocean Pioneer, though a bit of the story that came to public knowledge made headlines in the newspapers at the time. Blimey, now that I think of it, it's been over 40 years ago it happened. 40 years. And at times yet I can still wake up in the middle of the night and see that cold, dead eye of Jimmy Goggles staring at me from the darkness. It gives me the creeps even now. It all started the night the Ocean Pioneer went to the bottom of the Sonner coast. Only 2 survivors, aside from myself, came out of that wreck. Mr. Sanders, the first mate, and a seaman named Jacob. And with a bit of luck, we had enough food and water in the longboat to see us safe to Papua.
Give away, lads. 3 nights of it to put us on dry land again.
Aye, it is lucky men we are this time.
All right, just one's our time here, Jacob. As it were for Captain Wells and 10 of the lads back there.
Lying under 20 fathom of blinking green water they are.
Ain't all that's laying back there either, lads.
You meaning something by that, Mr. Saunders?
Does either of you lads know the cargo we carried?
Aye. Copra mostly and some spices.
Not that. Lads, at Guinea we shipped aboard a chest full of gold dust. Worth 40,000 pounds.
40,000
pounds?
I wondered about that chest at the time, Mr. Saunders.
That chest still back there, lads. In Captain Wells' cabin.
Aye. 20 fathoms down. Yeah, it'll be a nice bit of work for the salvage company.
Not necessarily, eh?
What is it you're meaning to say?
I'm the only man alive knows ship's position when she sunk.
So you are. Go on, Mr. Saunders.
Suppose now, when we get to Papua, we give report ship struck 100 miles or so to the north. Then the salvage ship goes there, we come here, and pick up a title fortune for ourselves.
And how do we come here?
My brother-in-law has a brig in the Sydney trade. He'll come in with us. Well, lad, are you in or are you out?
40,000 pounds. I'm in.
Aye, 40,000 pounds. A bloomin' fortune there for the taking. Of course we went in on it. Back in Papua, Saunders made the arrangements with his brother-in-law, Captain Ferguson. And a fortnight later, we set forth in the brig Pride of Banya.
There were just the four of us in the diving suit. It was one of them kind of diving suits that don't have a pump or airline. Carried its own tank of compressed air attached so you could walk around on the bottom independent-like. We hung the suit on the wall in the mess room, and believe me, it was some bright times we enjoyed besides it during the 3 weeks the Pride of Banya beat into Otsana Channel. We'd wonder how long it'd be before we'd get there, and what the salvage ship might be finding 100 miles away from the wreck. And all the time acting like we hadn't a care in the world. And that confounded diving suit would sway back and forth like a regular human being it would. The glass window in the front staring like a big eye in the middle of its fat copper head. We got so we'd talk to it like it was somebody, and we even give it a name. Jimmy Goggles, we called it. Jimmy Goggles. And every time we'd break open some rum, we'd pour a glass or so into Jimmy Goggles. So by the time we got to Sonner, instead of smelling rubbery, his insides was as sweet as a cask of rum. When we found the place, we was afraid to take the brig into the rocks where the wreck was lying. So we anchored about half a mile off, and all of us rowed to it in a longboat.
Aye, she's still there, all right. I can see the tip of one of her masts above the water.
Devil take the mast. It's the fortune below I'm interested in.
Oh, fear. It'll be there, lad. Bear to the port a bit.
Hey, is it still agreed? I'm the one to go inside Jimmy Goggles to make the first trip down?
Aye, George. It's what we decided. Easy now. Nigh on to her.
I can't say I envy you none, George.
Back the oars now. Easy. There, got a line around the mast. Keep us from drifting. Better get into that diving suit, George.
Right away, Captain Ferguson.
Aye.
Just as happy it ain't me that's going down. Huh?
Yeah. Why not take it?
What are you talking about? It'll be cold and dark down there at 20 fathom. Might be sights that ain't good for a man to see. In the dark and alone.
Jacobs, you wander on like an old woman. I reckon the look of 40,000 pounds will cure a heap of other sights.
I'm ready, sir. Except to secure the faceplate.
Good. You know how to operate the valve?
Aye, sir.
And turn on the air.
George, you'll find the chest in Captain's cabin. Move it if you can, or see about the chances of getting a line on it.
Right, Joe.
And good luck.
Aye, good luck. Good luck.
Well, cheerio, lads. I closed the little glass window in my helmet and fastened it. Then I edged toward the stern. Saunders was saying something, but I couldn't make out what it was. We didn't have no ladder, so I slid over the stern and hung there by the gunwale for a minute with the helmet out of the water. I took a last look at the light of day, and I let go. Slow it was. I sunk down through that green water. The only sound was the air bubbling out of the helmet valve. That valve, you understand, was the only way you had of controlling the descent of old Jimmy Goggles. If you opened it up, down you'd go. If you clamped it fairly tight, the suit would get full of air, and up you'd pop as fast as a man had cared to. Full 5 minutes or more it took to sink that 20 fathom. Them ghostly sea ferns went slithering past like snakes, and big purple and red clumps of jagged coral. And the light from the surface getting dimmer and dimmer. So as by the time I hit bottom, it was pretty near dark. I was happy to find myself come right down on the deck of the old Ocean Pioneer. And a familiar sight she was, saving for the crabs skittering around her planks, the bloomin' fish swimming past my head and goggling in through the window of my helmet. I made my way to the deck cabin. Right before the door, I stumbled onto a blinking skeleton, lying there on the deck as peaceful as you please. Judging by the gold braid still hanging on it, it had been old Captain Wells himself. So there weren't enough left of it now to make a decent meal for an hungry guppy. Bobbed around like very gentle when I touched it, and all the time was wearing an horrible grin on its bony face. Like to give a man the shivers.
I tell you certain I got through the business down there as quick as I could. Found the chest of gold and figured out the best way to get a blocking line on it. But even so, it must have been an half hour before I clamped the air valve and started for the top. Halfway up, something hit my helmet and slid on down past. I found myself looking right into the blooming face of First Mate Saunders. His mouth was hanging open, and a kind of pink smoke was drifting out of it and making a cloud in the water. I saw he had a spear run through his neck from one side to the other, and he was dead on the mackerel. He sunk on past out of sight, and then Jacobs drifted down from above, and I could see his head was all twisted to one side like and his neck was broken. He was dead, too. Then it hit me. The lads on top had been massacred by a boatload of them bloomin' heathen savages. And like as not, if I poked my head out, the same would happen to me. Oh, blimey. I cracked open the helmet valve and shot down toward the bottom. I sat down there on a sunken rock for nigh on to 15 minutes, I guess, trying to figure out what to do. But any way a man would look at it, there weren't but one answer. So finally, crazy as it seemed, I got up and started out to walk ashore. After a while, the bottom began to slope up and it wasn't so dark anymore. Finally, my helmet poked up out of the water. I saw the beach about 50 yards away with dark jungle right behind it. I sloshed on through the water and came out on the sand. Then I opened the faceplate in Jimmy Goggles' head and cut off the air from the tank and took a deep breath of the natural kind. That's when I saw them. At least 100 blinking savages painted up like banshees. It stepped out of the brush and started moving toward me, slow, beating soft on a couple of drums and growling low and evil-like. Well, George Herbert, you're in for it now, I tells myself. Half a mile of underwater walking and you're still forgetting your bloomin' throat cut. I snapped the faceplate partway shut and cracked the air valve a bit. The diving suit swelled up like a bloated frog. And I started walking toward them. When I got close, they moved back along two sides of a kind of path, and I walked right down the middle of it. It led back into the jungle, and pretty quick we come out in a little clearing with a grass hut standing in the middle of it. And sitting in front of the hut was an heathen idol, carved out in koa wood. Was grinning about as hideous as he ever hoped to see. And the idea hit me. I was in a spot. It couldn't be much worse, and maybe it would work. The natives seemed to be awed by Jimmy Goggles already. So I reached out and gave the idol a great push, expecting any second to feel a spear through my gullet. I looked up. Blimey, if them heathens weren't down on their faces, worshipping like mad. It had worked. Oh, not me, you understand. That's in the manner of speaking. It was Jimmy Goggles with his copper head and his one glass eye, with me inside him. They'd seen him walk up out in the sea, and they figured he was a god. Old rum-soaked Jimmy Goggles. A regular bloomin' god. After a while, it began to get on my nerves, so I went inside the hut. They stayed outside and didn't follow me, but they didn't go away, neither. In a couple of hours, it started to get dark, and I was wondering if they meant to spend the rest of their lives out there bowing on the ground. Finally, a tall native, painted up like a circus clown, stepped inside the door and stood there, just grinning like old Satan himself. Blimey, if I had me a pistol, my beauty, I'd have you grinning on the other side of your face.
Oh, would you now?
Huh? What?
You're speaking mighty bold for a man who's had a lot of luck.
Depart, unworthy mortal, for I'll smite you with... with light.
Oh, relax, Wine. I've been some time around plantations in Papua. Learned thing or two I did, including English language.
Jumping, Christopher. What the devil you doing here?
Taking advantage my simple brethren. Something else I learned at Papua. My name, Mamala. I'm high priest, witch doctor, call it whatever you want.
Well, I'm happy to know you. Mine's George Herbert, officer of the English brig Pride of Banyan.
The late brig, you might say. Boys burned it a couple hours ago.
Burned it? What for? Aye. Why was it you attacked us in the first place?
Oh, a bit of go like that once in a while keeps boys feeling joyful like, George. It's harmless in manner of speaking.
Harmless, is it? Not for my boys, it weren't.
Oh, well. What were you diving for out there, anyhow?
Pearls.
So it now, mate. You are looking over that wreck down there on the reef. What's aboard her?
All right, Mamela. She was carrying 40,000 pounds in gold dust.
40,000 pounds? Know where it is?
Aye.
We could use 40,000 pounds, couldn't we, George?
I'm listening.
We might make deal. You keep on being the god, and I be your high priest. You can't talk their language anyways. Between us, we'll have him eating out of our hand. Meanwhile, we'll figure a way to raise gold off the bottom.
Hold off. You mean I gotta go on wearing this bloomin' suit all the time?
Only if you want to stay alive. They found there was man inside it. I tear you to pieces.
Oh, Brahmy, it ain't all it's cracked up to be being a god.
At least you're alive, mate. And we'll both be rich.
Aye. Are they gonna spend the night out there?
We'll be leaving after ceremony, except for guards of honor.
I understand you. What's the ceremony?
Oh, a little piece of business with owner of brig. We captured him alive, you know.
Captain Ferguson? What kind of business?
A bit of this, a bit of that. When they get done, they cook him, of course.
Cook him?
Well, now, you wouldn't expect boys to eat him raw. Wouldn't be civilized, you know. See you in the morning, George.
Oh, it was pretty horrible, all right. But what with one thing and another, I didn't feel as bad about it as I might have. After all, I hadn't known the captain too well anyhow. Nearly a month went by in mighty uncomfortable fashion. And all the time, Mamela was trying to figure some way to get that gold out of the wreck. I was right in with him at first. Then I got to noticing how he was always saying what he could do with 40,000 pounds. And then I'd kind of remind him we was AFAs, and he'd grin, strange-like, and see, that's what he meant all the time. But I didn't trust him no wise. And I started stalling every way I could, and things stayed about as they were. I kept on being a god, and we couldn't get no proper chance to go after the gold. Then one morning, Mamela and most of the tribe went back into the jungle to hunt. I was sitting in the hut trying to think of some way to do for that heathen before he could do for me, when I happened to hear voices outside. I sneaked a look through the palm sedge. It was an Englishman, dressed up fit to kill in white canvas shorts and a sun helmet and all. He had a native interpreter all dressed up and walking with him.
They're idols. Tribal gods. But it's been turned over. Do they no longer worship that thing? Master, I could...
Looky here, gents. If you'll step inside, I'll show you what they're worshipping.
Hey, now.
Come in, come in. Welcome, gents.
Stop that heated chattering. I've taught you better.
Oh, now take it easy, lad. Nothing but a diving suit, you know.
Yes, of course. I saw that. Who are you, anyway?
Yeah, now, let's not be asking names, seeing as I didn't ask yours.
There's no objection to telling you, sir. It's Bender. I'm with the Royal Anglico-Papuan Missionary Society.
No, not really.
Please, no profanity.
Might be a slip. How'd you get here?
By sailing cutter, down coast from the Bankeel Residency.
Well, you've had a bit of luck. If the boys was here, you'd be in a proper fix by now.
Oh, I dare say we'd be in no danger.
No danger, huh? What is it you'd call being cooked like a pork tenderloin? Have they done it to one of my friends?
An adventurer, no doubt. But the natives are well aware that if anything happened to me, there'd be a gunboat here from the residency in 48 hours.
Oh, that's how the wind blows, is it?
It is indeed. And may I ask why you're masquerading in that diving rig?
Aye. To keep from getting myself killed, that's why. The natives think this blinking rubber union suits a regular god.
I see. And you've been preying on their childish credulity.
Childish it may be, Mr. Bender, but they've got full-grown teeth. Aye, and I've seen them in action.
Well, you'll simply have to take your chances, because I'm going to expose you.
You know, you can't be doing that. Well, if they was to find out I was a human being, they'd do me in for fair.
Well, I'll help you as much as I can, but you should have thought of that before you tried exploiting them.
But you can't let it happen to a fellow Englishman.
Then why don't you leave now, while they're away? You'd likely be able to get aboard the ship that's working a mile or so down the coast.
What ship?
Some salvage vessel looking for a wreck. They think it might have drifted down the channel from the north.
Oh, it just might have it there. They might find it. Mr. Bender, I'll make you a proposition.
I won't promise anything, but I'll listen.
Leave here now and sail down the coast a ways and stay till nightfall. Then come back as soon as it's dark, and I'll let you expose me to your heart's content. In fact, you might say, Mr. Bender, I'll even welcome it. Weren't nothing else to do. If that salvage ship found who I was, I'd be in it for good. They'd know by now that we'd filed a false report about the position of the wreck, so we could get the gold for ourselves. They'd put me in the brig for sure. And if I tried to leave with Bender, he'd turn me into the first British resident we come across. I had no chance at all at the 40,000. And if I stayed here, like as not, I'd end up parceled amongst 100 heathen stomachs. But I had one chance of showing that blinking mammal as how he weren't the only one that knew a thing or two. I finally talked Bender into leaving, and about dusk, Mamala and the boys came back.
Understand that nosy man, Bender, was snooping around here this afternoon, George. Know anything about it?
Bender, eh? Oh, that's who it was. I saw him prowling around the clearing, but he didn't come inside the hut. I'd have given him what for if he had.
It's a good thing he didn't. It's a blasted nuisance, always interfering with established customs of the people.
Like witch doctors, eh, Mamala?
Gods, too, George. He'd do for you quick, and he would be.
Why don't the boys just eat it?
No. That would be too dangerous. He'd be missed and they'd send gunboats.
Not still around here somewhere, is he?
No. Women say he sailed on south.
Good. I'd just as leave not meet him face to face.
It was for him with that face you're wearing.
Aye, and I'm nigh on to being fed up with wearing it. Mamala me, auntie. I'll make you a proposition.
Mm-hmm. What kind of proposition, George?
Why don't you take over being God?
And what would you be doing if that happened?
Oh, leave me some food and water in one of the boats, and as soon as it's dark, I'll cut and run for it. It'll be easy for you to get the gold that way. Aye. You can have the old 40,000.
Your generosity embarrasses me, George.
Anyways, supposing I was up and died sudden like. How'd you explain my body to the boys?
I have been thinking about that, but I hadn't figured it out yet.
I was wondering if you hadn't been.
You know a thing or two, don't you, George?
Enough to know you weren't going to share with me unless you had to.
Frankly, You're right. This may be best way. I'd have my little brethren right under my thumb. You out of my way with no need for explanation. All right, George. I'll keep the boys away from the clearing so you can make your break. Both be ready in half hour. Good luck.
It's working out just as nice as you please. I made my break all right, but I wasn't heading for any boat. No, sir, not me. Leastwise, not yet. I hid myself in the jungle at the edge of the clearing. Then I waited. After a while, them savages started drifting back into the clearing, and pretty soon Mamela, all dressed up in Jimmy goggles, came out and sat in front of the hut, the way I'd been doing every night. And the bloomin' heathens started in bowing down, all just as usual. I waited a long time before I finally heard it. A commotion starting over at the far edge of the clearing and coming closer. It was Bender and his boy Friday, walking through the crowd to where Jimmy Goggles sat with Mamela inside him. The crowd moved aside and let him pass, but you could tell they were just waiting for that one-eyed god of theirs to knock him stone dead. He stopped in front of the hut.
All right, I'm back. Suppose you carry out your part of the bargain and take off that... Get out, you fool! I didn't really believe you were honest. All right, Thomas. Tell the natives this is nothing but a man dressed up.
I got it!
Blimey, if Bender didn't jump onto Mamela and start turning at the front of the diving suit. And all the time that heathen witch doctor kept trying to fight him off. And it seemed as though Mamela hadn't known how to fasten the helmet properly, because suddenly it tipped back on his shoulders, and there he was. A face them savages knew as well as their own offspring. And they didn't like it even one little bit. Aye. They'd been taken in by one of their hometown boys, so to speak, and they weren't for having any. They didn't harm Bender none, but they shoved him off to one side. They made one grand rush from Mount, and they got it. And blimey, if what happened then wasn't downright uncivilized. I cut and run for it and tumbled into that boat and shoved off. I couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for old Mamela, though it wasn't as if he hadn't eaten his own share of human beings. And of course, he certainly wasn't a man who could be trusted at all. Well, it was a long time after, before I heard how Mr. Bender made out. Seems as though he couldn't get them bloomin' heathens to listen to him at all. And one day he hit on the idea of climbing into that diving suit. And from then on he had a crowd around every time he'd open his mouth. As far as I know, old Jimmy Goggles may still be down there somewhere. With his battered copper head, and his rummy smell, and his one glass eye. He may still be doing business. Right down there at the same old stand.
Well, my dear night dwellers, what stories we have heard here. Let's recap on the madness we've heard on Mira's Morgue of Midnight Madness. On episode 33, Ancient Sorceries, originally aired February 21st, 1948, this tale is an adaptation of the Blackwood's eerie story. A wary traveler finds himself in a mysterious town where the locals harbor a dark secret. As the night deepens, he uncovers a world of ancient rituals and sorcery that blurs the line between reality and a nightmare. Episode 34, How Love Came to Gilday, broadcast on February 28, 1948. This story delves into the life of Professor Gilday, a man of logic and reason who becomes a target of an unseen obsessive force of affection. As an entity's love turns into torment, Gilday's world spirals into madness. Episode 35, The Grove of Astaroth, aired on February 29th, 1948, and this episode is based on John Burkan's tale of a man who inherits a remote African estate. There, he discovers a sacred grove dedicated to the goddess Astaroth. As he delves deeper, he becomes entangled in ancient rites and faces the wrath of a forgotten deity. 3 tales, each descent into madness, power, and the unknown. Remember, my darlings, in the world of escape, the only way out is through. Let's continue on with Escape.
Afraid to face the tax collector tomorrow? Fed up with high prices? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape.
You have shipped aboard a South Sea schooner with a ghost of its dead captain in command. A ghost who shoots guns, resurrects the dead, creates a terror from which you cannot escape.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and designed to free you from the 4 walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape across the limitless horizons of the South Seas in Alfred Noy's version of a classic legend of blue water, The Log of the Evening Star.
Tahiti, French Oceania, June the 19th. The sailing schooner Evening Star, reported missing since the 1st of April, today was discovered 100 miles west of here, drifting about in a dead calm, with all sails set, but not a soul on board. The ship, when found, was well stocked with food and water, and all 3 of her small boats were still present. The sun-baked body of the ship's cat was lying in the bow, and the mess table in the crew's quarters had been laid in preparation for a meal which was never served. Otherwise, everything aboard seemed to be in order, and no solution can be offered to explain the whereabouts of the 12 persons who sailed on her from San Francisco. It appears that the fate of the Evening Star will remain permanently one of the weird and unsolved mysteries of the sea.
My name is Harper. I'm first mate of the South Sea schooner Evening Star. I'm writing this because I believe it my duty to make some record of the terrible things which have just occurred. Events I can't possibly enter in the ship's log. I can't, of course, be certain that this account will ever come to light, because I'm not likely to live another 24 hours. I guess I should have been able to see it 3 weeks ago, on the day we sailed from San Francisco, but I didn't. I remember I was standing on the deck of the Evening Star, talking to Cato, the cook, while we waited for Captain Burgess to come aboard. We were due to sail in a half hour.
Where you think we go on this trip, Mr. Harper?
Oh, I don't know, Cato. Marquesas first, then Tahiti, Maybe on to Australia.
It's good to leave port. It's better on open sea.
You said it.
Will seem very strange this trip without Captain Dayrell.
Yeah. We'd had the same gang together for over 2 years. Some Kanakas, and the crew, you and I and Burgess. Dayrell. Hard to believe he's been dead 4 months now, isn't it?
Yes. Captain Dayrell was proud man. Was good captain. It's too bad he died.
Yeah. Well, Burgess will make a good skipper, too. He was all right as first mate.
Why he no come on board yet?
Captain Burgess? Well, I don't know. Just can't bear to leave that new bride of his, I guess.
You have seen her, Mr. Hopper? You know her, maybe?
No, I haven't. He's been staying down the coast somewhere ever since he got married a couple weeks ago. I don't even know who she is.
New wife, new command. Oh, he's a lucky man.
Cato, I got a strong hunch you're a sentimentalist down underneath.
Oh, it's possible, Mr. Hopper. It has been said.
Hey, Cato. There's Burgess now, coming down the pier.
Oh, is somebody with him, too?
Yeah. Guess she's come down to see him off, huh? At least we'll get a chance. No, that's Mrs. Dayrell.
Yeah, maybe she go on ship, too, just like old time.
No. She wouldn't want to sail on the ship her husband died on. I wonder... No.
Mr. Harper, look. 3 birds fly around the mast.
Yeah. I see him, Cato.
It's very bad sign. Very bad.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that, but...
Mr. Harper, is everything in order?
Oh, right, Captain Burgess. We can sail any time you want. How are you, Miss Dayrell?
Why, just fine.
Dayrell? Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Harper, even though you're already acquainted with the lady, I'd like to present my wife.
Your wife?
We were married 2 weeks ago, Mr. Harper. I'm sailing with you on this trip.
Well, that's fine. I'm glad to have you aboard, Mrs. Burgess, I mean. Well, it'll be like old times.
Old times, Mr. Harper?
Well, I mean, all of us together and everything. Well, congratulations to both of you.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Look, I brought Satan along, too. He wouldn't miss this trip for anything.
Yeah, he's right at home. How are you, Satan? Would you like to look over the clearance papers, Captain Burgess? I got them right here.
No, thank you, Mr. Harper. I'll assume they're in order. We'll sail as soon as as soon as my wife's trunk comes aboard.
Yes, sir.
I'll be in the cabin if you want anything.
Cato, would you take Satan and give him something to eat? I think he's hungry.
Yes, Missy. I'll take him right now. Come on, Kitty. We'll go find something to eat.
Well, Mr. Harper, we're all together again.
That's right, Miss Burgess. We've even got Satan on board.
Yes. All of us, except my husband.
Your husband is down in the cabin, Mrs. Burgess. You mean we're all here except Captain Dayrell? Well, once out at sea, things straightened out a little, the way they always do. After a while, we got so we could think of her as Mrs. Burgess instead of Mrs. Dayrell. And after that, it wasn't so awkward. Captain Burgess stayed to himself quite a bit. But all in all, it was a fairly pleasant 3 weeks. Up until yesterday afternoon. I was standing in the bow, smoking, watching a school of dolphins skip out of the water, when Mrs. Burgess came up behind me.
Mr. Harper, I wonder if I could speak to you a moment.
Of course, Miss Burgess.
I'm terribly frightened.
You're frightened? What about?
Is he around anywhere?
Is who around?
My husband. I don't want him to hear me.
What? Now, Mrs. Burgess, I can't listen
No,
to...
please. You're the only one I can turn to. We're all in terrible danger, you know.
Danger? What are you talking about?
Mr. Harper, do you have any reason to think my husband may be not quite himself?
Not quite himself? In what way?
Do you think he may be insane?
Of course not.
Yes, but you don't understand.
I understand one thing, Mrs. Burgess. I'd better get back to my duties.
I quite agree with you, Mr. Harper.
Captain Burgess.
I believe you really should stay in the cabin, my dear. It's far too windy for you up here in the bow.
Yes. I was just going. I'm going right now.
She has a rather delicate throat, Mr. Harper. Catches cold easily. Used to be a singer, you know.
Yes, sir, I know.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course you do. Well, don't pay too much attention to anything my wife might say, Mr. Harper. She's upset. Just don't pay any attention to her.
Something was wrong, all right. No question of that. But I couldn't figure what. I couldn't think of any terrible danger. It seemed more likely it was Mrs. Burgess who was not quite herself. Well, anyway, the whole business didn't make much sense, so I shrugged it off and forgot about it. For a couple of hours. It was just at dusk. Most of the crew was below decks. I was sitting on the after hatch, scratching the ears of Satan, the ship's cat. The sun was just dropping past the horizon, and Satan was purring, meowing. Everything was pretty peaceful. Until I heard those voices coming from Captain Burgess' cabin.
The way he acted, you told him.
No, really, I didn't. I wouldn't tell anybody. You know I would.
It wasn't a matter of eavesdropping. They'd even forgotten anyone might hear them.
You don't mean it. You're only saying it.
I mean it, all right.
Then you don't care about me. If he were alive, I'd still be with him.
You can say that when you know about the thing that's here on board with us?
Oh, it's your imagination. I told you that.
Imagination, eh? Is that what you told Harper? Is it?
No. Don't!
Answer me!
Let go.
Look out, Satan.
Ow! This is what he wants me to do.
Captain Burgess! Captain Burgess!
Yes, Mr. Harper. What is it?
I wondered if you wanted Cato to bring your dinner here to the cabin, sir.
No, Mr. Harper. I'll eat at the wheel.
Yes,
Going
sir.
aft now. Tell him to bring it up right away.
All right, Captain Burgess.
Mr. Harper, listen carefully. You've got to help me.
All right. How?
Meet me on the afterdeck as soon as it's dark, in an hour if I can get away from him.
Did you want something else, Mr. Harper?
No, sir. Nothing else, Captain.
And suppose you go about your duties.
But your wife, sir. Doesn't she want something to eat?
She does not, Mr. Harper. She's indisposed. She does not wish to be disturbed. Is that perfectly clear?
Now I was convinced that there was danger aboard the Evening Star. I had a feeling that something deadly was stirring itself and coming awake below decks. The first night shadows were bringing a terrible, threatening tenseness. I felt that I ought to scream to keep from laughing. Yet there was nothing to laugh about. I was quite certain that if I hadn't knocked on that door, Captain Burgess would have killed his wife. But why? Well, I hadn't found any sensible answer by the time Cato brought a tray of food to my cabin.
Good evening, Mr. Harper.
Oh, put it there on the chart table, will you?
Thank you, Mr. Harper.
How's it look on deck, Cato?
Oh, that... I do not understand you, Mr. Harper.
I mean, well, is it dark yet?
Oh, it's get dark soon, I think. And I think, too, tonight is not good night.
What do you mean by that?
Is something bad on board ship, Mr. Harper. I no understand what. I no see it. I no hear it. But inside, I sense it all the time grow bigger.
Well, that's your imagination, Cato.
Is imagination bother you too, Mr. Harper? This morning, 3 birds fly over ship together. All day I burn much incense. Again, tonight, 3 birds fly over ship together.
Well, what about it?
Is a sign of death, Mr. Harper. Tonight on this ship, somebody die. You like something else, maybe?
No. No, Cato, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Good night, please.
So, I wasn't the only one on board who was feeling something was wrong. I wondered if Cato knew any more of what was back of it than I did. You couldn't tell by looking at him. He could be busting with joy or scared half to death. And that face of his would never show either one. Anyway, 10 minutes later, I was out on the dark fantail, watching the moon cast shadows from the rigging. After a while, I heard her calling my name.
Mr. Harper! Mr. Harper!
Here I am, Miss Burgess.
Oh, thank heaven.
Where's the captain?
I don't know. He didn't come back to the cabin.
All right. Now, suppose you tell me what it's all about and talk fast.
I don't know what it's about, Mr. Harper. Not really. I only know that my husband has gone insane.
Now, you told me that earlier. What makes you think so?
Oh, he tried to kill me.
Yes, I know. Why?
Because of last night. He came into my cabin and woke me up. He was trembling, white as a sheet.
But why?
He said he'd just seen Captain Dayrell on deck.
Dayrell, but he's...
Yes, he died 4 months ago. I told him he imagined it. He keeps talking about it. He says Captain Dayrell has come back to punish us.
Punish you? For what?
Well, for not waiting longer to get married. Oh, you've got to do something.
Well, if I use force, Mrs. Burgess, it's the same as mutiny.
Yes, but he's insane. He may do anything.
Yes, you're right there. I don't know, but what...
Wait.
Hmm?
There by the mast.
It's Dayrell.
No. Oh, no.
There wasn't any doubt about it. The moonlight behind him threw his shadow toward us on the deck. And he had on that tall, peaked cap and the white muffler he'd always worn when he was alive. He didn't move, didn't say anything. Just stood there, looking at us.
No, please.
Miss Burgess!
No!
Before I could stop her, Miss Burgess turned and ran for the rail and jumped overboard. One of the Kanakas saw her, grabbed a life preserver, and went in after her. I ran to the longboat hanging in the davits at the port rail.
What happened, Mr. Harper?
I don't know. Let's get this boat in the water. Mrs. Burgess is overboard along with one of the boys. Did you see anything on deck?
What I see, I don't believe.
All right, come on, move. Here, take the oars. Schooner's not got much steerage way, so they shouldn't be far astern. Come on, come on.
Hey, somebody's shooting on deck.
All right, never mind. Keep rowing, will you? We'll find out about it later. We've got to pick up those two before they go under. We didn't find them, though. The shooting on board stopped after a while. We rowed around for a half hour or more. We couldn't find a trace of them. Finally, there wasn't anything else to do. So I told the Kanaka to pull for the schooner. We were about 10 yards away from the side when...
Hey, Mr. Harper, look!
I looked up at the rail, and there stood Dayrell. He didn't say anything, just stood there. He had a gun in his hand. Dayrell, what are you trying to do? Grab that oar, Joe. We gotta get away from him. Joe, I said... Oh! We were drifting away from the side of the schooner. I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder where the bullet had hit. But the Kanaka was worse off. Blood was running down over his face from a hole in the center of his forehead. That's when I passed out. When I came to, it was broad daylight. The boat I was lying in was bumping up against the side of the schooner. And Captain Burgess was calling down to me from the rail.
Mr. Harper, are you alive?
I'm all right, Captain Burgess.
It's been a horrible night, Mr. Harper. But it's all right now.
Can you help me aboard, sir?
Yes. Can you lift up your arms?
Yes, sir. Here.
Easy now. Cato, give me a hand here. Careful now. All right. There. It's a pretty bad wound.
I'm kind of weak. Guess I lost a lot of blood. Sorry about your wife, sir. We couldn't find her.
I know. There's only 3 of us left alive on board now, Mr. Harper. You and I and Cato here.
What happened?
You may not believe it. It was Captain Dayrell.
Yes, I saw him.
Got a hold of the ship's guns and killed the whole crew. Locked me in the cabin while he did.
But he's dead, Captain Burgess. We buried him at sea 4 months ago.
No matter. He's come back now, Mr. Harper. It's his ship, the Evening Star is, and he wants it.
No, it's not possible. The man is dead.
That's what his wife, my wife, said when I told her I'd seen him. Said I was crazy. I think she knows better now.
Maybe we could search the ship.
Cato and I went through it at daylight this morning. We found nothing.
Well, there has to be some explanation.
There is. The wicked shall be punished for their sins.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing, Mr. Harper. Nothing at all. Well, I was his friend. I always thought a lot of Captain Dayrell. You know that, don't you, Mr. Harper?
Yes, sir.
It's all right now in the daylight. But he'll come back tonight as soon as it's dark. It's only the three of us now to face him, Mr. Harper. 4, if you count Satan. And I'm thinking there's more than one Satan on board this ship.
They helped me to the bunk in my cabin and left me there. That was about noon today. I could tell by the look on Captain Burgess' face that, well, it was pretty certain I wasn't going to live. That's why I decided to write this account. Try to set down everything that happened. In a way, this is the real log of the Evening Star, even if it doesn't make much sense. Anyway, right after sundown, Cato brought me in a tray of food.
How do you feel now, Mr. Harper?
Oh, I guess not too bad, Cato.
You like something to eat, maybe?
Later, maybe. You can leave it there, huh?
Yes, but you eat now. Later, I think we all dead.
Has anything happened yet?
It's not dark yet. When it's dark, then he come.
Yeah. Where's Captain Burgess?
I no see him. He's hide somewhere, I think.
Cato, all those who were killed last night, what happened to their bodies?
He's buried in sea. This morning I helped Captain Burgess. You like something else, maybe?
No, thanks, Cato.
Then I go burn much incense, make peace with many gods. For last time now, I think. Goodbye, Prince.
I lit the lamp over the bunk, and I lay there for a long time. I don't know how long. I didn't know where Captain Burgess and Cato were, or what they were doing. I kept waiting to hear the sound of shooting. Kept lying there, dreading it. And then gradually, I began to realize that somebody was singing on board, way off. And I knew that voice. I'd heard it somewhere before, singing the same song. It was Mrs. Burgess.
Mr. Harper! Mr. Harper, do you hear it?
I hear it, Captain Burgess. What in the name of heaven's going on?
It's her. She's come back, too. She's in there with him now in the cabin.
Oh, that's impossible. She drowned last night. She's dead.
They're both dead, but they've come back. They're in the cabin now, and she's singing for him. She never sang for me, Mr. Harper, but now she's singing for him. Come, Mr. Harper, you've got to help me. I tell you, they're both in the cabin right now.
Yes, sir. I don't know.
Oh, you're too weak. I forgot. I'll go alone. I'll stop them somehow. I've got to stop them.
I pulled myself up in the bunk, and I put my feet on the floor. Weak or not, one way or another, I had to get to that cabin. I managed to stagger outside onto the deck. Captain Burgess had disappeared somewhere, and there was no sign of anything moving there in the moonlight, except Satan the cat, who came up and rubbed against my ankles. The singing had stopped, and the ship was quiet. I made my way forward, and finally was looking through the skylight, down into the captain's cabin. One lamp was lit. Its light fell on the hunched figure that strode about the cabin, cap pulled down low, hands sunk in his pockets, all the old familiar gestures. It was Captain Dayrell, and he was alone. I crouched there with the skylight, shivering from the night wind and from the terror inside of me, watching that awful figure. After a while, it walked over and stood beside the phonograph. And then I realized where that voice had come from. Dayrell had always been crazy about his wife singing, and he'd made a lot of records of her voice. He was playing one of them now. The song went on, and he paced back and forth. I still couldn't figure it out. And then, for just a moment, the white muffler fell back from his throat, and for the first time, I saw Captain Dayrell's face. I'm not sure how I managed to stumble back here to my cabin. I'm writing this now just as rapidly as I can. I may be interrupted at any minute. If that happens, I'll try to slip it behind the map here on the cabin wall in the hopes that it may be... I can hear him coming now. Whoever may read this, please try to get word to my family in San Francisco. Yes? Come in.
I thought you might be asleep, Mr. Harper.
How could anybody sleep, Captain Burgess, as long as Dayrell's loose on board?
Yes, that's true, Mr. Harper. Should have seen him down there in the cabin. And her, too. He was walking up and down, as proud as ever. And she was singing for him, just like she used to. You should have seen him.
I did see him.
He never sang for me like that, not it. You saw him? Did he look natural? Just as always?
Captain Burgess, it was you I saw, dressed up in Dayrell's clothes that were stored in the sea chest there in the cabin.
Oh, no, Mr. Harper, you're mistaken. It was his spirit come back to punish us.
It was you all the time, you who fired those shots last night. You're insane.
That's what she said, too. That's because he told her.
Because it's the truth.
Now he's been talking to you.
He's talked to nobody. He's dead. And you've never seen him except in your own guilty conscience. Just what is that guilt, Captain Burgess? Did you kill him?
Oh, don't! Don't say that, Mr. Harper. I was his friend. I thought a lot of him, and Mrs. Dayrell, too. Everybody knew we were friends. Did he tell you that?
You're completely mad.
Don't say that, Mr. Harper. I've got to save you from him. He talks to you, and you're weak, and you can't run away. I've got to save
Captain
you.
Burgess, put on that gun. Don't!
Got to
don't!
Save you! Got to go someplace where he can't find us, Mr. Harper. Go up deck. I'll take you, Mr. Harper. Come on. Don't worry. I'll save you from him. It's his ship, everything on it, and he wants it back. We've got to give it to him, Mr. Harper. Got to let him have it. Got to get off the ship.
Captain Burgess, what has happened?
It's you, Dayrell. Go away.
It's no Captain Dayrell. It's me, Cato.
You can't stop us, Dayrell. I'll show you.
No.
You see, Mr. Harper, I killed him. Dayrell. Now he can't stop us. There he is again. There by the mast. See him, Mr. Harper? He's coming this way. He won't stop. Got to get away. Got to save you, Mr. Harper. Here's the rail. I'll help you. There! See? He's gone, Dayrell. Now, there's just me. And I'm going too. You see, it's all yours now, the Evening Star, just like you wanted it. No, stay back. I'm going.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you The Log of the Evening Star by Alfred Noyes. Adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with Jack Webb as Harper, Alan Reed as Captain Burgess, Gail Page as Mrs. Burgess, Louis Van Rooten as Cato and the Cat, and Pinto Colvig as the Conica. Music is conceived and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week...
When you're tired out from doing nothing all weekend, when Blue Monday stares you in the face, next week at this time when your problems seem just too much for you, we offer you escape.
Next week, we bring you another exciting story of high adventure. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Feeling cramped in your coffin or of a condo? Give your afterlife some square footage with the Dollhouse Timeshare, Ritual Edition. At first glance, it's just a cute, creaky little dollhouse, but whisper the right words, and it becomes something bigger on the inside. Here's how it works. Light your ritual lick, whisper a memory you've buried, then choose your haunting. The endless parlor, eternal tea time with guests who never blink. The hallway that haunts, each door a new version of your life, each more wrong. The living room, where forgotten toys remember everything and they want to talk. Each house comes pre-installed with a whispering mirror, wallpaper that peels itself, and a legal disclaimer written in red resin still warm to the touch. Now, a word from one of our returned customers.
First it was a parlor, then a stairwell that led back into itself, then the kitchen. They were cooking something. I couldn't tell what, just steam, wet fabric, the sound of teeth hitting the floor. There were dolls' lens on the counter, a rubber hand on the sink, something that still blinked in the stew. They didn't speak. They just stirred and stared at me. I didn't eat, but I think something ate me. And every night since, when I close my eyes, I smell melted plastic and clothes.
The Dollhouse Timeshare, Ritual Edition. Don't live there. Just stop leaving.
Have you shaken that spring cold yet? Wondering if you'll get a new Easter bonnet this year? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape.
You were aboard a Chinese junk run aground off the coast of Borneo, and paddling toward you are the canoes of the deadly Dayak headhunters. Your powder is wet and your throat is dry, because for you, there is no escape.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to the Orient of 150 years ago, to the Manila of 1790, in Richard Matthews Hallett's story of a wooden ship and an iron man. Misfortune's Isle. The water witch was lying at anchor so close up against the jetty I could have leaned over and spit on the wheels of the elegant Spanish carriages clattering along the promenade. And that's exactly what I felt like doing. I'd been away from Salem for 3 years now. 3 years of sailing a trader brig through the China Seas and south into the Spice Islands. All for what? The whole thing had grown stale suddenly. I was plainly and simply bored. Young Poe stood beside me there at the taffrail and tried to console me with philosophy. He'd anchored his sailing junk alongside earlier in the day and come aboard to renew a friendship that started 2 years before at Tien Sin. when I hauled him out from under an executioner's axe. He was under it because he just sold me 6 fine fat pigs without remembering they happened to be the sacred property of the Tianjin Temple. Oh, Yang Po was a real philosopher, all right.
Anyway, my friend, I reserve my sympathies for the poor. You have gained much wealth in trade.
Aye, and a few measly gold pieces. But the trouble is out here, a man can't go it on his own. He needs backing.
What more backing could a rash man desire than those 8 brass cannon at the rail?
Aye, they're fair guns, all right. But it's a flag I'm speaking of.
Do these unworthy eyes not see a pennant there at the masthead?
The bunting of Salem swings no weight out here. In the south, it's the Dutch who call the turn. On the coast, the British, and here in Manila, it's the Spanish. Man has... Young Po. There she comes now, and the second carriage there. That's the 4th time since high noon she's come past.
4 fine horses and 2 footmen. She rides in style.
Watch. She'll look up at the ship. She has every time today. There, you see?
That one. The little caged bird.
You know her?
I know of her. She is wife of Don Narciso Crispo, the Spanish nobleman who is Captain General of the island south of Zamboanga. He is in residence here in Manila.
She looks very sad. Why is she called the little caged bird?
One glimpse of Don Narciso would answer your question better than 1,000 words.
She's very beautiful, too. I'll swear she looked back and smiled just then.
Captain Arad, once in pity, I set free a parakeet which I had found caught in a net. I still bear a scar from its beak.
Some things may be worth taking chances for.
I find it so much simpler to go to sleep and dream of maidens on the moon.
Oh, but the moon's too far away.
Hey, Rad, where are you?
Huh? Oh, up here, Michael, on the quarterdeck.
Then the honorable red-headed one is still your first mate?
Aye, that he is. What's the matter, Michael?
Matter indeed. Haven't you heard all the excitement in town? I've been looking... Young fool, haven't they hung you yet?
This unworthy one is touched by your concern, Mr. O'King.
What do you mean by excitement? I've been on board all day.
Now, last night, with all their soldiers on guard and the stone ramparts and all, a band of pirates slipped ashore down coast and got through into the city.
Pirates?
Aye, 10,000 bushels of misfortune. They may possibly think it was me.
Oh, they have no clue as to who it was. Got away scot-free, they did. And they almost abducted the Captain General of Zamboanga himself.
What?
Aye. An important grandee by the name of Don Narcisco something or other. His guard finally heard them.
Pity. Fortune not with you, Captain Arad.
But here's the part that'll stop you. There is no one in Manila that knows who they were, except yours truly, Michael O'Kane.
Go on.
Here, have a look at that.
Why, it's a Manchester cutlass. Aye. And there's the mark on the handle. Why, it's one we traded to Serif.
Aye, the bandit king of North Borneo. And it was me found this morning on the beach where the pirate boat came ashore.
You found it?
No, not quite. A Malay by the name of Jambu brought it to me.
Jambu. 10,000 sampans filled with spoiled fish.
You know the fellow?
I have used him as interpreter. He speaks Dayak. But in some former incarnation, he undoubtedly was ill.
You know, I think this may be exactly what I need.
Need? For what, I read?
To make fortunes for the three of us.
I certainly remember an unexpected appointment.
Young Po, it's a plan that won't work without you. I'm not talking a bare profit. This means a fortune.
I am amazed. There is much talk of money, and yet very little talk of Spanish lady.
I've heard rumors on shore about these Spanish lasses. For one thing, they wear no stockings.
Huh? And how's a man to know it, Michael? You can't count too much on hearsay.
Well, no, it was a Spaniard that told me.
All right, now listen, lad. Let me tell you the plan. And if we're all agreed, I'll go ashore and talk to this Don Narciso.
After I have heard it, I think I shall go and sacrifice White Rooster to Queen of Heaven, though I doubt it will do a great deal of good.
The only thing I can't understand is why this Jambu didn't take the cutlass to Don Narciso in the first place.
It is quite possible he did take it there in first place, Captain Arad. It is point worth consideration.
It took a bit of talking right enough, but finally the others agreed to the plan. And no more than 2 hours later, I was talking to the Captain General of Zamboanga himself. He turned out to be a little monkey of a man. yellow as a faded sunflower and much older than I expected to find.
I'm quite well satisfied regarding your identification of those who perpetrated the outrage, Captain Howard. But maledictions and fatalities. I have also heard the stories of this pirate, Serif.
No, I think a broadside of my 32-pounders can furnish him enough fatalities, Excellency.
It is not that simple. They say his headquarters on the Borneo coast is nothing less than a fortress.
It's only a bamboo stockade lying at the mouth of the river. And it's in range of the guns on my brig. My friend Yang Po has been there.
But hard against the mouth of the river is the Pluchalaka.
Misfortune's Isle, huh?
Aye.
And on it, limestone caves filled with birds' nests worth $50 a pound in Canton.
That may well be, Captain Arat. But there is also the Upas tree. You must have heard of it.
Aye. But I count little on hearsay, Excellency.
It is not hearsay. The Dayak headhunters poison their spears and arrows with its juices. I have seen men scratched by them die like that.
Some things are worth taking chances for.
I must say that I quite agree with you, Bandito.
Delfina, Captain Arat, may I present my wife, Doña Delfina de Crispo? Captain Arat.
I'm on it.
Martito, I have heard it all. You must agree to this expedition.
Huh?
You know the king's offer. Any man who reaches these islands of pirates to be made a conde with lands and titles.
To have both lands and titles, my dear. What is it you expect from this, Captain Arat?
A fortune, Excellency.
Huh?
The birds' nests themselves should be worth $500,000 Yankee dollars. And there's gold and antimony in the river. And trade with the Dayaks.
Precisely what is the plan of yours?
Well, 50 of Serif's men are Chinese who once served Yang Po. They'll come in with us if he can get word to them. That'll make things easier.
And how do you expect to get word to them?
Yang Po and I'll sail in ahead of his junk and try to contact them. My mate will bring up the water witch 24 hours later, and then we'll attack.
And exactly why have you come to me?
Well, were I to do it without official support, I'd be judged a pirate myself, wouldn't I?
I don't know. It would be a great thing if it could be done.
Narciso,
Eh?
why not think of it tonight and decide in the morning?
That may be a wise suggestion.
Then allow me to show you out, Captain Arat.
By your leave, Excellency.
Till tomorrow, then. Good day, Captain.
This way, please. He will agree. You may depend on it.
Good. I hope also that His Excellency will accompany us personally.
He will. You can be certain of it.
You seem quite sure of that.
Who do you think it was who had the cutlass sent to you?
You?
Here is the door, Capitan. I will say adiosito now. In our language, it means goodbye for a little while.
For a little while, huh? Well, in that case, adiosito. Delfino was right. The next morning, he agreed to it. And 2 days later, we sailed out of Manila Harbor. Don Narciso accompanied me on Young Po's junk, and Michael O'Kane followed at the helm of the Water Witch. Our luck deserted us as we rounded the Corregidor and sailed square into the tail end of a typhoon. There was little wind, but a heavy sea was running, and it took us on the port bow for all that night and the next day. We lost sight of the Water Witch, and the leaky old junk pitched and rolled like a dory. Young Po stayed mostly below in his bunk and dreamed peacefully of the maidens on the moon, while I stayed on deck and skippered her through it. It was late the second night before I had a chance to go down to my cabin.
Buenas noches, Capitan.
Delfina! What in the name of the devil are you doing aboard?
Being tossed about mostly. It is a very unsteady ship you have, Capitan.
Well, it should be a lot more unsteady when 100 Dayak headhunters start trying to board her. How did you arrive here?
In a sack of feathers. It's really all that saved me during the storm, you know.
Oh, confound it. Don't you realize your husband is on board? Sleeping in the deck cabin. Suppose he should come down here for something.
He did once. I hid in the wardrobe.
Oh, all the fool tricks.
But you did say Oriosito. For a little while.
Yes, but it wasn't an invitation.
Who could tell? Anyway, I shall prove quite valuable to you.
I doubt it.
You will see. Narciso will become frightened at the last moment. He always does.
And what will you do?
Whatever is required at the time. I am not afraid of fighting, my Capitan. I have seen it before.
Found it. We had a fortune in our reach, and now you come along and ruin it.
You underestimate me.
Well, I won't do that again.
You are very rude.
I meant to be. Why did you marry him?
I had no choice. My father was ambitious. Narciso was influential.
And did your father realize his ambition?
He became a colonel and was killed at Santiago de Chile.
Oh, I'm sorry. And now if you'll remove yourself from my bunk, I need some sleep.
If you are going to move in here, then what am I going to do?
Oh, you'll think of something. You made all your own plans so far. Oh, thank you.
But if my husband sees me, then he may think you brought me on board.
Well, in that case, I shall be forced to kill him in the duel. Good night.
You are going to sleep?
I hope to. Try the shrine of the Queen of Heaven. It's the last cabin in the stern. No one goes there but Yang Po, and he'll have to be told about you anyway. Good night.
Even when you are rude to me, your mouth is so very sweet. Buenas noches.
Well, woman or no woman aboard, it was too late to turn back now. And so 2 days later, we dropped anchor at the mouth of Serif's River. Off the port rail, a quarter-mile away, lay the pirate stockade. It was backed up by the dark green mass of jungle. And on the opposite side of the junk, across 100 yards or so of water, was the beach of Misfortune's Isle, sloping back to break sharply on the foot of the limestone cliffs. On the upper shoulders of those cliffs were the caves with a fortune in edible bird's nests. And between the cliffs and the water stood the Upas tree. 100 legends were told about the Upas tree, how its shadow could kill a man, and how the spirit of a white goddess was prisoned in the thick, dark foliage of its top, and how birds that lighted on its branches fell dead to the ground. Well, one thing at least was true enough. The Dyaks made a horrible poison from the juice of its bark, and they worshipped the tree. Yang Po took the renegade interpreter Jambu with him and went ashore to pay his respects to Serif, and at the same time was to pass the word to his Chinese friends. It was late afternoon when he came back, and I'd become nearly as uneasy as Don Narciso. Yang Po came aboard alone and motioned me to follow him below, saying nothing until we were alone in my cabin.
It is my humble opinion, Captain Howard, that heaven favors us with decided lack of fortune.
Why? What happened?
Serif, most polite. I, most polite. We enjoy most friendly conversation while we both held our knives beneath our robes. All very polite.
Well, did you get word to your men?
Serif blessed with presence of 200 Dyaks and 50 Malays. My own brethren are unfortunately down the coast for 2 days.
Oh, that's a bad piece of luck.
But I have news of much worse one. Jambu, that son of 10,000 devils, has deserted us.
Deserted us?
He has joined Serif.
Oh, he'll tell him exactly what we're planning.
Do not believe Jambu would do such a thing.
Delphina, I told you to stay out of this cabin.
Jambu worships me. He's my slave wife. It was he who helped me sleep on board.
Oh, so that's why he's done it.
He has not deserted. What could he hope to gain by it?
You, probably.
This unworthy one offers suggestion that we stand out to sea until water which come tomorrow.
A fine idea, except for one thing. Your sleepy little sons of heaven left the cable slack. We're grounded on a mud bar with no chance of moving before the tide tomorrow morning. We'll have to stand and fight.
Yes, they are so careless. I forgot to tell you, they even neglected to cover powder during storm. The water ruined it.
Well, then we'll not even have the 4 cannon.
Really matter of slight importance. They only ornaments. They would blow up if we fired them.
You could hardly have picked a more suitable time to tell me. Well, we'll fight without them.
the impetuosity of youth. I think I sleep for a while and dream of maidens on the moon.
Young Po, you'll stay on your feet and start your men boiling kettles of oil and piling rocks by the rail.
It would be so much pleasanter to die in one sleep.
If I know Sir, if you're not attacked until nearly midnight. Delphina, can you swim?
I can do anything.
Primarily, I want to know if you can swim.
I can.
Good. Young Po, I'll be back and help you in an hour, but I have a job to do first. Come along, Condesa. It was dark when we slipped into the water and struck out for the island. If I had tried to lower a boat, they might have seen us from the shore. I could see no other way to keep her out of it. The rest of us had no chance. I knew how the Dyaks fought. We could expect no help. And on board, she would have been the only one of us left alive. Aye, Jambu would see to that. We made the beach safely, crossed it, and worked our way up the steep path on the face of the cliff. Finally, we reached the ledge in front of the caves.
Oh, it is so dark here. It frightens me.
Well, there's nothing to harm you. Bats in the caves, perhaps, but nothing else.
I am to stay here alone, then?
Aye, until the water witch comes into anchor tomorrow. Light this torch, then, and signal them. They'll come ashore and take you off.
Tomorrow? Where will you be tomorrow, Arik? You are going back there to die with him, aren't you?
We'll have a fighting chance.
You have no chance at all, and you know it. Don't go. Stay with me, Arik.
You know that's impossible.
No, this man, young Po, is no better than a pirate himself, and you cannot help him by losing your own life. Or stay with me.
And what of your husband?
Do not go back. I beg you. Please, Arik.
Delphina, you have a deadlier poison than the Upas tree itself.
Will you force me then to stay here in safety and watch you die on those decks there below us?
Will it make so very much difference to you?
So much that I would not care to be alive tomorrow. In Manila, I hated my life. I prayed for earthquakes, pirates, death, anything. But now I pray only that you may live through this night.
Delphina, there's nothing can be said.
Leave then if you must. But before you do, kiss me.
Delphina.
Buenas noches, precioso. Adiosito.
Adiosito. For a little while. Had I stayed there one moment longer, I should never have left her. Back aboard the junk, I found young Po rushing preparations for the hopeless fight that stood ahead of us. Don Narciso was shivering on the quarterdeck, and I saw no reason to tell him his wife had made the trip with us. The Chinese crew had piled stones and smoke pots at the rail, ready to throw down on the heads of the Dyaks who had tried to board us, and kettles of oil were being heated over a brick hearth by the mast. Paper lanterns had been lighted and hung about the rigging. But outside the narrow limits of the deck, we could see nothing. Nothing but the black wall of the Borneo night. That same dark wall shut off any sight of the Upas tree and of the cliff face where Delphina lay hidden. But I knew from the ledge she could see us moving about on the lighted deck. I loaded my pistols with the only dry powder aboard, and we waited. There was no light on shore and no sound. And 3 hours went past.
Signores, have all possible measures been taken? My venerable Captain General, I have offered incense and rice to Queen of Heaven. If our enemies prevail after that, then we have mistreated them in some former life. I go below to sleep.
Sleep? And who is to give orders to your men?
They give them to one another, Excellency. They are all commanders in their own right. We may perhaps meet later in third or fourth heaven.
With powder, trader aboard, and the ground and the ship.
I might warn you before the attack starts, Your Excellency. Stay away from the rail, at least until after the smoke pots are thrown.
Oh?
The Dyaks use bamboo poles with iron hooks on the end, and they can reach up and drag a man over the rail easier than picking coconuts.
Captain Arat, perhaps we could surrender. Make peace somehow.
They'll take no surrender. They want our heads.
Look!
They're on us!
Young Paul, on deck! Here they come!
What's the rail, Your Excellency? Use your cutlass if a head comes over the side and look out for the hook. Terrific Dyak warriors had run their boats in against the sides of the junk, and now we're pushing their murderous hooks over the rail. The Chinese crew is fighting like madmen, tossing over smoke pots, smashing those heavy rocks down on the heads of the pirate mob, pouring out smoking kettles of boiling oil. And the whole curtain of night was torn by the screams of agony.
Captain Arat, we find ourselves suddenly without smoke pots or soothing oil, and rocks are nearly gone.
They'll be swarming aboard us in another 2 minutes. Where's the Captain General?
He has retired to cabin. It would be uncharitable to say he hides there.
Well, a lot of good it'll do him. What happened? Young Poe. They're on the island. Look.
It would appear top of Stekla-Dupas tree has burst into flame.
The great flaming torch of the tree spread into full bloom and leaped up to the heavens, lighting the whole sea around us. And everywhere about us, screaming in hoarse terror, the Dyaks drew off in their boats and stared at the blazing death of their sacred tree. And then in full view on the glaring face of the cliff, the beautiful and weird figure of a woman, hair streaming behind it, swung slowly out from behind the flame, and up, and then disappeared over the ledge in front of the cave. And at the sight of their white goddess escaping from her prison in the tree, the Dyaks broke in panic and turned their boats and raced for the shore. And while I thought of the signal torch I'd left with Delphina, suddenly the battle was over.
10,000 bushels of unexpected good fortune. The little parakeet has saved our worthless lives.
Aye, then you recognize her.
These venerable eyes have never looked upon sight more fair. I shall address her hereafter as Princess of Heaven. And I think perhaps another recognized her also.
Caramba, did you not see it? That was Delphina. It was my wife.
I know. She was aboard with us.
Aboard with us? By your permission, senor?
No, she stowed away and asked that the knowledge of her presence be kept from you.
I have no doubt she found you quite agreeable to such a plan.
Take care, Excellency.
Take care? I will see you hang, senor. And as for her, I shall whip her through the streets of Manila.
We will discuss that later.
I do not discuss my decisions. In fact, it may be better that I bring her aboard at once. Perhaps beat her to death on this very deck. You'll pardon me.
It is my humble opinion that elderly men should learn to control their emotions.
Wait. There's a Dyak warrior hiding there by the rail.
The boats have gone and left him.
Excellency! Excellency, away from that rail!
I take no orders from you, senor.
Get back! Look out!
Silence! Stop it!
Wait, Jaco!
Very commendable shooting, Captain Arat.
Aye, but a little used to the Captain General, I'm afraid. See what you can do for him, Young Po. I'm going ashore to look after her.
See what I can do for him. Now, how can I be expected to replace man's head on his body, especially when head seems to have rolled overboard?
There's not the least bit of use in giving me a poet's blind, you old reprobate. It was nothing but pure luck that kept me from sailing in here this morning and finding nothing but your heads all a-smoking in a row.
Life moves only according to dreams of Queen of Heaven, Mr. O'Kane. Not to mention, of course, those of Princess.
Oh, that Spanish lass, eh? And quite a one she's turned out to be.
I plan to devote the remainder of my unworthy life to rescue of small birds from nets.
Now, that's a silly way for a grown man to spend his time. Oh, come in, Arad. I've been wondering where to find you.
I was charting the course.
Well, we can sail in the morning. Both ships are nearly loaded.
Good. We'll head for Canton. Young Poe, this friend of yours there, this Hong Qua, do you think he might have some good quality of silk to trade?
It is possible.
Ah, silk is it now? And what will you be wanting silk for, Rad?
Well, it's not silk. I mean, not exactly.
Come, man. It's what? If it's not silk, Rad, then what is it, huh?
Oh, all right, Michael, if you have to know everything. I want to trade with him for a dozen pair of silk stockings.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you Misfortune's Isle by Richard Matthews Hallett, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with Paul Frees as Captain Arad, Virginia Gregg as Doña Delfina, Bill Conrad as Young Poe, Barry Kroger as Don Narciso, and Tony Barrett as Mike O'Kane. Next week,
when you're tired out from doing nothing all weekend, when Blue Monday stares you in the face, next week at this time when your problems seem just too much for you, we offer you Escape.
Next week, we bring you another exciting story by one of the world's great authors. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Did you have too many Easter eggs today? Dreaming about that vacation you can't take yet? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape.
You are groping your way slowly through the dark hold of a ship at sea, moving carefully, step by step, searching intently for something you dread to find, because you know that this ship carries a cargo of death.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, at your request, we bring back one of our most popular escape stories. We escape to a harbor front in Venezuela and a grim voyage which started from there, as told by Martin Storm in his gripping tale, A Shipment of Mute Fate.
I stopped on the wharf at La Guaira, looked up the gangplank toward the liner Chankay, standing there quietly at her moorings. The day was warm under a bright tropic sun. The harbor beyond the ship lay drowsy and silent. But all at once, in the midst of those peaceful surroundings, a cold chill gripped me, and I shivered with sudden dread. Dread of the thing I was doing and was about to do. Too much had happened to turn back now. I'd gone too far to stop. I set the box down on the edge of the wharf, placed it carefully so as to be in plain sight, and within gunshot of the captain's bridge. I knew what I was going to do, but I couldn't forget that a certain pair of beady eyes were watching every move I made. Eyes that never blinked and never closed, just watched and waited. I turned and started up the gangplank.
Oh, you've startled me, sir. Why, it's Mr. Warner.
Well, hello, Mother Willis. How's the best-looking stewardess on the 7th Sea?
Why, I'm fine, Mr. Warner. I guess I'd Better run along now. Get on with my chores.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That's a fine greeting after 2 months.
It's just that I'm so busy.
I don't believe a word of it. Sailing day's tomorrow. You're simply avoiding me, that's all.
Oh, no, really, I'm not.
And on the trip down from New York, you said I was your favorite passenger.
But I'm only in
Here, what's that you're carrying in your apron?
Oh, it's nothing. Just supplies.
Supplies. Let's have a look.
No, please.
It's a cat.
It's Clara, Mr. Warner. Mr. Bowman said I had to leave her ashore, and I just couldn't.
Who's Mr. Bowman?
The new second mate. Clara's been aboard with me for 2 years, and I just can't leave her here in a foreign country. Especially with her condition so delicate and all.
Yes, I see. Well, I hope you get away with it.
You won't tell anyone.
Not a soul. As a matter of fact, if things don't work out right, we may both end up smuggling.
I was happy to have you aboard on the trip down 2 months ago, Christopher, and I'm very glad you're coming along with us on the run back to New York.
Well, thanks, Captain Wood. There is one thing, though. I'm having a little trouble with the customs men here, and I wondered
I can't do it, Christopher. I just cabled your father this morning. Told him I'd have done it for you if I possibly could. He sent a request from New York, you know.
Yeah, I thought he would. I wired him from upriver last week.
I hated to refuse, but it's absolutely out of the question.
Captain Wood, I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Responsibility to the passengers, son. We'll have women and children aboard. On a liner, the safety of the passengers comes ahead of anything else.
But with proper precautions...
Something might happen.
What?
I don't know what, but something might.
Carried worse things.
There isn't anything worse. Any skipper afloat will bear me out. No, Christopher, I simply can't take the chance, and that's final.
Final. Wasn't final if I could do anything about it. I hadn't come down here to spend 2 months in that stinking backcountry and then be stopped on the edge of the wharf. 2 months of it. Heat, rain, insects, malaria. I'd gone clear in past the headwaters of the Orinoco. Traveled through country where every step along the jungle trail might be the last one. Sanchez!
Si, Senor Warner.
Better start looking for a place to camp. Be dark in a little while.
Si, senor. Very soon we turn to river. Camp on rocks by water. This very bad country.
This very bad country. We've been saying that for 10 days now. Very bad country.
Si, Senor Warner. This very bad country.
Yeah, skip it. For all the luck we've had so far, it might as well be Central Park.
Central Park? I don't understand.
Never mind. Yeah, what's the matter? Quiet now. Sanchez, what's wrong?
They're in the path. See, Bushmaster.
Bushmaster. The deadliest snake in the world. Bushmaster. Its Latin name was Lachesis muta. Mute fate. It lay there in the center of the path, a 10-foot length of silent death, coiled loosely in an undulant loop, ready to strike violently at the least movement. Here was the one snake that would go after any animal that walked, or any man. It lay there and watched us, not moving, not afraid, ready for anything. The splotch of its color stood out like some horrible, gaudy floor mat lying there on the brown background of the jungle, waiting for someone to step on it. Here was what I'd come 2,000 miles for, a bushmaster. The natives captured the snake, and Sanchez brought it to me in a rubber bag. He was shaking so hard I thought for a moment the thing had struck him.
One thing you make sure, Senor Warner. No turn him loose in Venezuela. Because he know I the one who catch him. And he know where I live.
All right, Sanchez, I'll keep an eye on him.
He also know you pay me to catch him. All the time he watch and wait. You no forget that, Senor Warner, because he no forget. Not ever.
Well, after going through all that trouble and danger and laying out $1,500, I wasn't going to let a pig-headed ship captain stop me at the last minute. At least not as long as the cables were still in operation between La Guaira and New York. Good morning, Captain Wood. The boy at the hotel said you wanted to see me.
That's right, Christopher. Sit down.
Thanks.
Seems you weren't willing to let matters stand the way we left him yesterday.
I'm sorry to go over your head, Captain Wood, but I had to. The museum sent me a long way to get that snake. I'm not going to be stopped by red tape. This will be the only live Bushmaster ever brought to the United States.
Yes, if I had my way. But orders are orders. Got a cable from the head office this morning. All right, Christopher, suppose we talk about precautions.
I'll handle it any way you say.
It's got to have a stronger box. That crate's too flimsy.
Well, it's stronger than it looks. A wire screen on top would hold a wildcat. But anyway, I bought a heavy sea chest this morning. We'll put the crate inside of it.
Sounds all right. Got a lock on it.
Yeah, a heavy padlock. It's fixed so the lid can be propped open a crack without unlocking it. Snake's got to have air.
In dirty weather, that lid has to stay shut. I'll take no chances.
Fair enough.
We'll keep the thing in my inside cabin where I sleep. You can't have it in the baggage room. And nobody on board is to know about it.
Whatever you say, Captain. We won't have any trouble after all. It's only an animal. It doesn't have any magical powers.
I saw a bushmaster in the zoo at Caracas once. They had it in a glass cage with double walls. It never moved. Just lay there and looked at you as long as you were in sight. Enough to give a man the creeps.
You didn't know they had a bushmaster at the Caracas Zoo?
They don't now. They found the glass broken one morning and the snake gone, the night watchman dead. They never learned exactly what happened.
Well, the watchman must have broken the glass by accident some way.
The way they figured it, the glass was broken from the inside. We sail in 4 hours.
Into the Caribbean with perfect weather and a sea as smooth as an inland lake. The barometer dropped a little on the third day, but cleared up overnight, left nothing worse than a heavy swell. But in spite of the calm seas and pleasant weather, I found myself feeling more and more often an ominous foreboding. I was developing an almost unnatural fear of that snake. I stayed clear of the passengers pretty much, got the habit of dropping into Captain Wood's quarters several times a day. Kept the heavy box underneath his berth. Approach it quietly and shine my flashlight through the open crack. Never once could I catch that 12-foot devil asleep, or even excited. He'd be lying there half-coiled, his head raised a little, staring out of those beady black eyes, waiting. It'd still be like that when I turned away to leave. Maybe that's what bothered me. That horrible and constant watchful waiting. In the name of heaven was he waiting for?
Well, hello there, Mr. Warner.
Oh, how are you, Mother Willis?
My, but you and the captain spend an awful lot of time around this cabin. I'm beginning to think the two of you must have some guilty secret.
No, nothing like that, Mother Willis. I don't know about Captain Wood, but I certainly don't have any guilty secret. Well, she's running quite a swell out there, Mr. Bowman.
Yeah, it's a little heavy, all right, Mr. Warner. Guess the storm passed through to the west of us yesterday when the glass dropped.
You think it missed us then, huh?
Yeah, that's what the mate figures. Sure stirred up some water, though.
This'll put half the passengers in their bunks. They'll keep Mother Willis so busy Hey, look at the size of that wave.
Huh? Great Jehoshaphat, we're going to take it on the port bow. Hang on!
That was a freak if there ever was one. Not another wave that size in sight.
Oh, you see them like that sometimes, even in a calm sea. I got to get below, Mr. Warner. That water probably did some real damage in the officer's deck.
Yeah, What did you say?
The wheel companionway was open on the port side. The bridge cabins must have taken a pretty bad smashing up. They're right below the... Something wrong, Mr. Warner?
No, nothing at all, Mr. Bowman. At least I hope not. I didn't stop to find Captain Wood. Of course, I knew it was only one chance in 1,000, but the chances against that freak wave were 1 in 1,000, too. I stumbled down the companionway and along the passage to the captain's cabin.
Oh, come in, Mr. Warner.
Mother Willis.
My, isn't this cabin a mess? Trying to get some of these things out to dry.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to... Where's that box that was under the captain's bunk?
Oh, that? Well, I just threw it out on the deck.
What?
Well, the desk over there slid into it. It was all smashed.
But the small box inside of it, what happened to it?
Oh, they were both splintered, Mr. Warner. Broke wide open.
No.
Well, Mr. Warner, you're white as a sheet.
Mother Willis, go find Captain Wood. Tell him to come down here immediately.
Well, of course, Mr. Warner. I'll go tell him right away. I can finish up here later.
I pulled open the top drawer of the bureau inside. Took out the captain's flashlight and loaded pistol. Mother Willis had left a mop standing by the door. I put my foot on the head of it and snapped off the handle. Every move I made turned into slow motion. I could hear my own heart beating. Slowly, I started to search the cabin. Sodden heaps of clothing and furnishings were scattered around on the wet black floor. I punched at them one at a time, holding the gun cocked, flashlight pointing along the stick. Nothing. I worked around the room, throwing the light into the dark corners, back of the desk, under the bunk. Wherever I turned, I could feel those cold, unblinking eyes at my back, watching, waiting. Using the stick, I pushed open the closet door and threw the light inside. Carefully, I poked at the boxes and junk on the floor. Snake was not in the closet. Inch by inch, I covered the entire cabin. And only then a horrible realization began to dawn on me. Captain Wood.
Mother Willis just told me. Well, Christopher, it's happened.
That's right, it's happened.
I see you found the gun. We better start searching the cabin here.
Captain Wood, I just finished searching it.
Oh, then. Women, kids, and that thing loose on board. 1,000 places for it to hide. Heaven help us, Christopher. Starting to blame anybody now, gentlemen. I didn't call you in here to pass judgment. The thing's done, and that's that.
Well, you're right there, Captain.
What we have got to do is to make up our minds how we're going to handle it.
And it'd be easier if we didn't have to tell the passengers and crew. I've seen panics aboard liners before.
Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Bowman. But I don't quite see how we can avoid it.
They got a right to know. As long as that snake's loose, everybody on board's in the same danger, and they all ought to know about it.
Captain Wood, that thing is 12 feet long. It can't simply crawl into a crack. Why don't we make a quick search of the whole ship before we spread any alarm?
I've thought of that, Christopher.
As far as I can see, the only place it couldn't be is in the boilers or on top of the galley stove.
Well, it might have crawled overboard.
We can't count on that. We've got to assume it's on the ship somewhere.
Yeah, and that could be anywhere. In a coil of rope, on a deck chair.
Fire bucket, or in a pile of clothes.
Yes, or under some woman's berth or a baby's crib.
You've already said it. Bushmaster could be anywhere. We've got to do something. We've got to do it fast.
All right. I think the best idea is to follow Mr. Warner's suggestion and make a quick search first. You agree to that?
Right.
And if we don't find it, we'll have to warn the passengers.
We've got to find it. Alone in the dim baggage room, I went through the same movements as I had earlier in the captain's cabin. Gun in one hand, flashlight in the other, poking into every dark corner, behind every trunk and box. Since the baggage room was empty, I could keep the gun cocked and ready. The rest of those poor devils were having to do the same thing. Barehanded. All over the ship, the search went on.
Here now, Stuart, what on earth are you doing rummaging through my cabin?
Just checking up, ma'am.
Well, I'm quite sure there's nothing in here that has to be checked.
Sorry, ma'am. Captain's orders. It'll only take a few minutes.
Well, I never heard of such a thing. A passenger simply doesn't have any privacy at all. I've traveled on a lot of different lines, but I've certainly never heard of anything.
Sorry, sir. I wonder if you mind moving over to the other rail. I'd like to look through these lockers.
Sure, go ahead. What's the matter? You lost something?
No, just looking things over.
Oh, there's nothing in there but life preservers.
Yeah, that's right.
You must be getting ready to sink the boat. Gonna collect the insurance, huh? Gonna send us all to the bottom,
huh? But not one of us could find that deadly shape, coiled in some dark corner or outstretched along a window seat. Not one of us caught a glimpse of that horrid head with its beady, black, watchful eyes. The thing lay waiting out there somewhere along the decks, shaded in the gathering dusk. But where? We didn't know. It was nearly dark when we met together again in the chart room.
Well, gentlemen, there's no other way around it. We've risked all the time we can. We've got to warn the passengers.
How'll we do it, Captain? Call them all together in the lounge?
No, if we did anything like that, we'd be asking for a panic.
We'll get one, whether we ask for it or not.
And we pick a few men and go through the cabin decks. Tell them individually, inside their cabins. Watch for any that act like they might cause trouble. We'll keep an eye on them. Handle crew the same way.
Right, Captain.
As soon as you're finished, arm all the deck officers and start searching again. Our only chance of preventing a riot is to find that damnable snake.
The slow nightmare that followed grew worse by the hour. None of us slept. All the ship's officers not on duty kept on with that endless search. Passengers locked themselves in their cabins or huddled together in the lounges, knowing all the time that no spot on board could be called safe. Fear was a heavy fog in the lungs of all of us, and every light on the vessel burned throughout the night. Morning came, brought no relief. Terror and tension mounted by the hour.
There now, Mrs. Crane, stop getting yourself all worked up and go back to your cabin.
Oh.
The horrid thing's probably crawled overboard
Oh,
anyway.
you're just saying that. You're paid to say that. You don't know. Nobody knows.
Now, everything's going to be all right.
If only we could do something. If all of us could only get off the ship, they could fumigate it. Yes, that's it. We've got to get off the ship. We've got to get off the ship.
Wait. Mr. Bowman, she's going to jump. Grab her.
No, you don't, lady.
Let me go.
Nice work, Mr. Bowman. Get her down to her cabin. And whatever you do, don't turn her loose.
You never know when it might strike you. You can't put on a coat or move a chair without risking your life. Something's got to be done. It might be right here in this lounge.
Yeah, all right, listen up. Better quiet down and take it easy.
Take it easy? You're a great officer. Why don't you do something about it? That thing might be crawling around here right under our feet somewhere.
I said shut up. Are you trying to start a panic?
I got a right to talk. I don't want to die. Nobody's going to tell me what.
The second night passed. Morning came round again. A gray and rainy day that dragged past. And then night came down again. Third night of the terror. Again, every light burned. The whole ship seethed in the throes of incipient panic. Faced by a horror they'd never met on the sea before, crew and officers alike were on the verge of revolt. Passengers sat huddled in a trance-like stupor, ready to scream at the slightest unknown sound. 7 bells, I made my way forward to the chart room, found Captain Wood bent over a desk.
Oh, hello, Christopher. Come on in. Sit down.
It's got to be somewhere, Captain Wood. It's got to be.
I don't know. You could search the ship for 6 months and never touch all the places aboard. If we can only hold out for 2 more days, we'll be in.
What's the Home Office say?
Here's the latest wireless from them. Keep quiet and keep coming. What else can we do? How is it on the decks?
Pretty bad. Anything could happen.
Yes, that's why I took the guns away from the men. 1 pistol shot and we'd have a riot on our hands.
Whole thing's my fault, Captain Wood. That's what I can't forget.
Take it easy.
Now, if there was only some way I could pay for it myself alone.
No. I know how you feel. But it's no more your fault than mine or the man who asked you to bring that snake back alive. Nobody planned this. You'd better try to get a little sleep, boy.
Sleep?
Mr. Bowman made some coffee down in the steward's galley a while ago. Why don't you go on down and get yourself a cup? Then rest for a couple of hours, huh?
Rest? I can't rest.
Christopher, it's not going to help anything if you stumble through a hatch half asleep and break your neck, is it? You go on and get some coffee. One way or another, we've got to hold out for 2 more days.
Light was on the steward's galley. Coffee pot was standing on the stove. Still warm, so I didn't bother to heat it. Poured out a cup, carried it over, and set it on the porcelain tabletop in the center of the room. Started to light a cigarette. The door of the pan cupboard beneath the sink was standing slightly ajar. I happened to glance toward it. I dropped the cigarette, moved slowly backward. I'd found the Bushmaster. As I moved, the snake slid out of the cupboard in a single sinuous glide, drew back into a loose coil on the galley floor, never taking his eyes off me. I moved slowly back, waiting any moment for that deadly, slithering strike. How had he known it was me? He'd stayed quiet when Bowman was here. How had he picked the first time in 5 days that I was without a gun? My hands touched the bulkhead behind me and I stopped. Only then I realized in terror what I'd done. The call button and the door were on the far side of the room. I'd backed into a dead end. I stared at the snake in fascination, expecting any moment the ripping slash of those poison fangs. The horrid coils tightened a little, then were still again. 10 million years of evolution to produce this moment. Homo sapiens versus Lachesis muta. A man against mute fate. And all the odds were on fate. I knew then that I was going to die. I could feel the sweat run down between the painted walls and the palms of my hands pressing against it. My skin crawled and twitched, and the pit of my stomach was as cold as ice. There was no sound but the rush of blood in my ears. The snake shifted again, drawing into a tighter coil, always tighter. Why didn't the devil get it over with? Then, just for an instant, his head veered away. Something moved over by the stove. I didn't dare turn to look at it. Slowly, it moved out into my line of vision. It was a cat. That scrawny cat Clara that Mother Willis had sneaked aboard in La Guaira. Its back was arched and every hair stood on end. It moved, stiff-legged now, walking in a half circle around the snake. The bushmaster moved slowly and kept watching the cat. He tightened. He was going to strike at any second. He struck and missed. The cat was barely out of reach. Now she was walking back and forth again. She was asking to die. Missed again. By a fraction of an inch. He was striking now without even going to a full coil. Missed. Again and again, always missing by the barest margin. Each time the cat danced barely out of reach, and each time she countered with one precise spat of a dainty paw, bracing her skinny frame on 3 stiff legs. And then suddenly I realized what she was doing. The bushmaster was tiring. The one strike was just an instant slow, but in that split second, sharp claws raked across the evil head and ripped out both the lidless eyes. The cat had deliberately blinded the snake. He didn't bother to coil now, but slid after her in a fury, striking wildly and rapidly, always missing. And every strike was a little slower than the last one, until finally... As the snake's neck stretched out at the end of the strike, the cat made one leap and sank her razor-sharp teeth just back of the ugly head. Sank her until they crunched bone. With tooth and claw, she clung as the monstrous snake flailed and lashed on the floor, striving to get those hideous coils around her, trying to break her hold, to shake off the claw in certain paralyzing death that gradually crept over him and at last stilled his struggles forever. I took a deep breath. The first in minutes. The cat lay on her side on the floor, panting, resting from the fight just over. She had a right to rest. That mangy, brave, beautiful alley cat had just saved my life. And maybe others as well. But as I turned toward the stove, I suddenly became very humble. And I knew all at once what a small thing a human being really is. I and others aboard were still alive only by the merest accident. There were 3 reasons why that cat had fought and killed the world's deadliest snake. And those 3 reasons came tottering out from under the stove on shaky little legs. 3 kittens with their eyes bright with wonder and their tails stiff as pokers. Up on the decks, hundreds of passengers were waiting for the news that the days and nights of terror were ended. They could wait a little longer. I pulled open the doors of the cabinet, found a can of milk. Then I dropped down on my knees on the floor of the galley.
is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and tonight brought you A Shipment of Mute Fate by Martin Storm, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, featuring Harry Bartell as Chris Warner, Barry Kroger as Captain Wood, and Peggy Weber as Mother Willis, with Don Diamond, Sarah Selby, and Frank Gerstle. Special effects by David Light. The musical score was conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week,
you are hanging by your fingertips on the sheer face of an ice cliff, suspended 2,000 feet above instant death, with your strength running out, and with no chance for escape.
Next week, Escape with C.E. Montague's exciting story, Action. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when CBS again offers you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired from a strenuous weekend? Spring fever give you the wanderlust? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
You are hanging by your fingertips on the sheer face of an ice cliff, suspended 1,000 feet above instant death, with your strength running out, and with no chance for escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to the cold loneliness of a glacier high in the Swiss Alps, and to a man who learned much about death, as told in C.E. Montague's grim story, Action. High in the Swiss Alps, well above 12,000 feet, a man clings with desperation to the frozen glass wall of the Chaliot Glacier, hands and feet jammed into shallow steps chopped in the iron-hard ice. A cold wind drives a spray of dusty sleet along the overhanging wall, and the sun has fallen away among the crags to the west. Darkness lies 1 hour ahead. The man has climbed with painful care 1,000 feet up the glacier's face from the broken moraine at the foot, and has moved now onto the underside of a great bulge in the ice, a part of the wall which breaks out beyond the perpendicular. And the man is forced to hang from slots cut by his axe, much as a sloth hangs from a tree branch. 12 more feet lie between him and the brow of the overhang. 6 more steps to be chopped out with the axe, and 1,000 feet of void space waits beneath him. The man is unable to lift his heavy axe for even one more stroke. He's tired, and he's 52 years old. No experienced mountaineer would ever attempt the west face of the Chaliot Glacier. And yet this man is an experienced mountaineer. But why? Why? What strange events have conspired to bring him along the path of his life and leave him hanging now in peril on the brink of eternity? Through what shadows has that path led him, and where are those who saw him pass? Can we ourselves move back along it, move back step by step against the river of time? Move backward along the life path of Christopher Bell?
My name is Jean Valjour, and I am a guide for all the mountain trails on the Weisshorn and the Chalihorn. I talked with Mr. Bell this morning as he was leaving the village, though, of course, at the time I did not know that was his name. The season is over, you understand. Winter will come in another week or two, and most all the visitors are gone. So you see, I was very surprised to hear a stranger call out to me in English.
Hello there.
Bonjour, monsieur. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Well, I'm glad to see there's at least one other early riser in the village besides myself.
Only a few people are left in the village, sir. It is the end of summer.
The end of summer. How well I know it. Oh, by the way, which of these paths takes me to the foot of the Chalihorn?
The one on the left. But you will find no climbing there, sir. One arrives very soon at the glacier and can go no farther.
Except, of course, to climb up it?
The glacier? That is impossible. It has never been done.
Of course not. It's never been tried.
Well, there is not anyone who would be so foolish.
Well, it isn't that. There are plenty of foolish people in the world. But even they hold on to their margin of safety.
Margin of safety?
Yes. The difference between the point where a man thinks he's reached his limit and the point where the limit really is.
Que diable racontez-vous? I'm afraid I do not understand this.
Oh, all right. Well, take a mountaineer such as yourself. Now, you look at a slope. You estimate the effort needed to climb it. Then you estimate your own endurance. And if there isn't a good-sized safety factor, you just don't make the climb.
But it would be foolish not to do so.
Oh, yes, I dare say. It's all tied up in the fear of death. Take that out of a man for one instant, and there's no telling what he might be able to do or what limit he might reach.
And how should a man lose that fear?
He can't. He can't lose it. Has to be done for him by things outside.
He turned and left me then, this Mr. Bell. Walked up the path toward the glacier. That was early this morning, and I did not see him again. His talk with me made no sense, and I could not understand what he meant to do or why he was going to do it. I remember thinking, what a strange man. But I know really nothing more about him. I believe he arrived in the village only last night and took a room in the Zinal Inn.
My name is Greta de Gaspar, and I'm staying out the week here in Zinal to close up the inn for the winter. I have known Mr. Bell for the last 30 years. Always before, he came in the summer season for the climbing, and I was most surprised when he arrived last night. I opened one of the rooms and found something for him to eat, and then later we sat and talked in front of the fire in a big empty lounge.
This is very good coffee, Madame Gaspar.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Bell. Had you let me know, I would have had everything ready for you, just like all the other times.
Like all other times, eh? But this one's a little different, Madame Gaspar. You might call it a special visit.
It is all so different now from the old days. Then it was you and your madame would come here, and it was Gaspar and I. And the summer seemed to last forever.
I thought everything would be forever when she was alive. Now I'm really alone in the world.
As I am. And it is not good to be alone. It gives one little reason for living and makes one no longer afraid of dying.
Yes, but there are stronger reasons for that than just being alone.
Mr. Bell, you look so strange. Is there something troubling you?
Why, no. Not now. Oh, there may have been, but not now. Well, I shall be leaving quite early in the morning for a climb, so I think I'll go on to bed. Good night, Madame Gaspar.
Mr. Gaspar, I left the inn this morning before I wakened, and I have not seen him again. I have never known him to act so strange before. I have no idea what the reason is, or what he may be planning to do. But I'm sure something is troubling him. Perhaps it may be something connected with his business back in London.
My name is Matthew Bruff. I've been chief clerk in Mr. Bell's London office over the past 25 years. I've always found him to be a considerate and dependable employer. I've never noticed anything you might call unusual about him until one day about 3 weeks ago. Mr. Bell entered the establishment a bit late, as I recall, and passed immediately into his own office without acknowledging my customary greeting. A little while afterward, he sent for me.
Well, Matthew, where do we go from here?
I can't say that I follow you, Mr. Bell.
Well, I mean, the company's on a steady footing, so if we use our heads at all, we don't stand much chance of losing anything.
Our position is quite secure.
On the other hand, we can't expect to do any more growing. We're through expanding. From now on, it's just a matter of operation.
A most enviable condition, sir.
Is it? There's nothing more to look forward to, nothing more to work for. So, as I said, where do we go from here? Matthew, I'm putting you in charge of the business, turning it over to you, effective this week.
Mr. Bell, you can't possibly mean that.
Oh, yes. I've just decided.
But what are you going to do?
I'm taking a trip. I'm going to Switzerland. Climb a mountain.
Oh? Oh, well, then at least it's only temporary, just for whatever time you're gone.
That's right. Yes, for whatever time I'm gone. Just for whatever time I'm gone.
Before the end of the week, he had arranged all the necessary papers and had left London. I haven't heard a word from him since, though I presume he's somewhere in Switzerland. Actually, however, I haven't the faintest idea where Mr. Bell may be right at this moment.
Minutes pass on the glacier, and the shadows grow longer from the jagged peaks to the west of the Chaliot Glacier, and reach out with dark fingers toward the man who clings to the icy wall, while his pounding heart beats out the number of his time on Earth. Already those shadows have flowed into the awful depths below his swaying figure, blurring the sharp points of the tumbled rocks 1,000 feet down, and making the harsh void seem soft and inviting. The man's thoughts have grown as unwieldy as the heavy ice axe gripped in his hand. He keeps trying to remember that he is Christopher Bell, a human being, and not a part of this free and empty space. For he knows if he stops remembering that, he may forget all else too, and then let go.
There's been no reason for trying to locate Mr. Bell, since nothing of any importance has occurred during these 3 weeks. I'm sure he's quite all right. Only, one thing still puzzles me a bit. The remarkable change in him on that morning 3 weeks ago. I never heard him talk like that before. And whatever the reason for it, I'm quite sure it was something that happened that morning before he came to the office.
My name is John Huxford, and I've been a conductor on the Westminster route for some 14 years now. And during all that time, Mr. Bell has been a daily passenger of mine on the early morning inbound run. As I recall it, the first time anything you might say out of the way ever happened between us was one morning about 3 weeks ago. I saw Mr. Bell waiting at the usual place, so I signaled to the driver to stop. Oh, good morning, Mr. Bell.
Good morning. I'll be right there.
Here now, let me come down and help you, sir.
I'll make it. If you just take my arm, Mr. Huxford. My arm, please.
But I have taken your arm, Mr. Bell.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry.
Up we go now. There you are, sir.
Thank you. I had a bit of a shock this morning. I'm all right now.
Well, if it's all right now, that's fine, I say. Now take hold of the strap there now.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, let me see. I have the fare here somewhere. Oh, yes, here you are.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you. I'm afraid you've brought something home to mind.
I don't understand what you mean, sir.
Well, Mr. Huxford,
Have you ever had anyone take your arm and help you up a flight of steps?
No, and I might say that I hope the day never comes when I... well, I'm sorry, sir.
Not at all. Thank you, Mr. Huxford. Thank you very much.
I don't rightly know what was wrong with him, though it's certain that something was. I haven't seen him for nearly 3 weeks now. I can't imagine what it might have been what happened to him that morning before he got on the bus.
My name is Jenkins. I've been Mr. Bell's personal valet for the past 12 years and 7 months. The master's travelling somewhere on the continent just at present. Been gone something over 2 weeks now. Decided rather suddenly, I believe. In fact, I rather think something happened one morning about 3 weeks ago that caused him to make up his mind, though I really haven't faintest idea what it might have been. I can remember noticing a very strange look on his face when he came down to breakfast that morning, but thought nothing of it at the time.
Good morning, Jenkins.
Good morning, sir. I trust you had a pleasant night's rest.
Yes, I did, thanks, Jenkins.
Having the usual, orange juice, toast, and tea?
No, I want nothing except some coffee.
Very well, sir. I'll bring it right away.
I can't let him find out. I can't let anyone find out about it. Maybe it's a little better now. Maybe it's going away. Maybe I'm giving it too much importance, but... No, it's still there. That same lack of feeling clear down the whole right side of my body. There, I can move my arm and leg all right. There's no feeling in them. They're numb. It's simply that at 52 years of age, I've had a light stroke.
Your coffee, sir.
Oh, thank you, Jenkins.
Would you care for something more, sir?
No, that's all.
If you'll pardon me, sir, you don't seem quite yourself this morning. I do hope you're not ill.
No, I'm all right, Jenkins.
I hope you won't mind my saying this, Mr. Bell, but you don't take very good care of yourself anymore.
Oh, please.
It's been years now since you had a checkup, not since the mistress passed away, in fact.
I'm quite all right, Jenkins. I'm quite all right.
Yes, sir. I'm relieved to hear it, sir. I'll bring your paper now, sir.
Good Lord. Is this what a man slaves his life away for? To end up helpless, dependent on others? To be wheeled about, put out in the sun, taken in like some great fat lava? It's disgusting.
Pardon me, sir. I didn't quite hear you.
Oh, nothing, Jenkins.
Here's your paper, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Please call if you need anything else, sir. I'll be in the pantry.
I couldn't go on that way. I'd rather not go on. I've got to face it. This stroke is the first warning. There'll be others, worse ones. And in a short time, I'll be helpless. There must be some way out. Not suicide, but some way. There's got to be some way.
The icy wall hardens into cold, vitreous steel as the dusk-born shadows chill its surface. The merciless ice is beginning to freeze the cramped joints of the man's fingers now, and the heavy axe swings idly at his belt, tracing a fumbling pattern on the thin air of the void. How much longer can he cling to those slots in the glacier's face? How much longer does he have to live? 30 seconds? A minute? What's the margin of safety now? And what does a man think of while his pulse beats slower and he waits to die?
Strange how I'm able to go on, hanging to this slope, clinging on to life. I can't feel another ounce of strength left in me. Strange, too, how it seems I could stay here forever, becoming part of the glacier itself, looking down at the rocks below and out across the peaks and the ice. I was right. Dying isn't so bad, really. Not when it's like this. Rather pleasant, in fact. It looks so soft down there, the shadows and the snow, and the wind. Perhaps I could let go, float out on the wind like an eagle, or be blown along by it like drifting snow. Well, the sun's gone now. It will be full dark in a few minutes. Maybe I can hold on that long, till everything is dark, even the snow and the ice. And who knows? Perhaps I'll watch the sun rise tomorrow and set again. And even beyond. Oh, no. I can't last even one full minute longer. I'm through. I'm finished. I can't even last a half. Huh? Chips of ice sliding over the edge. It's funny how a glacier sheds off that way. I suppose the difference in temperature between day and... Oh, wait. ice axe. That was an axe. No other sound in the world like it. Fell from up above the overhang there. There must be somebody up there on the slope, coming down from the top. There is. Wait, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hello! That's a mountaineer's call for help. Someone's dropped his axe and he's in trouble up there. It's right above this bulge. If I can only... No, my throat. My throat's too dry. Well, 6 more steps to cut to reach the edge there. All right. 6 more steps. I was done in. I was finished. And now... Now... 5 more steps. Just about does it. The last step.
Kid, cut the rope and let me go. There's no use of us.
Good Lord, it's a woman, and there's a man upon the slope. Hold on up there.
What?
I'll be with you in a minute.
Kid, somebody's coming. There's someone down here.
Over the edge. Take it easy there. Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, thank heaven. I don't know where you came from, but thank heaven you're here.
Here, easy now. Let's get a step out for your feet. I'm just below the overhang there. I heard the fellow up above call out. He's got quite a voice on him.
It's my husband. Please hurry.
Easy now. Step out here in a second. You can put your feet on it. You get your breath. Then we'll tackle the slope.
All right.
Here now. I'll scrape this ice away. Easy now. There. Oh, that's better, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Oh, you're all right now. Just lean there. When you feel like it, we'll go on up. Oh, my name is Christopher Bell, by the way.
I'm Anna Gerlin.
How'd you do?
Thank you. I thought we were done. I was cutting steps down ahead on the slope, and I slipped and dropped my axe. The rope held me, but neither of us dared to move.
Oh, yes. Well, you're all right now. As soon as you rest up a minute, we'll cut some more steps back up the slope. Oh, you shouldn't have started down this way. You've never been able to pass that bulge.
Yes, I can see that now. Of course, it's harder to tell when you're moving down the slope.
Yes, I suppose it is.
You were coming up the slope, weren't you?
Yes, I came up from the foot.
Alone and without a rope. And you deliberately climb onto the underside of an overhanging wall.
Well, let's just say we're both foolhardy.
Is that what you call it?
If you've got your breath back now, suppose we start up the slope. Oh, here, I'd like to take my axe and cut the first step.
You'd trust me with it? After I dropped my own?
Oh, anybody could make a mistake like that, dropping an axe or climbing up under an overhang.
My name is Theodore Gerlin, and I'm the husband of the woman who slipped and fell on the wall of the glacier. I'm a physician, formerly of Harley Street, London, though I've practiced in Paris for several years now. I met Mr. Bell when he and my wife reached the ice ledge where I stood waiting above them. I was not immediately aware of his trouble, but found out about it a short time later when we reached the rest hut at the top of the ridge. While my wife heated water for tea at the far side of the room, Bell and I fell into a much more personal conversation than strangers normally do. But this sometimes happens when people have been very close to death.
At any rate, Dr. Gerlin, well, you can see how it is. The life of an invalid doesn't seem very appealing to
Tell me something, Mr. Bell.
Huh?
I gather you were pretty well done in when I called out there on the glacier. You couldn't lift a hand. Then how do you account for being able to chop 6 steps into that ice in a matter of some 5 minutes?
I don't know exactly. I was through. I couldn't have lasted 30 seconds more. But when I realized someone was in danger, I don't know, I forgot about it.
And this numbness, this lack of feeling in your right side, it didn't bother you?
No, I didn't notice. It isn't quite so bad now, as a matter of fact.
And there's your answer, Mr. Bell.
I don't believe I follow.
Action.
When you were in action, working because you had a reason, living because you had to, because somebody was depending on you, then you were all right. Everything was back in its place again.
Oh, perhaps, but a man can't spend all his time climbing up a mountain to save someone's life.
Oh, I don't mean physical action, movement. Call it incentive, if you like. Maybe that's a better way to put it.
Incentive, eh?
That's right. It's the one top pressure that keeps life moving and growing. And it's what you need.
Well, it's an interesting theory, Doctor.
Yeah, but it's only a theory, eh?
I'll have the tea ready in a moment. Is anybody interested?
I am, my dear. Lucky we brought it.
If no one minds, I believe I'll have a turn outside while we're waiting.
Of course not. Only be careful out there in the dark. The ridge breaks off pretty sharply here.
Oh, yes, I'll be careful. Oh, Dr. Gerland.
Yes?
If things were turned around, I wonder if it would be any more than just a theory to you.
Mr. Bell, where are you?
I'm over here, Mrs. Gerland.
Beautiful, isn't it? With the stars so clear and bright.
Yes. Well, there won't be any more clear nights before the winter storms.
It would be a shame to give it up, you and I.
What do you mean?
I've got to say this quickly, because I don't want my husband to know. We're not the kind who commit suicide, you and I, but I think we understand each other.
Well, you'll have to say more than that.
You deliberately climbed into a dead end out on that glacier, deliberately extended your safety margin beyond all possible limits, didn't you?
What do you mean, we understand each other?
Because I did the same thing. I went ahead. I picked that route down the slope.
But,
No, please wait. In 30 seconds, I would have cut myself loose from that rope. Oh, we went to an awful lot of trouble so we wouldn't have to call it suicide, didn't we?
You? But why?
I have a brain condition. There's no point in going into it, but it's incurable. And sooner or later, at any moment, I shall go blind.
Oh, no.
My husband doesn't know about it, and I don't want him to. Mr. Bell.
Yes?
I'll make a bargain with you.
What sort of bargain?
I'm not brave, really. To go on living, I need something to cling to. I need to know all the time that there's someone else with courage, too. Mr. Bell, I'll go on living if you will.
I'd say you're amazingly brave.
If I were, I could do it alone, without having to make myself dependent on you and your courage.
Well, that sort of thing could work both ways. I wouldn't dare let you down.
Nor could I you. Do you want to make the bargain? Shall we go on living, Mr. Bell?
As I said before, I am Dr. Theodore Gerland, and I met Mr. Bell some 3 hours ago on the Shalioch Glacier. At the moment, he's outside the hut a few yards away talking to my wife. I can hear the sound of their voices, but I can't make out the words. However, I know what they're talking about, what his answer would be. My wife and I discussed that before she went out to join him. You may have heard of my wife, incidentally, though it would likely have been under the stage name she uses in the Paris theater. You see, she's quite a talented actress.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and tonight brought you Action by C.E. Montague, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, and featuring Joseph Kearns as Christopher Bell and Eric Rolfe as the voice, with Louis Van Rooten as Dr. Golan, Marta Mitrovich as Greta, Jeff Corey as Bruff, Ray Lawrence as Huxford, Barry Kroger as Jenkins, and Joan Banks as Mrs. Golan. The musical score was conceived and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week.
You are in mid-ocean, aboard a Jinx ship. Already 3 men have died, And you know that some malignant force is aimed at you. And you cannot escape.
Next week, Escape with Joseph Conrad's great story, The Brute. Good night, then, until the same time next week, when we again offer you Escape. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Getting impatient for baseball. Have a touch of spring fever? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
You are in mid-ocean, aboard a Jinx ship. Already 9 men have died. And you know that some malignant force is aimed at you, from which you cannot escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escaped to the North Atlantic in the year 1900, and to a sailing ship whose very name struck dread in sailors' hearts, as Joseph Conrad told it in his famous story, The Brute.
You could never tell it just by looking at her, proud and strong and beautiful on the outside. You couldn't see the black heart inside of her, and you'd never know she'd killed at least 12 men and maybe more. But I knew her. Knew her for the murdering she-devil she was. I saw her the day she killed her first one, and I was there too when she finally made her big mistake and killed the wrong person. But that was a long time later. Oh, she had a name all right, but after that first day, her first killing, nobody but the family ever used it again. Everyone else from that day on would look at her half afraid and half snarling, and they called her the Brute. I remember I was 14 the day my father took me down to the South Thames boatyard to watch the launching of the ship. My brother Charlie was there, of course, 8 years older than me and very proud of his 1 gold stripe, now that he'd been made an officer on the Apps line. Charlie and Father were talking. I just stood and listened to them and didn't say much of anything myself.
Look at her, Dad. Ever see a ship in your life with lines like that? I bet she'll outsail any clipper in the China trade.
Well, that remains to be seen, Charlie. How soon are they going to launch her?
Any minute now. Oh, I'd give a lot to be sailing on her, instead of on the Malcolm Apps.
Well, the Malcolm's a good ship, son. As good a ship as any the Apps family owns.
Oh, I'm not kicking. I'm glad enough to be through apprenticeship and get my commission. But even at that, I'd almost rather be a bosun on this ship than third mate on the Malcolm.
I understand that Colchester's to be her captain.
Yes, that's right. Oldest commander with the Apps and Sons line. Look at the size of her, Dad. She's a full 2,000 tons.
Less half a ton, Charlie. Oh, good morning, Mr. Jermyn.
Mr. Wilmot. Hello, Ned.
How do you do, sir?
No, Charlie, she came to 1,999 and a half when we measured her up.
Well, 2,000 tons or not, Mr. Jermyn, you'll never build a better ship than this one.
I don't know, Charlie. I built her the way Mr. Ops wanted her. She's big and she's stout, but I don't know.
And what's your reason for saying that, sir?
No reason that makes any sense. About the devil's own time with her. Cabin doors jamming when they shouldn't. Edge covers that wouldn't fit after they'd been measured up. Blocks fouling for no reason at all. I don't know, Mr. Wilmot. But if she were a human being, I'd say that maybe she's insane.
Oh, come now. You've been working too hard, Mr. Jermyn. Better take a vacation now that she's finished.
Well, I could certainly use...
I say, that's Maggie Colchester up there, the captain's niece. Is she going to do the christening?
That's right, Charlie. And I'd better get down below now. My own men are going to knock the stays loose and let her slide down into the water.
Well, good luck, Mr. Jermyn.
Thanks, Mr. Wilmot. Come on board for the celebration after she's lodged. Bring the boy.
Fine, thank you. We shall be there.
They'll let it go any minute now. Dad, I'm going to sail on that ship someday.
Oh, you'll probably sail on a lot of Apps line ships before you're through, Charlie.
Look, they're giving Maggie the champagne now, and she's going to christen it.
Yes, listen.
I christen the Apps family.
The Apps family. So that's what they're naming her, eh?
All right, men. Knock out the stairs. Let her go.
Look, Dad, she's starting to move. There she goes.
Yes, well, look at that speed. I never saw it. Jermyn, look out!
Good Lord, he fell right into the waves and she went over him.
He didn't fall. The timber rolled off the deck and knocked him under.
She slid right over him. Mr. Jermyn, the man who built her.
She's launched in blood, if that means anything. She's a brute and a murderess now, Charlie. Still think you'd like to sail on her?
It was an accident. It doesn't mean anything.
Perhaps not.
I'll sail on her someday, sooner or later. I will sail on her.
Well, the way things worked out, I was the one to sail on her first instead of Charlie. He'd gone on out to the Orient aboard the Malcolm. And 6 months later, when I started my apprenticeship, I found the company had assigned me to report to Captain Colchester on the Apps family, or the Brute, as everybody was calling it privately. There was some kind of mix-up in the sailing orders, and by the time I came on board, the tug already had a line on the big sailing ship and was starting to ease her stern first out into the channel.
All right, now. Ease ahead there. Pick up the slack.
Captain Colchester was at the taffrail shouting orders to the tug captain, and the mates were forward somewhere, handling the check line.
You've got the slack now. Haul away.
I stood at the waist, waiting for a chance to report in, and watching a young fellow about my own age, who was doing something or other up aloft on the mizzenmast above me. The tug had drawn the line out taut, but the ship hadn't started to move yet.
You've got no way on her yet. Turn your engine up to full speed.
The tug was churning the water to froth, and the hawser was tight as a bowstring, but we still didn't move.
Keep her up. Hold that on full throttle.
Then suddenly the ship gave a lurch and started back like a bucking horse. The men forward had no chance to ease the check cable, and a second later it snapped. The ship plunged on back and then sheered over to bring up with a smash against the pierhead that knocked me sprawling on the deck. And at that moment, the lad who'd been working aloft on the mast crashed down onto the deck not 10 feet away from me. And he lay there without moving.
Give a hand up here on my waist, mate. Young Hawkins just fell out of the tops. Hey. That's too bad.
Is he dead, Captain Colchester?
He's dead, boy. You get a hold of yourself. Don't stand there trembling. You never seen anybody die before?
Yes, sir. On the day they launched this ship.
Oh, Jermyn, eh? You're young Ned Wilmot, I suppose, the new apprentice.
Yes, sir.
And no doubt you may have heard the ship called by an unpleasant name once in a while.
Yes, sir. The Brute.
Well, you'll be kind enough to remember while you're aboard that her name is the Apps family, and she's had her share of accidents, the same as any other ship. Is that quite clear?
Yes, sir.
Now get along forward with you and stow your gear away on the forecastle. You'll take over young Hawkins' duties for the time being.
Yes, sir. I sailed aboard the Brute for the next 4 years and watched her kill 9 men during the time. We got so we'd try to outguess her, try to figure how she'd do it the next time. But no matter what we think, we never were right. And it wasn't only the killing, it was everything. Most ships have little ways all their own, and you'll learn about them and allow for them. But not her. She was like a crazy woman. You never knew what she'd do next. I remember once off the Gold Coast, she ran before a gale for 2 days as pretty as you please. And then broached to twice the same afternoon. Flung the helmsman clean over the wheel the first time, and the second time swamped herself fore and aft and split out every stitch of canvas. And after we got the decks cleaned up, we found 1 seaman had gone overboard. He was her 5th, I guess it was. Or maybe the 6th. Oh, she was beautiful, the Apps family was. Big and proud and beautiful. And along with it, a killer.
black-hearted, sea-going brute. My brother Charlie was on the China run all that time. First on the Malcolm and later on the Lucy Epps. But we never happened to hit port on the same time. Finally, the time of my apprenticeship was up. We boomed into London at the end of the trip. And I went before the board for my papers. I guess they figured anybody who could stay alive for 4 years on the Brute must be a seaman. Anyway, I passed, and Mr. Epps handed me my sailing orders along with the commission. I was assigned as third mate to Captain Colchester on the Epps family.
Well, congratulations, Ned. Glad you're going to stay with us.
Thanks, Captain Colchester.
You've been a hard-working apprentice, and I've no doubt but you'll be a good officer. In fact, we have a man on board who'll make sure of that.
Why? What do you mean, Captain?
Got a new first mate on this trip. Come in, Charlie.
Charlie?
Well, hello there, youngster. I say, you've been doing a bit of growing the last 5 years.
Charlie, I didn't even know you were in port.
Been in for a week down country, though. I hear you fooled the board.
Careful, man. You're talking about your own third mate.
Yes, so they tell me. Well, you'll be jumping lively on this trip, my boy.
Easy, easy. Don't forget, I know this ship and you don't.
And I'll learn it quick enough. Been wanting the chance for a long time. And between us, I think we can even break this jinx.
Lads, there'll be no talk of a jinx on this trip. At least not in the cabin as long as Maggie's going along.
Maggie? Who's Maggie?
Ask your brother. I think he's the one who talked her into the trip. Although she claims it's for her health. I'll leave you two to get acquainted. We'll be about 10 days loading if you've got any plans.
What's he talking about, Charlie? Who's Maggie?
His niece, Maggie Colchester. You remember her, the girl who christened the ship?
Oh, of course. Ollie,
well, hasn't Dad told you where I've been spending shore leaves for the last year and a half?
No, Charlie, I didn't know anything about it.
Well, then let me show you something. Here. Now, if I have my way, Maggie will be wearing this before the trip's over. Here, take a look.
Blimey, that's all right.
Yes, I bought it in Cape Town. It's a blue-white diamond set in platinum.
Is it big enough to go on a finger?
Oh, it's big enough, all right. And that's where it's going if I can talk her into it.
And who's going to talk who into what, Charlie?
Maggie, I was, saying that, I hoped I could talk you into going ashore for dinner with me.
Oh, where are you now? You big liar.
Oh, Maggie, this is my brother, Ned. Ned, this is Maggie.
How do you do? And are you one of the officers, too?
I'm the new third mate.
Well, I certainly hope you're more truthful than your brother.
Maggie.
Whose invitation to dinner I am accepting with pleasure.
Oh, really?
See you both later.
All right, you are. About an hour.
Charlie, she's lovely.
Well, she's more than that, Ned. She's everything as far as I'm concerned.
Well, in that case, good luck. I hope you get her.
Well, we'll see about that. Anyway, with Maggie aboard, we've got to make sure this jinx ship stays on good behavior for once.
It'll be the first time if she does.
And it's the first time we've had both the Wilmots on board together. We'll tame her down, Ned. We'll make her calm and peaceful as an old workhorse. Just you wait and see if we don't.
And the strange part of it was, he was right. We stood out past Gravesend and made the passage to the China coast in 121 days of the finest weather you could ever hope to meet. And for the first time in her bloody life, the old ship settled down and sailed herself as neat as you please. Charlie and I had talked about it sometimes when Maggie wasn't around, and he'd always laugh and say the brute knew when she'd met her match that she didn't dare try to buck the two of us. But I was more ready to give the credit to Maggie, to think maybe she'd charm the old murderess the way she'd charmed all the rest of us. From the second day out, Maggie was the secret darling of every man on board. She was all over the ship, here, there, and everywhere, with red tam and her bright blue eyes, never still a minute, and having the time of her life. If she'd come along for her health, she'd found it before we passed Gravesend. We raised a storm on the passage back and ran 4 days in a heavy gale. I stood by and held my breath, ready for anything, and nothing happened. The old lady, Epps family, held up her head and sailed along like a seagull. Any time before, she'd have buried her gunwale in the quartering seas, but now, all the water she shipped you could put in a teacup.
109 days from Hong Kong, we raised the Dungeness light, and early the next morning picked up a tug off Sheerness for the long tow upriver to London. The ship followed along on the tow line like a puppy on a leash, and we moved slowly up the river past Gravesend. All of us were glad to be home, but Maggie most of all, I think, because she'd never been at sea so long before. I had to smile at the way she danced around in the bows, picking out one landmark after another as we came to them, sometimes standing up on the spare anchor we'd taken in on the foredeck in order to get a better look at the riverbanks ahead. She wasn't wearing the ring yet, but I knew she was going to and was only teasing Charlie as long as possible.
What's wrong, Ned? That tug stopped her engines.
Collision up ahead in the channel, Charlie. Looks like a yawl and a schooner fouled together.
Oh, yes. Well, looks like they're clearing it up now. Guess we can move again in a couple of minutes. Maggie, why don't you go on the afterdeck? You're on the way up forward there.
Oh, I'm all right, Charlie. Stop worrying. We're almost home.
Better save your orders for the crew, Charlie. She outranks you.
Oh, I'll take orders from her any day. Yes. We are almost home, Ned. We've had a lucky voyage.
It's the first halfway peaceful trip I've ever made in the old brute.
Oh, I told you we'd tame her down. She's turned over a new leaf, Ned.
Well, it won't last long if she keeps on sheering off there and drifting back down the channel.
Huh? Oh, yes. And we're heading straight for those fishing smacks.
Better have the tug start up and hold a taut line on her. I've seen her do this before.
Yes.
Ahoy, the tug! Take up the slack and get her straight in the channel. Hold it against the current.
Any other ship would have held steady for the 2 or 3 minutes we stopped, but not the old Epps family. And now, when the tug tightened up in the hawser, pulling at an angle across her bows, she wouldn't respond, wouldn't budge. The old girl wanted her own way. She was just as stubborn as ever.
Ahoy, the tug! We're still drifting. Open up to full speed.
Confound her. Never saw a ship act like this.
The heavy hawser was pulled so tight it was humming, and Tug's pedals with her engines full whipped up the water like a mill race. And then it happened. The heavy towing chock tore loose from the deck. The hawser began sliding across the bow, ripping out rail stanchions like matchsticks. Then I saw it was going to sweep onto the flukes of the spare anchor, the anchor that Maggie was standing on.
Maggie! Get off that anchor! Look out!
Charlie! She tried to jump clear, but she was too late. The great anchor had tipped up on its side, clasped her about the waist like a monstrous arm of steel. It had carried her with it, and swung down and over and smashed against the side of the ship.
She went into the water. Take charge of the deck, Ned. I'm going in after her.
Ned, was that Maggie?
Yes, sir. She's overboard, Captain Colchester.
Maggie. Oh, the dirty, murdering brute. Now it's women she's killing.
Let go the port anchor! Hold the ship as she is and get the boats over!
I hadn't told Charlie, and I didn't say anything about it to Captain Colchester. But I stood there, and I knew it wasn't any use. Because I'd seen the way the heavy anchor had carried her over, and then swung in to smash her against the bow before it dropped her into the water. And I'd seen the way that water beneath the bow was all colored red. They found her at late afternoon when the tide turned, and she floated clear of one of the mooring buoys. And the next morning, we tied up in the London docks. The men had been happy at coming into their home port, but now they remembered how she'd been happy too, their own darling. I'd never before seen a crew leave a ship so quietly, and some of them, when they reached the wharf, turned back and cursed her under their breath. Finally, it was only Charlie and I, alone on the quarterdeck, and Captain Colchester was below somewhere in the cabin.
She never wore it, Ned. The ring. She never wore it.
But she would have, Charlie. I know she meant to. She was just having a little fun with you, that's all.
With all of us on board, why did the brute have to go for Maggie? Why?
I guess there's not much answer for that.
She was everything I wanted. Everything.
Yes, Charlie. I know.
I talked her into making the voyage. It was my idea.
It's no good, Charlie, this kind of thinking. I guess you know that.
I don't know. She's everything I wanted.
Charlie,
Over to Wilmot.
Over here, Captain.
I'm going ashore. The shipkeeper's come aboard now. The two of you are free to go whenever you like.
Thank you, sir.
Charlie, nothing. I'm resigning command in the morning. I'll never set foot on board her again as long as I live.
I feel the same way, sir.
Well, come into the company office in a day or two and sign out for the log. Good day, gentlemen.
Charlie, we'd better go ashore, too. We're done here.
Yes, I suppose we are.
I'll arrange to have our gear picked up later. There's no use of... Captain, look out! Missed him! But yardarm off the mainmast. Fell right behind him.
Ah, you missed me, you murdering brute! And that was your last chance,
Ned, that yard was made fast at Dungeness. And out falls out of the tops with the ship lying still at the wharf. Yes, Charlie. Come on, let's go ashore. Wasn't the devil satisfied for one trip? Is there no way of stopping her? How many more does she want to kill? Charlie? Oh, Ned. Ned, take me home. Charlie was 10 years older by the time we reached home, and it was 2 weeks before he'd do anything more than sit in his room and stare at the wall, saying nothing. Captain Colchester carried out his threat and resigned from the company the morning after we docked, and I filed my application for a transfer. The Apps family was reloaded and ready to sail, but she stayed on lying at the wharf with nobody to take her out. And that's the way things stood for 2 weeks, until one morning a bombshell dropped. Hello, Ned. Charlie, I wondered where you went this morning.
And I left the house early.
How do you feel?
Fine. Ned, Mr. Apps tells me you've applied for a transfer. Another ship.
Well, yes, I did, as a matter of fact. You saw old man Apps?
Yes, I stopped in at the office this morning. Ned, it's up to you, of course, but I hope you'll change your mind.
Not a chance.
The ship sails tomorrow morning.
Oh, so they finally found somebody crazy enough to take her out?
Yes, they did. Me.
You? You're going to skip her the Brute?
That's right, Ned.
But I
it's
thought...
a short voyage, North Atlantic run. Be awfully glad to have you along. Somebody I could depend on if you feel like signing on again.
Charlie!
Of course, it's up to you.
All right, Charlie. I'll sign on again. Be glad to. We boomed out past the Sheerness Light and headed north, hugging a lee shore in the stiff breeze. The ship drove ahead as steady as a barge, with scarcely a roll or a quiver. But in spite of the smooth and easy way she handled, I couldn't help feeling uneasy. I could sense the black spirit of her brooding somewhere down inside, mocking and taunting us with her bloody memories, and waiting for a new chance. By nightfall, we were running hard in along the Kettling coast, where those rocky headlands break at intervals out of the shelving sandy beaches. The onshore wind held steady in our quarter, and the sun sank down behind the land some 3 miles away. It wasn't quite full dark yet when Charlie sent for me. I came up to where he was standing alone near the wheel. Is that you, Ned? Right, Charlie. Bosun said you wanted to see me.
Yes. I did send for you, Ned. Hold her steady as she goes, close to the wind.
Aye, sir.
I've been standing here, thinking about Maggie, Ned. How she'd scrambled around over the decks, making friends with everybody, having the time of her life.
Charlie, you've got to stop it.
No, I'm all right. I like to think about her.
It's this ship and all the memories around it. It's what I was afraid of.
No, it's all right. Ned, I want you to take charge of the crew and give an order. Of course, you'll question the order, but you'll carry it out anyway. Do you understand?
What's the order, Charlie?
Have all hands prepare to abandon ship.
What? But why? There's nothing wrong.
Mr. Wilmot, it is not an officer's place to question an order by the captain.
You'll do as you're told.
Yes, sir.
You can give the order now, Mr. Wilmot.
Charlie, I can't let you... Very well, Captain.
All hands on deck! Stand by the boats! Prepare to abandon ship!
All right, helmsman. Find your place at the boats. I'll take over the wheel.
Aye, sir. You don't know what you're doing, Charlie. We're in no danger. There's no reason to abandon ship.
You're always in danger aboard this black-hearted brute. I'll put on the quarter now. You can get the boats in the water when she yields. Hurry on.
Steady! Going on the quarter!
Easy on. All right. Now.
All hands! Lower boats!
We shouldn't have any trouble running ashore to that beach there at the south.
Hey, what about you?
I'll hold her steady until everybody's clear. You'd better go over the side. Your boat's standing there.
Oh, no, not until you do. I'm staying with you, Charlie.
Don't be a fool, Ned. I'm doing this alone.
No, Charlie, not while I'm here.
Mr. Wilmot, you will abandon ship and take charge of the boats in the water, and that's an order.
Charlie, I can't...
Mr. Wilmot!
Very well, Captain.
That's the spirit, lad. Learn to obey orders and step lively. And you'll be a seaman yet. Good luck, Ned.
Thanks, Charlie. We'll stand by for you in the boat.
Of course, lad. Fine. Bye.
I slipped over the gunwale and dropped down into the boat that trailed alongside on a line from the rail. I'd hardly hit the bottom when the line slackened. I knew Charlie had cut us loose from the ship. He was alone on her now, alone in the night sea, with a black brute.
Look, sir, look! He's laid it over, away from the wind.
Charlie had put the helm over hard. With a terrible shudder of her dark sails and a smother of white foam from her bows, the great ship heeled about in a sharp turn and then began to drive ahead like some mad thing before the wind. Straight before the wind and straight toward the shore.
Look, sir, the rocks on the headland. She's going to smash herself.
Faster and faster she plunged ahead through the weltering seas, faster and faster on the back of the gale, while the black-hearted spirit of her screamed in the ratlines.
Look, sir, the rocks! What in the name of heaven is he going to do?
And now, for one long instant, she hung poised at the top of a plunge and then drove smashing downward onto the rocks. We stood by, as close as we dared, for 3 hours, while the killer ship pounded herself to bits in the surging sea. But we didn't find my brother Charlie. And from the first minute, I knew we wouldn't. Because just before I'd left the ship, there by the helm, in the light of the binnacle lamp, I'd seen the thing he was holding clenched tight in his hard brown fist. It was a tiny platinum ring set with a blue-white diamond.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and tonight brought you The Brute by Joseph Conrad, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, featuring Dan O'Herlihy as Ned Wilmot and Eric Rolfe as Charlie Wilmot, with Nina Cowden as Maggie, Jeff Corey as Captain Colchester, Wilms Herbert as German, and Parley Bear as the father. Music is conceived and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week.
You are far into the remote hill country of Afghan, caught in an ambush by the fierce Pathan tribes, trapped in a hopeless fight from which there seems no escape.
Next week, we escape with Rudyard Kipling's gripping story, The Drums of the Fore and Aft. Good night, then, until the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Worrying about those bills piling up, dreaming about that coming vacation, want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
You are deep in the remote hill country of Afghan, face to face with the fierce Pathan warriors, trapped into a hopeless fight from which there seems no escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to the north of India and to a battle long remembered, as Rudyard Kipling described it in his famous story, The Drums of the Fore and Aft. When I came out from England to serve as a news correspondent with the British troops on the North Indian border, Regiment number 329A was called the Fore and Fit, Princess Hohenzollerins Own Royal Light Infantry. Fore and Fit, but now behind their backs men call them the Fore and Aft. You know, when certain words are shouted in front of other barracks, the troops may come out with belts and fists. But the mere whisper of Fore and Aft brings out the men of this regiment with rifles in their hands and murder in their eyes. I think perhaps the story of how the Fore and Aft got its name may be really more the story of Jakin and Peggy Liu, two of the toughest and most lovable little monsters who ever banged a drum or tooted a fife in a military band. They were both about the same age, with curly hair and the faces of cherubs. And inside were two souls that should have belonged to a pair of devils. Oh, I must have seen them before, of course. But the first occasion I can recall was an informal regimental court the colonel was holding in the orderly room one morning. Piggy and Jakin were there, and they were in trouble, as usual.
All right, Sergeant. Read the charges.
Yes, sir. The charge is made by one Smithers, a civilian, that while walking back of the bazaar at 6 p.m. last evening, he was set upon without provocation by two drummers from the corps band, known as Jakin and Piggy Lou, and by them was beaten into near insensibility.
Fighting again. Go on, Sergeant.
Mr. Smithers states further that he was struck down by the two defendants, and while lying on the ground was kicked repeatedly in the face and ribs, escaping with his life only through the timely arrival of a detachment of the guard. That's all, sir.
Well, what about it, Jakin? Piggy, is this the truth?
Oh, yes, sir. We gave him what for, all right.
Confound it, you two little heathens are more trouble than all the rest of the regiment put together. You're hailed in here on charges every time you turn around. I can't very well put you in cells or hang you.
Oh, no, sir. We shouldn't like that at all.
That will do, Jakin.
Yes, sir.
All right, Sergeant, turn them over to the bandmaster and have him tan their hides. Tell them to make it one they'll remember this time.
Yes, sir.
Begging your pardon, sir, but can't we say nothing in our own defense?
That's right, sir. What if a bloomin' civilian said he'd report you for having a bit of a turn-up with a friend? Suppose he tried to get money out of you, sir, and then...
That will do, Piggy. Then you were fighting.
Well, only between ourselves, sir, and that don't count.
If you'll pardon me, Colonel, this man Smithers does have a reputation for that sort of thing, blackmail, you know. And one thing the boys don't do is lie.
It's not that we'd mind it, sir, to be called up by even a corporal. But we can't have no blinking civilians interfering with the business of Her Majesty's regiment.
All right.
We'll forget the birching. You're both confined to quarters for 3 days.
But, sir...
And throw away that pipe when you get outside, Piggy. You're too young to be smoking.
Yes, sir.
All right, dismissed. Confounded Kipling, I don't know what to do with the lads. They're not really bad at heart. And they've never known any home but the army.
Where did they come from, by the way?
Oh, Jakin is from some back street in London, and Piggy Lou is straight off the Calcutta docks. In both cases, ancestry unknown.
Well, they seem loyal enough to the regiment at any rate.
They are, and loyal to each other in their own way. I'm inclined to think sometimes they've got more real spirit than all of those new regulars put together.
Yes, I'd say you're overloaded with green troops, Colonel.
Overloaded? 90% of the regiment were in Manchester factories and Lancashire farms 6 months ago. Can't make a soldier that length of time.
Any chance of action fairly soon?
Off the record, we'll probably move north in about 10 days. Not to the front, of course. We'll give them a few months of guarding communication lines. Let them shake down a bit before they see any real action.
Yes, good idea.
That's the only thing to do. There's only one thing certain. This regiment is not ready for action yet. Only don't write that back to your paper.
But the gods who govern armies seldom choose the wisest plan. On the Afghan border, a large force of Pathan guerrillas began massing near the Khyber Valley, being held in check temporarily by a regiment of Highlanders and a regiment of native Gurkhas. A week later, the 4 and Fit was ordered to march north, contact the other 2 regiments, and carry out joint action to disperse the enemy. Parade ground and barracks began to hum with preparations for the coming campaign. Privates walked with a new swagger, subalterns began to snap their salutes and orders, and the young officers nearly shot one another at pistol practice. Battle, a glorious word to men who'd never fired a gun at a human being in their entire lives. But to Piggy and Jakin, the excitement was like salt in an open wound, for the band was reduced to 20 men, and the drummer boys were being left behind.
Blimey if I'm going to let him do it to me, Jakin. Me, what's going to have a career in the army, being left behind like an old boot.
And why should you worry? Now you can stay here with that bloomin' girl of yours.
Oh, what's a girl when the regiment's going up to the front? And that's another thing, too. How am I going to explain to her about being left behind with the women?
What do you have to explain anything to her for? She's only 13.
Oh, I've been telling her I'd get myself a medal when the first campaign come along. Now am I going to do it now, I ask you?
Perhaps the drum major will give you a bloomin' medal for tooting on a fife. I heard him talking to you yesterday.
And how was I to stop him?
Piggy, he says, why don't you consider making music your career? Piggy Lou, the musician, a bloomin' non-combatant.
I won't do it. He can try, but he can't make me.
Aha! And when I'm an officer, perhaps I'll invite you in to have a glass of sherry wine on mess nights, Mr. Lou.
I'll be a blinking officer before you are. I'm going to join up with the regulars just as soon as I'm old enough.
Piggy the musician.
Oh, stow it. Right at the moment, I don't feel like fighting even you.
I heard in the barracks are going to take Tom Kidd along. He's to be the bugler. Of course, he's 18, though.
That he is. But I can plaster the wall with him any day. With one hand behind me back.
Perhaps we can hit him around a bit. Just enough so he can't bugle no more. You get hold of his hands, Piggy, and then I'll kick him in
No. They still wouldn't take us. Our reputations ain't what they might be, you know.
Oh, well. I'd just leave stay here and do a bit of loafing myself.
With our own regiment going into action? Why, I'd just leave have my...
Hey, look who's coming. It's the bloomin' colonel herself.
And so it is, all alone. You know, Jakin, me lad, I think I'll have a little talk with this colonelship.
Have you gone daft with the heat?
Oh, the colonel's a good old beggar. Here, hold me pipe.
Blimey, now we're in for it again.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Eh? Well, Piggy, are the drums in revolt? Am I to be pulled down right here in the open?
No, sir. I'd like the pleasure of a word with you, sir.
All right, go ahead and have it.
I'm asking you, sir. If you thought the world and all of your regiment and it was going off to active duty without you, sir, then how'd you feel?
I'm afraid I should feel a bit left out of things.
And worse. It's as bad as being a blinking civilian, if you'll pardon me, sir. But that's how Jakin and me feels about it.
You've no idea what a campaign can be like.
Why, you'd flop on your face in the first 20 miles.
No, we wouldn't, sir. We're good at marching. I've told my girl I'd bring her back a medal. I've just got to go. And anyhow, if I stay here, the bandmaster'll make a blessed musician out of me, sir.
I see. I think you could pass a physical...
Oh, not the slightest doubt of it, sir. We're both of us very healthy for our age. Please, sir.
All right. I suppose it's unheard of for a border regiment to take drummers along on active campaign. But if you get past the medical officer, you can both go along.
Blimey! Jakin, did you hear that? We're going up to the front. Thank you, sir. Carry on. Yoo-hoo!
The regiment marched out of the station 2 days later, and all those left behind lined the road that led past the parade ground. The band stood by and played them out, waiting to fall in at the foot of the column. And although Jakin perspired and beat on his drum manfully to cover up, it was quite evident that Piggy Lou was not with the band. Jakin kept glancing at the cedar hedge behind him, and I had a rather good idea why Piggy was being detained.
You've got to be awful careful and take real good care of yourself, Piggy. You're so venturesome. I'll worry all the time.
It's odd, Chris. I'll grant you it's odd, but what's a man to do when his regiment's called off to active duty now? Here, give us another kiss.
Oh, Piggy.
That's more like it.
You'd have stayed here like you ought to. You could have had as many as you wanted.
And if I'd done that, Chris, you wouldn't think anything of me.
Like as not. But at least I'd had you with me, Piggy. And all the thinking in the world ain't like kissing.
And all the kissing in the world ain't like having a medal to wear on the front of your coat.
Who cares about a medal? Just stay with me, Piggy, darling. And I'll love you true forever.
Aren't you going to do that anyhow, Chris? You said you was.
Of course I am. Be lots more comfortable if you stayed here.
Oh, don't take on about it, Chris. I'll be coming back, and I'll marry you someday, too, I promise.
But when? Years and years, perhaps. You be careful, won't you, Piggy?
Oh, man has to take his chances in the army, Chris. But if it happens, I'll be thinking of you right to the last.
Oh, don't talk like that.
Oh, now, here, give us a kiss.
Peggy, get yourself on over here. We're about to fall in.
I've got to go now, Chris, my darling. Don't you be forgetting me.
Oh, I won't ever, Piggy. Here, I made something for you to take with you.
Eh? What's this?
It's a button bag. All the regular soldiers carry them. I put some of my hair in it.
Well, now, that's awful kind of you, Chris.
I guess it ain't made so good, but I didn't want nobody else to help me. Not even Mum.
Oh, I'll carry it right over me heart, so long as I'm alive.
Don't say things like that.
Peggy, come on.
Give us one more kiss now. Can't stay no longer.
Oh, Piggy.
Goodbye, Chris. Take care of yourself.
Bye, Piggy. Be careful. Be careful.
I'll be coming around to see you, Chris, my darling, when I get back from the war.
Piggy.
Well, it's about time. And lucky we're not both in trouble. Here, stick this blinking pipe in your ugly mouth and blow on it, petticoat chaser.
Oh, shut up and beat your drum, soldier, before I decide to pound in your bloomin' head a bit. Tell the colonel he can shove off now.
And so the 4 and 5th went north to the wars, first by troop train, and then on foot when the last railhead left them with a 7-day route march before they'd reach the front up ahead. And during those 7 weary days, the regiment began to crack. Men weren't hardened to the long miles of marching, and they found themselves dead tired before the noon of each day. The food was bad, and the water was worse. And on the 2nd day, the snipers started in. They would hide in the tumbled rocks of the low brown hills beside the road and wait for the column to pass. And the first sign of one would be a flash and a puff of smoke, and some man on the long line of march would die without ever seeing the enemy who killed him. And even at night, the tired and nerve-shattered men could find no rest. If anything, the night hours and the dark tents were a good deal worse than the daylight hours on the dusty road.
Oh, still you bloomin' gabbing till the morning, Piggy. I gotta get myself some sleep.
As if I ain't marched just as far as you have. Oh, me bloomin' feet's killing me.
Serves you bloody well right for getting us into this. We could have been back at the station a living on the fat of the land.
And halfway to becoming musicians, like as not.
In which case, I'd be a-sleeping in a regular bed, having decent chaw to eat for once.
I'm afraid you're not the army type, Jakin. Perhaps I shouldn't have talked my friend the colonel into letting you come.
Shut up there in the tent, or I come in and take a belt to you.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to call a blinking sergeant, sir.
There ain't no harm in it.
That's the left wing. Stay in your tent.
Piggy, that's another one of our sentries got herself killed out there.
Pathan beggars can sneak up in the dark without making a sound. And they take their bloody long knives and slice a man open as neat as you please.
All right, hold your fire and see what you're shooting at.
I wonder what they look like, Piggy. These here Pathans?
Oh, what's it matter when we can't even carry rifles? I ask you now, Jakin. Look at that. How's a man to get himself a medal when all he's got for a weapon is a bloomin' fife?
Late afternoon of the 7th day, weary, savage, and sick, their uniforms dulled and unclean, the 4 and Fit rendezvoused with the Highland Brigade.
Hi, lads. Here comes the new regiment, the 4 and Fit. 4 and Fit, eh? May I ask what it is they're fit for?
Some of the men bore wounds, and some were stretcher cases. But the real casualty was the regimental morale. These raw conscripts had marched out of their station in the south with the band playing. And somehow they'd imagined that they might march glorious into battle the same way. But no band played when they slogged sullenly into the brigade encampment.
Hey, Piggy, think we have found the blinking wart lost?
And what else? Ain't that a full-grown general old colonel's a-talking to there?
Blimey, look at them chaps over there are wearing petticoats.
Now, lot you know, they're islanders. And I've heard a man best take no liberties with them.
One activity might have aroused the interest of the regiment, as tired as they were. Rifle practice of the enemy. And with all 700 rifles blazing together. That's the way they felt.
We've had a bit of a tough time of it coming down, sir. My men have been rather mauled, with no chance of a fair return. They only want to go in some place where they can see what's before them.
I understand, Colonel. I wish I could let you have a few days to recover, but I simply can't spare you right now.
There'll be no need of it, sir. All we're wanting is one good night's rest.
I see. Well, you can lay your camp area downstroke from the Highlanders, Colonel. And I suggest you call a general inspection before dark. We plan to attack the enemy position at dawn.
So it's active duty you wanted, Piggy. And how much longer do you think they're going to keep us standing here with the bloody daylight barely coming over the hills?
Oh, knows. We can't have no battle till the bloomin' general has his morning tea now, can we?
Just take a look at all them Pathans out there on the plain. Must be 8 of them to 1 of us. Right down the line.
Then it makes it that much easier to get a medal.
And how do you hope to get a medal? Maybe you're going to blow their bloody eardrums out with your little fife.
More like it, we'll not even have the chance to see how the beggars look. The band, as you might have heard, is going to wheel and retire when we reach them rocks, while the regular soldiers go on and attack the enemy.
Which, I might say, is exactly the way I'd plan it myself. I got no fondness for being sliced up like a bloomin' leg of lamb.
Oh, you got no spirit, you bloody little beggar.
Beggar yourself and a bigger one. Them as want spirit can have it.
Like as not, I'll have to pound your head a bit before you can...
Here we go, Piggy.
Right, Charge Aiken. Ready now.
I call them as squads! At the quick march! Forward!
Watch yourself now, Jacob. And step lively. Just keep your eye on me and I'll make a bloody ear out of you.
Only someone had blundered. Someone had misread an order, and the 4 and Fit move out onto the plain to attack the enemy force alone.
Confounded, stupid conscripts! What are they up to, anyhow? They've spoiled the whole plan of the battle. It's the kind of a mistake you could expect from a regiment that doesn't even know how to march.
At the clump of rock, the band wheeled and halted and continued to play, while the ranks opened to form a skirmish line and moved slowly ahead.
Hold steady, laddies. We've had no orders to move out, and therefore we'll stand fast. If the foreign fit wishes to fight like hogs, then they'll fight alone.
At 500 yards range from the enemy line, the regiment began firing at will and wildly. In a few minutes, they'd thrown away half their ammunition and blinded themselves with their own smoke. And farther out on the plain, the Afghan army stood quietly, throwing occasional well-aimed bullets into the milling herd of green troops.
The blooming fools! They're bunching like a herd of sheep. Don't they realize there'll be a Ghazi charge at any minute?
Suddenly, from the main body of the Afghan troops, a small band of about 50 Pathan warriors charged forward and fell upon the startled Englishmen. These were the Ghazis, the suicide squad always thrown out ahead of the Afghan army before any main test of strength. Swinging their long, heavy knives, they struck the close-packed British line.
Why in the name of heaven don't they take open order? They'll be cut to bits.
The four and fit wavered, shuddered away from the vicious slashes of the murderous bone-handled knives, rallied for an instant and held, and then broke, turned tail, and ran.
Will you look at them, laddies? They turn and run. I might say they make better speed to the rear than they make to the fore. They're anything but the fore and fit now. More likely to call them the fore and aft. It'll take them a long time to live that one down. The fore and aft.
The regiment took no thought for the wounded, for the men left behind. Nor did they stop until they jammed in the pass that led up the hill. And the band, too, was carried along with them in their panicked, headlong flight. All the band except 2 men.
Piggy, you think the bloody beggars can see us hiding here on the rocks?
Of course not. Seeing as how they're too busy chasing our brave comrades. Look at 'em run, the bloomin' cowards. Ain't it a fine way now for a British regiment to act?
Had we done the same thing, we'd not be left behind here the way we are.
What's eating you? You're comfortable, aren't you?
Maybe comfortable, but I ain't easy in my mind.
Oh, stow it. Hey, somebody's dropped the canteen here. Maybe it's got rum in it.
And how can you hope to tell by shaking it?
Yeah, now keep your dirty hands off it. I'll do the trying it out.
Well, is it, Piggy? Is it?
No, it's water. Yeah, have yourself a free drink on Her Majesty, drummer boy. Chicken, look. Them Pathan beggars are starting back for their own lines. And keep your head down.
Well, now, with the bloomin' enemy return, perhaps they'll come out and rescue us.
Not them, the bloody cowards. Look at 'em, Jakin. The officers is beating them with the flats of their swords.
Can't they see the Pathans ain't chased them no more?
They can't see nothing but their own precious skins. Off 'em, though. Maybe we ought to give 'em a little music. Show 'em it's all nice and cozy out here now.
Oh, no. 'Tain't for me to do nothing like that. Won't we should get ourselves shot?
Oh, there ain't no enemy close by now. Come on, Jakin. Take up your bloody drum there.
You positive there's only water in that canteen?
Oh-ho, so like as not you're a coward, too. The same as the rest of the regiment.
I'll show you who's a coward, Piggy, my boy. And I'll be pounding your head a bit, too. The first chance I gets. Take your bloomin' fife there and stick it in your ugly face.
Well, now, so you have got a bit of spirit. Maybe I'll speak to my old friend the Colonel about it.
All shut up and start blowing. Ready?
Ready all? Now!
Where is it we're gonna march to, Piggy?
Back and forth a time or two in full sight. Then we'll wait in the rocks for the battle to start. They watching us?
To be sure they're watching us. Ah, yes. They're watching us, all right.
Time held still, and even the Afghan snipers forgot their weapons, while 2 armies watched the tiny red-coated figures marching back and forth on the battlefield alone.
Aye, and I tell you certain there's a pair of brave laddies down there.
All right, you blinking cowards! Look at them out there! Are them 2 children the only brave men in the regiment?
The men of the fore and aft lifted their heads, fingered their rifles, and stared without moving. And out there on the silent plain, back and forth, marched Jakin and Piggy.
play these bloomin' instruments all day long? Ain't the blighters ever gonna come back?
Shut up, Jake, and keep playing.
All I might say is, I shouldn't ever let you talk me into this. I ain't cut out for active duty anyhow. I should have bloody well feel more comfortable if I was back. If I was back.
Jakin. Jakin. Oh, you blinking heathen blighters, you've killed Jakin. All right, I'll show you who's afraid of you. Come on, you bloomin' cowards!
Two armies saw them die from the sniper's bullets. 2 armies and the men of the fore and aft.
All right, men of the regiment. What now? Those 2 at least were brave enough to know how to die.
Fix bayonets, ready about and form skirmish line. This time we attack, and there'll be no turning back.
Look at them ladies, the fore and aft. They're going back to fight. Aye, look at them run. Here's how it should have been done in the first place. They'll not turn their backs again. Aye, ladies. And now's the time for us. For as I know, here's where we join the fight. Ready, strike up the fight. By the jump, quick. Forward. Charge.
Late afternoon saw the Afghan army wiped out. And the general explained to me how everything had gone according to his plan, and how he hoped I'd cable that back to my paper in London right away. I turned and left him then, and walked out across the silent battlefield, walked out among the silent dead. The 2 tiny figures lay quite close together, Jakin fallen across his broken drum, and Piggy Lou with the fife still clenched in his dirty fist. A bulge under his tunic caught my eye, and I reached in and drew out a button bag embroidered crudely with the name Chris.
I made it for you myself, Piggy, my darling. And I put some of my own hair inside of it.
I'll wear it right next to me heart, Chris, so long as I'm alive.
I thought how Chris would soon forget, and how the world's memory is no longer than hers. The sun was sinking away in the west. The button bag in my hand was soaked and damp. And over the left breast of Piggy's grimy uniform, over the pocket where citations are usually worn, a bright red stain had spread out through the coarse wool, looking so very much like the bright red ribbon that goes with a medal.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and tonight brought you The Drums of the Fore and Aft by Rudyard Kipling. Adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, featuring Gil Stratton Jr. as Piggy Lou, Jimmy Ogg as Jakin, and Eric Rolfe as Rudyard Kipling, with Jeff Corey as the colonel and Alec Harford as the sergeant, Eric Snowden as the general, Peggy Weber as Chris, and Paul McVeigh as the Highlander. Music is conceived and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week.
You are drifting on the burning, glossy surface of a tropical ocean, alone on a tiny raft, with 3 murderous companions from whom you cannot escape.
Next week, we escape with John Russell's gripping story, The Fourth Man. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired out from spring house cleaning? Find your life uninteresting? Want to get away from it all?
we offer you Escape.
You are drifting on the burning glassy surface of a tropical sea, trapped on a flimsy raft, with 3 murderous companions from whom you cannot escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the 4 walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, at your request, we bring back one of our most popular escape stories. We take you to Mira in the South Pacific, a French penal colony as notorious as Devil's Island. And we invite you to escape from Mira in John Russell's The Fourth Man. The raft stood to open sea. A mat of pandanus leaves served for its sail, and a paddle of wood for its helm. Its flooring was woven of reeds and bamboo sticks and rested on triple rows of bladders. It was light, elastic, fit to ride any weather, and it carried 4 men. 3 of them sat huddled together at the far end. Their bodies were blackened with dried blood. The hair upon them was long and matted. They wore only the rags of convicts' blue canvas uniforms. On wrists and ankle they carried their mark, the dark and wrinkled stain of the manacles. There was DuBose, doctor, leader, man of the world, murderer.
Friends, the thing is done.
And Fenerou, forger, ladies' man, weakling, coward.
Yes, we got away, all right.
And the one known as the Parrot, thief, and cutthroat.
So far, so good. Gentlemen, by way of celebration, may I offer you cigarettes?
Cigarettes? Oh, Doctor, you're a marvelous magician. Look at them. White and fresh as though they just came from the package.
How did you do it? Every 6 months, there are about 75 escapes from Mira, and not more than one succeeds. Ours would be that one, I knew. And so, 3 weeks ago, I bribed the night guard for these very cigarettes, so that we might sit here, my friends, as we are doing, and celebrate.
I want a light.
Yes, a light for the Parrot.
Oh, our doctor is a wonder. He thinks of everything. He gives us cigarettes, matches, and our freedom.
Wait till you've got your 2 feet on a pavement again. That will be the time to talk about freedom.
To wear starched collars again. To stroll with a girl, clean and fresh from her bath, down the Place de la Concorde, the Rue de Rivoli.
Suppose we get a storm.
It's not the season of storms.
Just the same, suppose we get a storm.
Perke, my friend, you must not be so impatient. We were convicts back there, festering in oblivion. And now we stand on the rosy threshold of the big round world again. We are men raised from the dead.
Suppose we get a storm. You have got a gift of speech, but where's the ship that was going to meet us here?
This is the day as agreed. It will meet us.
This wind will blow us to China if we keep on.
We can't lie any closer to shore. There's a government launch at Torreon, and I doubt if the native trackers have given up yet.
Oh, careful, Parrot. They will eat you yet.
I've heard about that. Is it true, Doctor, that the natives keep all the runaways they can capture to fatten on them?
They prefer the reward. Still, I doubt if they've entirely lost the habit of cannibalism.
Yes, piece by piece, Parrot. First they will sample you, then they will make a stew of your brains. They won't miss a thing.
Shut up, Fenerou! The filthy brutes.
You know, I forgot. We have one of them with us.
The 4th man was steering the raft. He sat crouched in the stern, his body glistening with spray. His huge dark hands held the steering paddle. He was motionless like an idol, his eyes fixed on the course ahead, the 4th man on the raft.
My friends, You are looking at a Kanaka. You will see nothing superior. No line of beauty to redeem the low angle of the forehead, the knobby joints of the body. Nature has stamped him with the mark of inferiority. And he has set the final seal himself with that twist of bark about his middle, that prong of pig ivory through his nose.
Nonetheless, he is a man, and there is a price on our heads. He could be taking us where he likes.
Calm yourself, Fenero. He is a very simple animal. An infant, really.
Does that mean he could not double-cross us?
It does. He is bound by his duty. I made my bargain with his chief up the river. And this one is sent to deliver us on board our ship. That's the only interest he has in us.
And he will do it?
He will. That is the nature of the native.
I don't trust him. Not for a minute.
The brute. The animal. You! It's you I'm talking about, you filthy brute!
Parrot! Save your breath, Parrot. He speaks no language, only a few noises, a few signs.
I don't feel right on the same raft with that.
Go on, burn yourself up in this sun. Me, I will just stretch out a little under these mats.
Yes. We should all sleep a little, conserve ourselves. When we awake, she'll be there, the ship, our pretty little topsail schooner, our mast standing out against the sky, and we'll be on our way to France. Sleep, my friend.
The two younger convicts dozed under the heat of the day, but not Dr. DeBose. He stood once again to sweep the skyline under his shaded hand. His plan had been so careful, so precise. He had counted absolutely on meeting the ship, the small schooner, one of those flitting, half-piratical traders of the Copra Islands that can be hired like cabs in a dark street for any sinister enterprise. But there was no ship, and there was no crossroads where one might sit and wait.
Good morning, Doctor.
It's afternoon, Fenero.
Oh, yes, it is. I slept like a corpse.
And where's the ship, Doctor? It was going to be there when we awoke.
I'm thirsty. I'm dying of thirst.
So are we all, Fenero.
Where is the flask? Oh, I'm roasted in the sun.
You'll have to roast some more. This crew is put on rations.
What are you talking about? Where is that water?
I have it here.
So you have. Do you think it's yours?
It's ours, Parrot.
I want a drink.
Think a little, Parrot. We have to guard our supplies like reasonable men. We don't know how long we may be floating here.
So, that's how you talk now. You don't know how long, but you were sure enough when we started.
I am still sure. The ship will come. She cannot stay for us in one spot. She will be cruising to and fro until she intercepts us. We must wait.
That's good. Wait. And in the meantime, what? Fry here in this heat, our tongues hanging out, while you deal us out drop by drop?
Perhaps.
No! The man does not live who can feed me with a spoon.
A spoon?
Laugh, you scum! But you're in this too, with this captain who thinks of everything and still puts to sea without provisions. Go on, laugh again, laugh.
I wasn't laughing, Parrot. It's true. A bad piece of work for a captain of runaways.
Unless you would die very speedily, we must guard our water.
And whose fault is it?
Mine, I admit it. What then? Here we are, and here we must stay. We can only do our best with what we have.
All right, Doctor. Do your best. Give me a drink.
You may have your share, of course. But be warned. When it is gone, don't come to us. To Fenero and me.
Oh, what's fair is fair.
My drink!
Very well.
A thimbleful? One thimble?
This way we should have enough for 3 days. Perhaps more. With equal shares among the three of us.
That's right. There are only 3 of us.
Were you thinking of him, Fenero? Of our pilot? He looks somewhat like us, doesn't he? But his body has never known clothing. His feet, shoes. His heart has never known the swelling that comes with feelings of love or beauty. His mind has never known a single thought. Look at us three gentlemen. You, Fenero, a forger. You, Parrot, a thief. I, the Gibours of Paris and Marseille, a murderer. And yet we are civilized men, and this is a savage animal. Our provisions are for men only.
The three men awoke to their second day on the raft. They looked and saw the far round horizon and the empty desert of the sea, and their own long shadows that slipped slowly before them over its smooth, slow heaving. The land had sunk away from them in the night. The trap had been sprung. As the savage sun kindled upon them with the power of a burning glass, a calm fell, an absolute calm. The air hung, waited. The sea heaved and fell in polished undulations, and the sun shone, driving in under their eyelids like white-hot splinters. They crawled to the shelter of their mats, gasping, shriveling. And the water, the world of water, was slack and thick as oil.
Ah, mon Dieu. How lonely it is.
Captain Lebert.
Yes, Parrot.
Look around you.
What do you mean?
Go on, look around. What do you see?
I see water, Parrot, the horizon, nothing else.
What? Don't you see a ship? A pretty little schooner? Those were your words. Well, where is it? Why didn't you see it?
It will come.
Will it come for us to be dead when it comes?
Doctor, you say that you count on your friends, but suppose they leave you to rot here, leave Parrot and me to rot here. That would be a joke, eh, Doctor? To wait for a ship that will never come.
It will come. My friends will not fail me.
But why? How do you know? How can you be so sure?
There is a safety vault in Paris, full of papers to be opened at my death.
Huh?
Those papers contain confessions. No, gentlemen, my friends will not fail me. Parrot. A moment ago you asked what I saw.
Well?
There was something I neglected.
What was that?
I see a Kanaka on this raft with us. He does not join us. He does not look at us. He sits on his heels in the way of the native, with his arms hugging his knees. He sits at the stern, motionless under the shuddering sun, gazing out into vacancy. Whenever I raise my eyes, I see nothing else. Only this Kanaka.
And he seems to be enjoying himself quite well.
I was thinking so myself.
The cannibal, the savage.
He does not seem to suffer.
What's going on in his brain? What does he dream there? He looks at us as though he hates us.
The dirty rat.
Maybe he's waiting for us to die. Maybe he's waiting for the reward. At least he wouldn't starve on the way home, and he could deliver us piece by piece.
How does he do it? Has he not any feelings?
I've been wondering about that. It may be that his fibers are tougher, his nerves
but
are
we
stronger.
have had water, and he has not.
And yet, see, his skin, it's fresh and moist.
And his belly round as a melon. Don't tell me this savage is thirsty. Is there any way he could steal our supplies?
Certainly not.
Suppose he has his own supplies hidden.
What?
We see.
I'll
Search
go
the raft.
Look
under
the mats.
I heard him this morning here.
Turn this one. Did you hear?
No, nothing.
No, there.
Doctor.
Okay.
Over there. Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
No. No. No.
You are mistaken. He has nothing hidden.
You're wrong about him, Doctor, when you say he has no understanding. There is one thing he knows, and knows well. Pain.
Harry! Don't hit him! No, not so much. Harry, no!
There, scum! That will teach you! Not so cheerful now, are you? Not so happy with your luck? That will make you feel!
A higher race tramples the savage, with or without cause. And that is natural. And the savage creeps away into his place, with his hurts and his wrongs, and makes no sign and strikes no blow. And that is natural, too.
Yes, that is all very well, Doctor. But we still must have our pilot.
Come back, my friends, back under the mats. The glare of the sun is not so bad there.
So the days dragged by, the second and the third, and now it was the fourth day. And still there was no breeze, and still there was no ship.
Doctor?
Yes?
What do you stare at?
At him, the savage. Look at him, and look at us. We are dying, our powers are ebbing.
And him?
He's naked, wild, brutish. He's yet to give the slightest sign of complaint or weakness.
Yes, it's true.
At night he stretches out and sleeps. Those long hours when we wrestle and fight with despair, he sleeps like a child. Then in the morning he resumes his place aft, unchanged, fixed, a growing wonder.
Doctor, is this a man or a fiend?
A man is man.
A miracle.
It is a man, and a very poor and wretched example of a man. You will find no lower type anywhere. Look at his cranial angle, the high ears, the heavy bones of his skull. He's scarcely above an ape.
Then what?
He has a secret.
Secret? But we see him. Every move he makes, every minute. What chance has he for a secret?
How absurd. Here are we three, children of the century, products of civilization. And here is this man who belongs before the Stone Age. In a set trial of fitness, of wits, of resources, is he to win? It's absurd.
What kind of secret?
I can't say. Perhaps some method of breathing, some strange posture he uses to cheat the sensations of the body. Such things are known among primitive peoples, known and jealously guarded, like the properties of certain drugs, the uses of hypnotism, who knows?
We can know. We can find out.
To ask him. Useless. He will not tell. Why should he? We scorn him. We give him no share with us. We abuse him. And so he falls back on his own expedience. He remains silent as he always has been, as he always will be. He never tells the secrets. They are the means by which he has survived from the depths of time, by which he may yet survive when all our wisdom is dust.
There are a number of ways of learning secrets. I know them all.
Oh, Parrot. It would be useless. He could stand any torture you might invent. You saw how he behaved before. No, it's not the way.
Talk! I'm tired of all this talk! Kill him and throw him over! Let's be rid of the thing!
We gain nothing.
Then what do you want?
To beat him. That's what I want. To beat him at the game. For our own sakes, for our own racial pride. We must. To outlast him, to prove ourselves his masters. By better brain, by better organization and control. Watch him, my friends, so that we may trap him, so that we may find him out and defeat him in the end.
Watch. I will watch, all right, you old windbag. I'm not sleeping anymore to leave you alone with that bottle.
The bottle. Oh, the bottle.
I've been meaning to discuss our rations with you.
Have you?
We are running very short. I'm afraid we must all take a cut again.
And what are we down to now, Doctor?
Half a thimbleful.
No.
We must keep our wits.
I say no!
Then we'll put it to a vote. You say no, I say yes. Fenero?
Yes, anything. But give me mine now.
Then it's half a thimbleful for Monsieur Fenero. Your share, Fenero.
More, or I'll die. More.
No more today.
You must. Oh, doctor.
No more today.
Look! A ship! Where is it?
Where is it?
The bottle, Doctor! What? Here's the bottle! He drank it!
Look at him. You killed him with that oar.
What about the bottle?
There's some left. You caught him just in time.
And you got the bottle just in time.
It seems I did.
And there's no ship. There will be no ship. We are done. Because of you and your dirty promises that brought us here. Doctor, liar, fool.
Don't come any closer. Unless you want this flask broken over your head.
No, I would not want that.
Barrett, just think. Why should you and I fight? We can see this trouble through and win yet. This weather can't last forever. Besides, now here would be only two of us to divide the water, yes?
Yes. That is true, is it not? Fenarou kindly leaves us his share. An inheritance. All right. I'll take mine now. My share now, if you please. Later we shall see.
So be it. Your share.
Many thanks. And now, Fenarou's share. To me, please.
As you say.
And now, another good doctor.
3. That's enough, Barrett.
No, doctor. It is not enough. Now, I will take the rest.
No, Barrett! Stop! Mira!
Your arm!
Please!
I will kill you if you don't! Thank you. You see, I have manners, haven't I? And I have wisdom, too. Because I have fooled a very wise man. I toast you, Doctor. The best man wins. That was a very bright idea of yours. The best...
So, the best man wins, Barrett. You forgot I am a doctor, didn't you? The water you would kill for has killed you. A man cannot go without water for 4 days, then drink his fill and still live. Go on, Parrot. Gasp out your worthless life while I laugh. The best man always wins, Parrot. The best man always...
So, the best man wins. Yes, Doctor. Forgot my knife, didn't you? Forgot me, lying at your feet, while you divided my share of the water. Gave me up for dead, did you? But I, Fenarou, will outlast the two of you. Fenarou, the best man always wins.
Fenarou, you fool. The water... It's running out.
Come in, come in.
The longboat's back, Captain. The raft was here all the time, not 10 miles away from us.
Ah, that calm. Such a misfortune. Well, where are they, the passengers?
We're too late. They're all dead.
Will you mind your business?
But one is stabbed to death, another is skull crushed, the other fried by the sun. All dead.
Well, then, all the better. That'll cost nothing to feed.
But how...
Hogsheads, my friend, the hogsheads in the afterhold. Filled them nicely with brine, and there we are.
I don't understand.
You're dull, Martel, very dull. The gentleman's passage is all paid before we left Sydney. I contracted to bring back 3 escaped convicts. Well, I'll bring them back in pickle. So if you'll go back, Martel, and bring them aboard for the trip, I'll be much obliged.
Very well. Oh, there's a 4th man on the raft, Captain. A Kanaka. Still alive. What do we do with him?
A Kanaka? No word in my contract about any Kanakas. Leave him there. After all, he's only a savage.
And so Dr. Dubose and Fennereau and the parrot went aboard for the long trip to their beloved Paris, their bodies pitching and rolling gently in the huge vats of brine. On the raft, the 4th man raised his head slightly as a wind freshened from the west. He watched until the schooner turned, shaping away for Australia, and disappeared over the rim of the horizon. Then he turned his raft, spread his sail of pandanus leaves, and headed the raft eastward, back toward New Caledonia, back toward home. Feeling somewhat dry after his exertion, the native plucked a hollow reed at random from the rushes on his raft. Slowly, lazily, he stretched himself at full length in his accustomed place at the stern. He thrust the reed down into one of the bladders underneath the raft and drank his fill of sweet water. He had a dozen such storage bladders remaining, built into the floats at intervals above the waterline, quite enough to last him safely home again.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and tonight brought you The 4th Man by John Russell, adapted for radio by Irving Ravitch, and featuring Barry Kroger as the Doctor, Joseph Kearns as Fennereau, Jay Novello as Parrot, Lou Merrill as the Captain, Byron Kane as Morteau, and Eric Rolfe as the narrator. Music is conceived by Cy Feuer and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week.
You are groping in the dark of an African night, trapped on a dock above a crocodile-infested river, fighting for your life against a ruthless giant from whom you must escape.
Next week, we escape with Robert Simpson's 10th story, John Jock Todd. Good night, then, until the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
So that's the end of Escape. 42 episodes of dolls that rot, dreams that scream, and a toy box that knew too much. Thank you for staying with me through every rewind and unravel. This wasn't just a story. It was a graveyard stitched into a fairy tale. And to the artists out there in toy photography, your visionaries of vinyl and shadow, thank you. You make the stillness sing. You make the silence hurt. This show is yours as much as it is mine. And don't forget to pre-order your Bandito before he's locked in the vault for good. He's rare, he's scared, and he may whisper secrets at night. Yes, I think the Bandito is alive. Until next time, kiss your broken toys goodnight, because everything you bury comes back wrong.